Let's get it. Salute to everybody at tonight, man. Knicks Real Talk Tonight Show. Divine and Bronx Jedi 7-6. We in the building, man. Get ready to talk some Knicks, man. I hope everybody doing well tonight. They chilling, man. Had a good day, a productive day, and everything went well for you guys, man, with no trials and tribulations. But welcome to the night show, man. And we're gonna get into this edition right here, man. We you know what it is for us, man. It's an exit meeting edition, but we're gonna get into all talk Knicks, man, and we're gonna get it popping tonight. The chat gonna be up in here. And I got my partner, man, Bronx Jedi 7-6. We ready to get into it, man. They're coming off a tough loss in the season in the playoff, man. We go down 4-1 against Atlanta Hawks, and but we fought. Though you got to get Atlanta Hawks credit. They had a good, really good team down there. They did what they had to do, and we went through our growing pains, man. Become a better team for next year. So we're gonna break all that down, man, and we're gonna get into a Bronx Jedi 7-6. Bronx Jedi, what's going on with you, my brother?
Hey, salute Divine, salute to everyone in the chat, salute to everyone in Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Twitch, everyone that's listening to us this evening. Thank you for joining us at Knicks Real Talk, the night show. The New York Knicks 2021 season has come to concluded. The chapter has been written, the final page, to the defeat to the Atlanta Hawks, 4-1. What a good season, what an excellent season. Let's talk about the playoff game. They fought 103-89. The New York Knicks shot 37% from the field. They shot 40% from three-point land. They're 83% free throw shooting. They were out rebound 48-45. They turned the ball over 16 times. And the final game, they were led by Julius Randle with 23 points, 13 rebounds, 3 assists. They had RJ Barrett with 17 points in, 7 rebounds, 5 assists. You had Alec Burke with 12.6 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 points from Nerlens Noel, 11 points from Manu Quickly, 2 points for Obi Toppin. Derrick Rose, we found out he was a little injured. He had 6 points, 3 rebounds, 5 assists. And Reggie Bullock had 12 points, 1 rebound, 2 assists. He was on fire early part of the game, but it just wasn't enough. The Atlanta Hawks, congratulations to Atlanta Hawks for winning that series. Moving on to the second round of the Eastern Conference. They outplayed us. They out hustled us. They just wanted a little more. It was a great learning experience for the New York Knicks. The Atlanta Hawks just played a little more better. They had a good scheme to stopping Julius Randle, and when they stopped the main person that needed to continue this New York City gritty committee engine, and they did the right thing. They held the guy down. They played team defense. They and we were just hurt by the one in the five position. What can we say about Trey Burke? Trey Young and King Capella. They were a force to be reckoned with. Capella was really the unsung hero, if you ask me, in that series. He was the difference maker. We knew what we were getting out of Trey Young. We knew he was going to be a pest. We knew he was going to run amok. But Capella alternated the whole series with the shots. He did not allow R.J. Barrett to be R.J. Barrett, going to the disturbing his attack to the basket. Even Julius Randle at times, we saw he was timid going to the hole and going to the basket, attacking the basket. They made the New York Knicks into a shooting team, and we wanted that narrative that we wanted the New York Knicks to do to the Atlanta Hawks and to other teams with Noel, and with all that dominant force that we had in the regular season guarding the paint. That's the scouting report we wanted. So we kind of like got a taste of our own medicine, what we wanted teams to be, a shooting team, and make them beat us on the perimeter. And right there, we showed the lack of shooting talent the New York Knicks didn't have at that time. And we saw, the veterans. It was enough. It was a lot to keep up with Trey Young. It expended a lot of energy for the veterans players and the whole team. It was just a handful, and it hurted them on the offense. And they made them a shooting team instead of being a team that attacked and move and go from north to south. They were going east to west. And fortunately, we were sent home 4-1, but it doesn't take away from what a wonderful, exciting, action-packed, gritty season that we have from the New York Knicks. Kudos to them. Kudos to everyone in the organization, every player, from every minimal player that played on the team. It was a team collective. It was refreshing to see that we were played as a team. We played together as a team. We battled. We played for one another. They represented the city excellent all season long. And we didn't expect this from the New York Knicks coming into the season. We didn't expect all this good stuff, all this good vibe. We leaped ahead of schedule. Now the expectation has changed, Divine. Now that we leaped ahead, now there's more expectation. We'll talk about that in a second. Let's recap this final game. What we saw out there, we saw, the moment Julius Randle, I know he's going to go back to the drawing board and off season, and he's going to work his butt off, Divine.
Yeah, absolutely. It was overall still was a great learning experience. You only can grow from situations like this here. You only can grow from stuff like this here, man. You got to go through it. You know what I mean? To know what it feels like. You know what I mean? And I think they did. I think this was a good learning experience, and a lot of facets. They taught you not to get too high on yourself. At the same time, don't think that you are where you are. Because of you're greater than everybody. No, you know what? You had good players. We had good players. We had good coaching. We had in the good level. Now we want to go to the great level. We had the good level this year. We had a good team. A good game plan, good coaching. Now it's time for the New York Knicks, Tom Thibodeau, and the organization to take it up another level. You know what I mean? And but overall, what a tremendous season. The New York Knicks had all of us as Knicks fans, like, man, can't wait to turn on the TV. And really looking forward to some good basketball. And I think that's the most important thing to me out of this season, even in the Hawks game, which we just were talking about. They played good basketball. They didn't play great basketball. They got outmatched a little bit. And I think that's what it is. You got to give credit to the Hawks. Their team just was better than ours. They signed some real good players in the offseason, real good money. Like I said, New York Knicks fans got to keep in mind, Julius Randle is the only Knick. I think, if I'm thinking, making double-digit money. In other words, instead of a single-digit millions, he's making double-digit millions. Like, he getting 19 to 20, everybody else getting 5, 6, 7. So that just tells you, when you play the team like the Hawks, who got players that's averaging 20 million a year, 25, 18, 19, them, they got paid for a reason. And obviously they have better players than us, and I really believe that. But now we got a chance to go over the next season. We're gonna get into that down the line, guys. We're gonna have some great topics tonight in the chat, man. And on the show, we're gonna get into that in a few minutes, man. But they had the better team overall. But we gonna come back with this thing more stronger than ever. Because I really think that these are just teaching moments. With 41 and 31, fourth in the Eastern Conference. we started putting expectations on ourselves. You know what I mean? Like, man, we know before and we should be able to go to the finals, or we should be able to go to the second round. And in reality, our team just wasn't good enough to get us to there because we wasn't ready for that yet. So that's not a knock on our team. It's a learning experience, and I'm happy about that, because now I guarantee you next year they're going to come back more hungry, more determined, believing that they have the goods. And they might be a couple of pieces here or there away, and a little bit of reconstruction, to get them really popping. So they have their Atlanta moments next year. You know what I mean? Now we get to go out there and spend money. You know what I mean? And make trades and got good draft picks. So next year is going to be interesting. What they do with it, I couldn't tell you. I have no idea, but I know it's going to be a real interesting year. But they are in a good place to get us out of that first round next year. And I guess them the steps that you take. The different levels to it. We made it this year. The next year we go a little further. And the year after that we go further again. And that might be that year. You never know. We could be sitting on top. You know what I mean? So it's a process, man. But what a great ride. I ain't tripping. What a great year. What a phenomenal year. You know what I mean? And so I'm excited about that, man. And we'll bring the panel in a few minutes, man, and everything. But salute to everybody out there, man, in the chat. Baba Booey, Kibbit, Camilio, the streets of Buzzing, Wilkin, salute you, man. Everybody, man. Nick P. Everybody in the chat tonight, man. Let's get it popping up in here tonight, man. Let's get it live, man. This the final major show, but I will be bringing you Knicks weekly. We're gonna get into all that, man. It won't stop, man. They're gonna keep going. But yeah, man. Salute to everybody out there on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. Salute to everybody out there, man. We here, man. We here tonight. Let's get this thing popping. And we just want to have open talk, dialogue. We're gonna go over a couple of things, like I said, when we're dealing with the game. Then we're gonna get into what's going on for next year. What you guys thinking about, what plan we're gonna take. So we're gonna get into it all, man. So y'all stay tuned in and just hit that like and subscribe, man. I'm trying to get to this certain level by the end of the night. Y'all hit that subscribe button, man, and hit that like button, man. I've been happy with with everybody be giving Knicks Real Talk. Me and BS appreciate you all, man. So we still got a lot more to get into, man. So let's get it. But yeah, it was a tough loss, BX. What can you say, man? We went down, and they had the better horses than we had at the time, and I think that's what it boiled down to. And Nate McMillan and them did a good job on us, bro. Nate McMillan and them did a great job on the Knicks. You got to give him credit for that. You can't. Them guys, when they was getting punched, they was punching back. You know what I mean? And I really think that was a major thing going forward. That when we punched, they punched it back. You know what I mean? And right then and there, I think we just got a little bit out of character. I didn't really like a lot of stuff that we were falling victim to, because see, that's not dealing with I would say game basketball. You know what I mean? Like the little bit of the salute CT.
Salute, Kings.
How are you, buddy?
How are we, BX, Divine, Nick Fam?
Yeah, salute, my brother.
Real Talk chat.
Yes, sir.
Hit them likes.
Yes. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
It's over, brother. But we still happy, joyful, proudful. We still happy, joyful, proudful, man, to be a Knicks fan. But it came to an end the other day, bro.
Yeah, I'm glad you did the show today, and we had a chance to sleep on it.
Yes, sir.
Take stock of everything that happened yesterday and season. Keep level headed, and we're going to get into it.
Yeah.
But I just want to say, it's been a highlight this season for me. Bringing the Knicks community together, and this thing is really global. And love what you're doing in the show, letting fans have their piece and talk about this team we love, and all the insight that the chat provides, and all their opinions on how we build this thing moving forward, who we keep, who we don't keep, who we spend our money on, who we shouldn't spend money on, and there's plenty to talk about. NBA is a 365 day a year thing.
Facts.
They call it off season, but that's really when the work gets done.
Yep, absolutely. And I think we're gonna be in for that too, BX. I think the off season coming. We got a lot of avenues to go down right quick. And I'm gonna pass it to BX to let them chime in on this. We got a lot of avenues, people. We got draft, we got free agency, We got trades. You know what I mean? The Knicks are in a very good position. So let's, I'm dying to get to this, to just get and let the offseason, take its course, because I think there's going to be a lot of interesting things going on between now and next season and the start of the season. We're going to be here for that. Knicks Real Talk Weekly, we will be here, once or twice a week, man. We start off once a week. Knicks, and I'm going to do it on Friday night, y'all. Knicks Real Talk, the night show weekly on Friday nights. We jump in everything, and we give us a week to go over everything and have fun, and y'all come up with your ideas. So we looking forward to doing that. We got a lot of big things popping off too, man. We got Bronx Jedi 7-6. You know what time of the year it is for him, so we're gonna be getting at all that this year, man. But we really just want to, before we get into the rest of the topics, let everybody know, man, that the chat. Thank you, Kat, so much. We're going to give you props, like we do at the end. The community out there, I appreciate y'all so much support for Knicks Real Talk. You don't even know. You don't know. So salute to that for y'all for being here for us. And we're going to get it popping going into next year. Knew this, knew that. We're gonna master the game more. We taking baby steps, but Rome wasn't built in one day. But we're gonna get this thing popping where it's gonna be so delighted to come on and talk with all these content creators and all the wise heads that talk basketball. It's gonna be awesome. So y'all stay in tune with Knicks Real Talk the whole year round. It never stops, man. We keep grinding and it never stops. You know what I mean? It slows down, but it never stops. So you just look for them notifications, man, and all that stuff. So when you hear me and BX and we all out there, getting ready to jump on and do something, that y'all tune in, because like I said, the fans make the show don't make the fans. That's Real Talk. But BX, man, like I said, we got a good off season coming up for us. Trades, free agency, draft. What are you feeling out there right now?
Yeah, I want to I want to tell everybody in the chat. This is time for us to be. Let's play GM tonight. We're gonna get a segment. Everyone's gonna have opportunity. I want to see everybody opinion, their comment in that chat. Let's get that. Let's see if you guys were general manager of the team. I say, here you go. Here's the reins of the team. How would you construct this team? Why would you go with it? And going forward, let's be. I made up a team, a graphic. It's on there of the teams. If the Knicks were only going to sign free agents, this with this free agent class isn't so sexy. But if they were to just plug in and play with the free agents that are currently available, Divine, if you want to pull that up on that, I made a
absolutely
a list on that of who just free agency wise. There's still gonna be more players. That's not making a trade and going all there. Just hit the play will come on, and then we'll pause it on the next right there. My 2022 me. This is Bronx Jedi 76 that wants that is.
Oh man.
It's okay. Just gotta press play and then pause it because it's a video. I couldn't get a graph up real quick. If not, I could read it out anyway. Right there. Yeah, I got a starting lineup myself. This is just me. Mitchell Robinson at the center. If Kawhi Leonard comes free, I would like to, Knicks go all out and try to get Kawhi Leonard, whatever he needs to take. Julius Randle, of course. You bring him back on that 1-year deal. You have R.J. Barrett. At your shooting guard, and the dark horse for me, the point guard. That's a dark horse that's no one's speaking about. You could bring him here, because the Knicks have a track record of bringing in players for 2-year deals, 1-year deal, and giving them the minimum prove-it deal. And maybe you could try to pull out a Spencer Dinwiddie to play your point guard role. Spencer Dinwiddie, that's only free agency, guys. I'm going to go. Just give me a minute to pull my point out with that. Before everybody says no free agent, no, Spencer Dinwiddie. Spencer Dinwiddie is coming off. He had a pretty good year before the injury. He really showed Brooklyn, and he's the unquiet, unsung point guard that no one really is paying a mind to. That you could actually get him in here and bring him in here. He's the forgotten man. He's averaging 20 points per game. Has 6 assists per game, and you saw what he did with the Brooklyn Nets, and he put him on this team. With all these veterans, with Kawhi Leonard and that veteran, that's a nice pick. My bench, I like Luka Vildosa, as your backup point guard. You have Emmanuel Quickly, of course, returning. Obi Toppin, and for center, since we're not gonna, I don't think we're gonna bring Nolan's Noel. You could actually get Willie Cauley-Stein for the Noel money, or even maybe $1 million less, or give or take around that area. You bring him in for your center position, backup center. You bring back Derrick Rose. Taj Gibson, of course, he's like a player's coach. You're going to have him in there. And the one player, I was back and forth. Either you bring back Bullock to come back on that, or you get a Gary Trent Jr. to come in here. Of course, you bring back Kevin Knox on that 1 more year deal. and then you have your 2 spots reserved for your rookie draft. You know, the 2 draft picks that you're going to pick, which are 19 and 21. The second round pick, you can always trade them or get them. You can get a European player, stash them, or vice versa. You know, I think that's the way I think I would like. You know, I put Bullock there, but I also had Gary Trent Jr. back and forth with a Bullock. So I could go back and forth. That's only if we only sign free agency, no trades. We don't know who's going to get cut, who's going to be released, or all that case. Right now, as the current free agency class is on ESPN or NBA.com, that's available. I'm going that way. There will be some trades that we could talk to. We could talk about other point guards that are going to be available going forward. That's just me. I think the Knicks, won't go. You won't break too much the piggy bank. And if you don't get another one that I want to bring in, if I didn't get a Kawhi Leonard and he doesn't shine out, I wouldn't mind them giving in a reasonable $22 million to DeMar DeRozan to come in and play that. That's an upgrade over Bullock or Burke. I know DeRozan doesn't shoot the 3 either, but you could bring him in here at 22 million. 21 million to play that role for 2 years. Let's see. What do you guys think?
Yeah. I mean, I agree with that. You know, with the majority of everything you had on there. I think it's a nice combination. And the Bandoza thing is going to be the most important thing to me because if he pans out, whether it's second unit or starting, that's going to make a difference on which way I think we're going to go free agency. I really do. I think if they see something in him and they think that he can get us to a certain level for helping the team, they might just say, we're gonna stick with him and Derrick Rose. You know what I mean? They might say might bring Derrick Rose back, and then Valdoza could be that dude. Then I think you got a good thing going there. You know, but then you have to go out there to go the other direction. You do sign a point guard. You're in a good position to do that too. You do that too. Well, no matter who it is, whether it's Kyle Lowry, I like Kyle Lowry's toughness. He shoots the 3 ball really well. He's a championship experienced guy. He been there. He done been to the mountaintop. He gritty. He can shoot the 3. He ain't scared of no one. You know what I mean? And I like Kyle Lowry in that sense. And he's from Philadelphia, the hometown guy, right? A train away from being with the family, whatever the case may be. That's the side where he want to be back there. If that's a good look. That's just from a free agent perspective. Now, I think, like Lonzo Ball is going to be out there. You hear his name out there a lot. And I know a lot of people want to experience point guard, but here's the catch to Lonzo Ball with me. Because we have Derrick Rose as an experienced point guard, I'm okay with that. You know what I mean? Because we do have an experienced guy on the team and Derrick Rose, where it don't feel like we don't have an experienced guy to help get us over the top at the point guard spot. What we do is whether he start him or Valdoza, if Valdoza does his thing, then you know what? And that's what I'm dying to see. That's why I think we got to stay in tune because it's going to be real, really crazy this offseason, man, because let's just say he pans out. Let's say he the real deal. You know what I mean? Now you spend a little of your cap money on Derrick Rose, and now you can go after that 3. You know what I mean? You can go after that 3 now. You know what I mean? Or that's, whatever you think you need. I think it's the 3 spot if RJ going to stay at the 2. You know what I mean? But you go get another dynamic player at that 3 spot who on a bad night can give you 20. On a bad night, guaranteed give you 20. We just need that dude to replace Reggie Bullock on any night. On any given night, I could drop 20 in here. I don't care who I'm playing. We get that dude. You know what I mean? And then I think with Valdoza, RJ, whoever that dude may be, Randall and Mitch, that's a legitimate starting fire right there. You know what I mean? So I would love to see if that work out, man. And then like I said, with the draft, we still got a draft out there. What position they going, who they gonna take? Or they're gonna package a deal CT to get somebody to move up, or are they gonna throw them picks out there to get a free agent to make a trade? I meant to say, excuse me, all them picks together to make a trade. Because I think the Knicks want to go to the next level. You know what I mean? I think they want to go to the next level. I think this was just a brush of what they want to do. I think they trying to go to another level. So I think with the position that they in, like Derrick Rose was saying in the interview, they looking to do big things, and I believe that. I think they in a good position to do that, CT. So we just had to hope that goes that way, if you ask me.
Yeah, actually, you brought up that great point, Divine. I was about to say Derrick Rose's comments were eye-opening to me because, I mean,
yes.
I thought it was a formality he would be back, and he still might be back, in the backup spot. But the fact that he said, based on his knowledge, the front office has big plans. And then also just hours later, we heard that I don't know if you heard, but Chris Paul is rumored to decline the option he has and looking for a multi-year deal and as an unrestricted free agent. If that's the case, I think the door opens up. There's a very high chance Chris Paul could entertain New York. We know there was rumors that he was considering New York and Phoenix, and he said to someone close to him that if he was to choose New York, he wanted the whole Garden experience with fans and the hoopla.
Right.
And he deferred that for 1 year. We know the hoopla and the fans are all back now, and combined with his comments after playing the Knicks, Chris Paul said, he gave a lot of praise to the Knicks, saying, that team there, man, they play incredibly hard and they play the right way, and just all these superlatives. And I'm like, man, if he shakes loose with Leon in tow and all that family he has, I see them, if he's looking for a multi-year deal, I could see them, trying to lure Chris Paul. Obviously, if Phoenix continue to progress, things could get tricky there. But I think him and Melo are close. They could be having talks about let's go do that New York thing. And then also we heard a rumor about Dennis Schroeder. He posted something. He's on the way out. He's not happy with the role in LA and the money he's been offered. And we know he's going to be one of the point guards we'll consider with the money we have available. I think I can see us out of 4 point guards spending our money on either Lowry, Chris Paul, Lonzo, or Schroeder. I can see them absolutely trying to solidify that point guard spot with Vildoza and D Rose as the sort of backups. And there was some talks about, is Jimmy Butler happy in Miami as well? But I think he's going to get the most if Miami pony up and give him the 165 mil. He's probably going to stay. Yeah, I like the plan that BX had there. I think we only really need to spend the money on 2 or 3 spots. I think we got RJ, Randall, and Mitch. I think those slots, moving forward. I think we're going to try and solidify another wing. I could see them being interested in Duncan Robinson for the 20 million he's asking. That would 100% solidify the 3 spot. Stretch the floor for RJ and Randall. And then I could also see them being interested in Schroeder, and it may be at a decent price, maybe 23, 24. And then also there's talks about another depth piece. Evan Fournier. We had Ian Begley say that Ian Fournier is an option. We were talking to Orlando at the deadline, and we weren't prepared to offer what Boston offered to get him, but he's an unrestricted free agent. And if we lose either Bullock or Burks, I look for them to talk to Evan Fournier about some bench shooting depth as well. So I think we're gonna focus all our attention on point guard and then shooting. We saw this team, I think credit to Atlanta. They've really built a solid roster that complements what Trey and Capella do out there with some shooters. And we saw Milwaukee do the same thing with Giannis and building around Middleton with a bunch of shooters. And I think we got the same sort of recipe. We got RJ and we got Randall and Mitch down low. You know, that play that kind of game, and we need shooters around them. Shooters that can put the ball on the deck is key. You know, Reggie Bullock had a solid year, $4 million player. If we can get him back at a solid number, I'll do it as a backup. I'm not prepared to go over, not prepared to go over 8 million for Reggie Bullock, simply for the fact that we saw he can't put the ball on the deck. We need that, you know. He was virtually rendered useless with Trae Young guarding him, and Alec Burks had a great season as well. Again, limited player in a way. Bounced around the league, injury prone. You get those kind of players for $6 million. Credit to them. They earned a pay rise. Get what he can get. He's about to turn 29, 30 years old. Again, I have a price point for him. I'm not getting too tempted. If Bullock and Burks walk, let them walk. They've got their limitations. I'm looking for our $55-60 million to be spent on 2 max players or 3 max players if possible, even if it means we lose some of the depth pieces, because vets will come. You'll get when you got max guys, you're in a big market. Those vets will come on a minimum deals to fill out your roster. I'm not paying role players. I'm not overpaying for them. We saw what happened in the playoffs. It all comes down to having some big dogs that can really impact the game. Role players have a great regular season. They didn't come to show. They didn't show up in the playoffs, and I'm looking to spend my money wisely. Same thing with Lonzo Ball. I've got my set number on him. I'm not going to go over too far, just because he's going to want a long-term deal. Kyle Lowry, I'll overpay because he's old and he'll accept a 2-year deal. 2 years, 50 mil for Lowry. I'd go there. And I think Lowry, Chris Paul, a point guard who can stretch the floor, is savvy, get guys in order, run the offense. De'Aaron Fox, if he becomes available. I also look for that if there's some kind of trade package out there. Mitchell Robinson, I think we'll see. I'll keep him based on the number we have him for 1 more year. See what he can produce. Nerlens Noel, I think we'll see him walk. I think Nerlens, credit to him again. He's a warrior, earned a paycheck. Came here for $5 million. I think he's more than doubled that salary. I think you'll be a team offer him 10 mil at least. He has his limitations offensively. I'd let him walk, and I'd allocate all this space we got for some big game hunting.
That's right. Yeah. I agree with that, man, because it's the time now. I mean, for me personally, that 1 and that 3, and I also hear out there, we really got to figure out what we're gonna do with Mitchell Robinson. That's my man. I love Mitchell's maturation. We drafted that young man 36 in the draft, man. Mm-hmm. The man been playing at $1.5 million for like a year, 2-3 years, whatever. Man, the cat, he's a home young man who's been through it in New York. This is his 3rd year. He's been there, man. He one of them guys that got us, looking at the Knicks like, wow, they starting to bring athleticism down here. They got a nice young up and coming center who just learned the game. Young dude coming out of high school, didn't go to college, came into his rookie year he established himself. Yeah, he wasn't dominant, but he was getting there. You seen what could be. You seen what could be with Mitchell Robinson. You know what I mean? So I mean, just like Frank and all them guys, he's one of them. You know what I mean? So I'm hoping that they do something with him, man, and because I think he could be a centerpiece for us for sure, man, especially down in that middle. But I mean by, he can be a Clint Capella. He has that talent, you know what I mean? But we want him to be better than that, but he has that talent capability. So I think he can affect the game even to me just as much as Clint Capello, not even more. And I love Mitchell Robinson's hustle. His his defense is far none top of the chain, and and he learned in the NBA, and for the amount of money that we've been playing with the Knicks, I hope they bless him. You know what I mean? If he give him what they think he's worth, if he could stay, like a lot of players go through injuries. Mitchell Robinson went through injuries too, but a lot of them go through injuries, wind up their careers wind up being real long. That don't mean that because you're going through a little ankle. Mitchell Robinson going through the injuries that's not, to me, life threatening or like NBA threatening. Like he might go through a sprained ankle because he jumped so much, or like now he fractured a bone in the foot, and that was just off a twist of it or stepping on somebody or something. So I don't know, but I think you're gonna get a lot of that young man. So if we could bring him back, BX, I definitely take him back in the center spot. That's why I said that 1 and that 3 spot I think gonna be important for the Knicks, to fill them 2 spots. And then, like I said, I like a lot of stuff that you had. I do want to see Obi back here. I want to see Obi back here. I love to see them guys back here, man. They came through here. They came through here and gave us something this year. You know what I mean? So I think the Knicks just don't. I think they don't overhaul the roster too much. I think they get like CT said, the Burks. I think he gone Peyton. Noel, and a lot of them guys they probably won't be back here because I think the Knicks going out there to make it happen next year. You know what I mean? In a certain way, they're going to get the pieces they need to put on that team to get them where they need to go. Because I think after going through that playoff run, they were like, nah, man, we got a bigger plan than this. So I agree with CT, man. We need some big game hunters. We need some cats who can go out there on any given night. I don't care what time of the year it is, what the weather is, what the playoff. They can give you some buckets, guaranteed. You know what I mean? And I think that they're in a position to do that. They and I don't just want them to get in anybody. We got guys here who could do that. Now we need guys who could do it on a regular. You know what I mean? Because to me, you don't want to break up the whole team too much because now you're losing continuity, chemistry, camaraderie. So I don't think they're going to get rid of a lot of guys that they got under contract for that not extending. The ones on aspiring, it's a good chance a lot of them might not be back to me. I think you got to think about what they got coming in here. They got draft lottery coming in here, 4 of them. I mean, one of them might make the team. You know what I mean? And then you got trades and free agency. They're going to get somebody. So who leaving? I mean, and that's what's going to be interesting, BX, man. But I do like that thing you had. I can go with what you had out there for sure.
Yeah, that was just if they only signed free agents. We know there's going to be trades. And I got the list of the point guards coming forward. One guard that, of course, Lonzo Ball, 23-year-old, restricted free agent. He averaged 14 points, 5.7 assists. He shot 41% from the field, 37 from three-point line. He's 78% free throw shooter. Big game. Lonzo Ball is the prize. Then you have a guy that, if the Knicks wanted to go this route, it wouldn't bother me either. He's also restricted free agent, which is Devontae Graham from Charlotte. Pretty good young kid, 26 years old. He could grow with the team with Julius Randle. I'm going to go with the youth before the veterans. I'm going to read them down. He averaged 14 points, five assists a game. He shot 37% from field and 37% from the three-point line. He was a former second-round pick. So his number, he's not going to command too much of a money from a second-round pick perspective, but he's also a restricted free agent. Will Charlotte want to keep him or want to let him go since they got LaMelo Ball emerging? Don't want to overshadow him. That's a kid that you got to see. He's a pretty decent. If you have Luka Vildoza, you bring in Devontae Graham, and you have Derrick Rose, you could, that's your insurance policy. Would you, that's another route. There's so many different ways to go here. Of course, we saw Derrick Rose. He's going to return. Kyle Lowry, 35 years old. He's coming off a $30 million a year contract. What will be his price? He'll give you 17 points per game, 7 assists, 5 rebounds, shooting 43% from the field, 39% for three-point line, 87% free throw. Championship point guard, veteran. But here's my concern: can he keep up with a Trae Young? Can he keep up with Alonzo Ball or LaMelo Ball or any of these younger, quicker point guards? And my thing is the 2-year deal. If it's a 2-year deal? Yes. Or is he looking for a 3-year deal? I wouldn't go nowhere near him because he's 35 going to 36 next year. So you're going to rely on a point guard that to give him the keys to the And then you got Mike Conley Jr., another one. He's 32 years old. He's just coming off a $34 million contract. He's 16.2 a game, 6 assists. 33 rebounds. He shoots 41% from 3-point land. He had an all-star year. He's another one veteran. He's still got 3 more. He's 33, 32. He's going to be 33 coming into the new season. Can you give him a 2-year, 3-year, the same deal? I would treat him the same way as Lowry if you want to go that route. And then for the center, I got another. You got of course one of the dark horse, Dennis Schroeder. He's 27 years old, 15 points a game, 5 assists. He turned down a 4-year, $84 million contract with the Lakers. That's gonna be concerning. I think that number, if he's looking to make more, or even that contract, to me is a little rich. I would go Alonzo Ball in my opinion. If we're gonna go with comparing numbers, you got Doran Dragic. He's 35 years old. Also, he's gonna be another free agent. He's 30 points a game. I think he's wearing down. I think he's breaking down. I wouldn't go near him either. Trade possibilities. DeAndre Fox. There was rumors, but he's making a really high number right now. He has that contract extension. By the end of the contract, he's going to be making 30 million, 34, 39 million. How is that going to hamper the New York Knicks? He's the quick point guard that you need, savvy, quick, and moving around. Another name that's out there is Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, but he won't be a restricted free agent until 2022. Does he want not, unless he makes noise that he doesn't want to be in OKC? That's going to cost a lot. Draft picks, maybe a player, because he's averaging 23 points a game, 5 assists, 4.7 rebounds. What can he bring? Of course, the main prize everybody wants the Knicks to get, everyone in the media actually, is Damian Lillard. Damian Lillard, 31 years old. He's making a lot of numbers, 39 million, 42 million, and 48 million. I think to me it's too pricey for the New York Knicks because it's going to hurt your team to build around with good players. And we know what we get from Damian Lillard: 28 points a game, 7.5 assists, 4.5 rebounds. But the one name that I think, besides Spencer Dinwiddie, that I like is Malcolm Brogdon from the Pacers. I think if we could pull a trade and try to get him in here, Indiana needs to shed money, payroll. The guy makes 21 to 22 million a year. Experienced, tough. He plays defense. He's averaging 21 points a game, 5.5 assists, and 5 rebounds per game. That's a name that I would like to see the Knicks explore to see if they can come up with a nice trade for a point guard. If they're not gonna, but the point is, can we bring in a point guard or even a 3-and-D or anyone that we need someone that could elevate everyone's team, make everyone on the court better. We haven't had that player. I don't think we had it in since I'm gonna say even before not even we'll call for Frazier when the guys were here. We need a player. It's time the Knicks to find that player that's going to elevate everyone around them, make everybody better, and we need that guy. It's easier said than done, Divine and CT. We need that one guy that could bring it. And since we're talking about the center position as well, there's a few names out there. Another sleeper to bring. I think Nolan Zoel will not return, but here's the other names that you could throw out there. You got Bismack Biyombo. He makes $3 million a year. Remember, Nolan Zoel only made 5. Can you offer a Bismack the same amount of money that you gave Nolan Zoel? Come in here for that price. Hassan Whiteside only made $2 million a year. He's a defensive. Put him under a tip system to back up Mitchell Robinson to give you, maybe 15, 17 minutes a game. You give him maybe $4 million deal. He's making $2 million now. You want to give him an upgrade? You want to even, try to give him $3 million. See and say, hey, come for a year here. You saw what we did to Noel, Nolan Noel. Maybe we could restart you and get yourself another deal. He's 32 years old. Of course, Dwight Howard is going to be out there. He's on a he made 2. He's only made a minimum. Venomous rating of $2 million a year. And he could give you some minutes as well. A mentor, help out Mitchell Robinson with his game on a $2 million. You can offer him that same. I'm trying to get these centers that you could try to bring in for a Noel contract or even save $1 million or 2. You also got Daniel Thesis from Chicago. He's a center. Another guy. He shot 56%. He also shoots the 3. He shot 37% from 3-point land, which was really eye-opening. And he just made $4 million a year. You call for him a $1 million raise to come in here from Chicago. He didn't. He put up some really good numbers. He had half a block a game. My point is, there's players if you do your research. You also got Jared Allen. Another one. He's only made $3.9 million. He's going to be a restricted free agent, but there's a lot jam of players in in Cleveland with the same position. They have a logjam at center. So Kane, would you be able to pry him out there? Who knows? There's players out there if they become creative and they make their due diligence. I think the ball is in the front court. My point of the story is that the ball is in the court of the front office. I think they have a lot of room, flexibility, and creativity. They don't really need to break it down, but if there are players out there that they could transition the whole and make everybody better around them, you got to go all in my opinion.
Yeah. Real quick before I let CT jump in, I want to chime on something I think is real important. If you go after a certain point guard like Lowry and certain guys, to me, don't give out no max deals. Stay in that 2-year range, because you say if you get somebody, a point guard coming in a 2-year range, just 2 years. I'm not trying to sign Lava Ball in no 5 years right now. No, this is what you do. You stay in the 2-year range, right? And you go get that cat that you think is going to help get you over the hump. That's probably on a contract already and only got a few years left. Say in 2 years, check it out. So say in 2 years, the Knicks do it or they don't do it, they got all that money coming back. You know what I mean? Now they can stay in the flow. If you get somebody a max contract, and then you got RJ's contract coming up in 2 more years. I have whoever's out there like a Quickly or Obi, you're gonna have their deals coming up too. And I get that they all, they gonna have a bird rights and everything. What I'm saying is, you want to keep that cap, be able to fluctuate in a couple of years. So every 2 years, or unless it's somebody that's gonna get us over the top. They're gonna play almost 5 seasons with us. They're gonna be at their best. You give a max to somebody like that, but a lot of these cats, who want these max deals that I don't think is superstar. We need to get some cats in here going, like you said, when it's time to go big game hunting. These cats, them are the superstars that you pay the money to. I'm not paying money to cats ain't on that level. Give them a couple of years, and I'm like, if Kawhi Leonard come in here, that's a different story, because he's that cat can do that on a regular in any situation. That's where you get your big money to. But that's why I like the Kyle Lowry in them 2 years, because once their contract is up in 2 years, okay, Knicks got $30 million back. You know what I mean? You use it again. And by then, hopefully, one of the young guys on the roster will be able to develop to Kyle Lowry leave. Let's say by the time Kyle Lowry leave in 2 years, Emmanuel Quickly is the real deal. You know what I mean? So you kind of keep your cap situation open, unless you're going to get 2 mega superstars. If you're going to spend $60 million. And you want to get to the next level, you probably gonna have to go out there and get them. You know what I mean? You're gonna have to probably go out there and get somebody who's capable of doing that. CT, and I just think that is not a lot of guys out there. You know what I mean? But if they out there, I think I'm quite sure the Knicks gonna be in pursuit of them. I would think so. After this playoff, when they got the taste in their mouth now, not just think the Knicks ready to go to the next level. Spreewell, salute, my brother. How you doing tonight?
Salute, man. I'm talking to my boys, Divine, BX Jedi, CT in the building, my man.
Yes, sir.
Spree, salute. Up, man? Haven't had a chance to see you since yesterday. I know you probably needed time to yourself.
Yeah, I mean, last night was rough. I mean, I'll just say this, it's tough as a player watching these interviews after the game because they're hurting so bad. Like, there's nothing really you can say, like, in that moment. And it's just tough. Like, you look at Julius's eyes, and he's like, I don't want to talk to you right now, Mark Berman. I got to watch the film.
Yeah.
But, I mean, overall, when you take a step back, and I kind of tried in that fourth quarter yesterday, Divine, BX Jedi, and CT, I was just reflecting. We're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. Even in that fourth quarter when you knew it was done, said we're going to be okay. This is not the end of the world. Nobody expected us to be here. This is a learning experience for a young team. We have a lot of work to still do. We're ahead of the game because we got the experience this year. I don't want to hear anybody that says in our fan base that winning hurts our draft pick. No, winning matters, man. Winning matters across the league. We showed the whole NBA that New York, it can be fun in New York when things are good. So we just got to get the right pieces, man. I mean, I'm confident in this front office. I want them to obviously pick the right people. We can't just overreact and get every guy. We got to pick the right people. But I'll just say this about Julius Randle. Now, we can have conversations about what should they do. Should they give him the max? Should they just wait a year? I want them to do the prudent thing. I'm not even going to pontificate and give my opinion on the money thing. I'll just say this. I want Julius Randle on this basketball team. They can find a way to make him a piece on this team. Not saying he needs to be the piece. Yes, we got to get more pieces to help him. But I personally don't believe, unless you're getting a guaranteed commitment from top 5 to 10 players, 2 or 3 of them are definitely coming. That changes it. But I don't believe in getting rid of good players. I personally don't believe. We already have good players here. We just got to add to what we got.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. You know, I think that's going to be the case. I think it's going to be the case. Like you said, you put somebody next to Julius Randle. We just need that. We need that alpha. You know, I mean, you know, and there's nothing wrong. It's not time for him to be an alpha to the alpha level we want to be. But he's definitely in that conversation. So yeah, if you can get that right player at the 3 to help him out and get that point guard, I think the Knicks in good shape. That's why I don't think they got to go super crazy. CT. I just think we need to find that 1 and that 3. I think we find that 1 and that 3. We good.
Yeah, to Divine's point before, we can't go overspending and too crazy, you know. This is pivotal, the next moves that they make. And we know that they've been quite fiscal with the trade deadline. And, you know, I think by now, you know, we got guys that are connected around the league. You know, we don't know right now, but they would know who's realistic, who's been in touch through back channels, you know, who would be likely to demand a trade coming up. You know, should we go free agency versus using assets for the trade? All of that. But right now, it's all about just being not doing anything silly to cap us. You know, in this next step we need to make. And like to your point, you know, if we're going to spend big money, make it on shorter term deals. If we spend, you know, long-term deals, make it be a young player with room to grow. I just think they've got a lot of connections around the league, and given this year, them, you know, they'll be gauging interest as to who is interested in this situation now. We're a playoff team with a couple of, you know, specific spots to fill, being, you know, point guard. Everyone would have seen us run out Elfrid Payton and watch Derrick Rose, you know, flame out in the playoffs. You know, point guards around the league would have been watching that, especially ones like Lowry and Schroeder that want to get out of their situations. And, you know, in terms of the wing too, I think we've got 4 draft picks. We're not making all of those picks, you know. We're definitely going to package them up and try to maybe move up and get a higher pick, and or use them in a trade. I just hope they don't overspend on assets for like Alonzo Ball. You know, the guy's a restricted free agent. New Orleans didn't want to, you know, re-sign him. They didn't want to come to play at the trade deadline. You know, there's no need to give away too many assets right now for Alonzo Ball, because we know David Griffin, you know, plays hardball, and they don't want to lose him for nothing, but they also don't want to keep him. So, you know, they can't have their cake and eat it too, you know. So we just need to be smart, which I think Leon Rose is. And, you know, I think one of our free agents, Noel, Burks and Bullock, I think one of them will be back at least. Which one, I don't know. It just depends on which guy's more, you know, willing to take a team-friendly deal. I think all 3 of them are going to want a multi-year deal. They both bet on themselves this year. They both took the 1-year deal, which we all know is very risky, you know, decision for a player at their age. It paid off for all of them. They'll all be hoping for a pay increase. And I don't think either. I'll be surprised if any of them take another 1-year deal, unless it's a significant balloon payment. I think, Reggie Bullock's probably the most likely to take a lower number on a 2-year deal. You know, I think Nerlens probably could start on another team as well. So, yeah, man, it's it's going to be interesting. I think we'll hear rumors all season long.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're going to start hearing it from the playoffs. You guarantee that.
Yeah.
There are going to be a lot of rumors.
Yeah.
They're already out there. I heard the Miles Turner one today again. You know what I mean?
Oh, you did? Oh, wow. Go ahead, elaborate, because I didn't hear it.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard Knicks, Lakers, and somebody else interested in him. You know, and I heard the Chris Paul thing today. Obviously, he's opting out, so we're gonna get all that. But you know what? I just think the 1 and the 3. I go back to the 1 and the 3. I think you got to give Mitch. I think you got to give Mitch his chance, man. You know, I really do, and I think he can be an integral part of that. He know the system, he know the game, he know Tom Thibodeau's ways of action. So I think you would have got a full year under if he wouldn't have got hurt. Man, Mitchell Robinson was about to really put some work in. I seen the way he was starting to play. I seen how he was getting better. Like Mike Wilson said on MSGPM, he said when he first done Mitchell Robinson, but once he did what he did, he like, man, okay. So and I think he's gonna be important to this team, man. So I wouldn't count unless he's in a blockbuster deal, fellas. If he's in a blockbuster deal, that's a different story. But I hope the Knicks keep Mitchell Robinson. I think Mitchell Robinson would have made a difference in the playoffs. To me, not knocking Nerlens Noel, but Nerlens Noel's not an offense rebounder like Mitch. He don't go up and get the ball like Mitch. You know what I mean? Mitch can get up there, he get the ball in the air, he rebound, he blocks shots. He can run to the perimeter and guards and forwards out there. I just think that his all around game is better than Nerlens Noel's to me, from a standpoint what we need on the Knicks. Because like I said, if Nerlens Noel, if he ain't blocking a shot, he barely getting the rebound because he's so frail. You know what I mean? He get boxed out a lot. You know what I mean? And so and then in the playoffs it showed. It showed in the playoffs. Now when you bang against somebody big as you like Clint Capella and all them guys, and now you see the physical part of it starts to come into play. See the Knicks got out physical, then they almost had their own game in the playoffs. And I just think that Mitchell Robinson gives us a better chance there. So I hope they keep him, and then you go into that 1 and that 3 spree. I think if you get a 1 and a 3, I think we are right there. You know what I mean? I really do. And then you just plug in what you're going to plug in. But I would like to see us get a nice 1 and 3. If Valdoza pans out, then that takes the pressure off it to get a 1. I'm hoping he turns out. If Valdoza comes out here and does this thing, and Knicks say this cat going to be a part of this, with Derrick Rose there, that's only if Derrick Rose is there. If you do that, then you go spend that money and fill all them other voids. I think we'd be good though.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be interesting, man, because we all know we need a point guard. I think it starts and ends with the point guard. Who is that piece gonna be? What they do with Derrick Rose, we'll see. I mean, he's getting up there in age. I think it's gonna be interesting. We need another. Problem with Reggie Bullock is he can't put the ball on the floor, and as a starter, you gotta get a guy that can play defense, that could shoot, and that can drive. Reggie Bullock can't do that. He's kind of limited, so I really would like to upgrade that position. I'd be for bringing Noel back. I mean, the thing is, like you said, man, Mitch to me is the starter. Noel is best suited. Honestly, he saved us all year, so I love Noel, but. He should be a guy that comes off your bench, man. Gives you 20 minutes, 20 to 5 minutes a night, and you're fine. We'll have depth all year. So I'm curious who it's going to be because we got to build the right pieces. I'm curious which star player is going to say I'm coming to the Knicks. I hope it is one of those guys. That's what we really need. We're not. I don't think we're that far away. We just got to make the right picks with the drafts, and we got to add.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. We just need that player that makes everybody around the whole roster better. That one player that just elevates everybody's game. That just puts everyone in the right position to succeed, elevate them. Maybe if it was 5 years ago, Chris Paul will be that player. I think with Chris Paul coming, my worry is he's going to turn into Jason Kidd. In a way, he's just going to run out of gas tank here in New York. It could be a post-PTSD, maybe. But we just got to start getting younger. It's a younger league. Everyone's much more faster, much more quicker. They're eating. They ate on lunch. This playoff series showed us that they ate on lunch with the speed and the pick and roll and the youth and athleticism. This is the way, it's a guard-oriented league that is moving in speed and quick. And the 1 and the 5 was the weakness the Knicks had right now, because the 5 wasn't too much because we had a lot of good defenders, but we couldn't score in that 5. And and the 1 exploited that. And that's what this series showed. The 1 and the 5 was the Knicks' Achilles. One of them, the 5 could be situated with Mitchell Robinson returning, and you could even, if you could, which I don't think you could bring in Noel back. I don't know if you could. Yeah, I don't think he would, because I think he's going to get a lucrative deal from the Celtics or any other. I think they're going to give him a good deal. They're going to give him other teams will give him a good deal because of the season that he showed us. He still got something. Who knows? We maybe we overvalue our own free agents, our own talent, or maybe we undervalue them. We tend to do that a lot. So we'll see how that goes with that. If an upgrade from Bullock and it will be DeRozan. I mean, if the right price is right, if you get a DeRozan here, price is right. But then we're talking about we're being undersized again. If you ask me, DeRozan, RJ, Randall, in a perfect world, you want to get yourself a nice 6'8", 6'9", or even a 6'10" shooting guard that could, a 3 that really could stretch it out. So I don't know. What do you think, Devon?
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I definitely think we got to do something with the Bullock situation. And far as younger, we do have a young team, in a sense. I mean, you look at all our players, other than Todd Gibson and Derrick Rose, and maybe Alex Burks, they and maybe Reggie Bullock too. You throw him in there, but I think everybody else is pretty much under 20-something years old. And Nerlens Noel. But I do think the Nerlens Noel situation is very interesting, guys. And this is the reason why I say this. The Knicks signed Norrell Pell for 3 years, some year extension or whatever they signed him. And it's not. I think it's guaranteed. So what that telling me is that they know they're gonna have to pay Mitch or Noel. They know they're gonna have to pay one of them two. Do you think Nerlens Noel is worth $10 million of the New York Knicks salary? If that $10 million plus another $10 million go get you somebody who can give you 19 or 20 on any given night, I just think that I think either I don't know if Noel's contract, because it's gonna double. He's gonna get more, no doubt about that. But is it worth it when you have Mitchell Robinson and you got Todd Gibson and Norrell Pell? You know what I mean? Where does he fit in? He gave us some good. He gave a good year blocking shots, but think about it though. He limited. A man is limited because he don't have an offensive game too much. He can't rebound because he's too skinny. He blocks shots. He hustles. He's part of that grittiness that we like from that standpoint. But he couldn't handle Clint Capella in the playoffs. You know what I mean? I know his ankle was hurt. I get all that. But not only Clint Capella, now you got them boys down there like the Brook Lopez's, the Giannis's. I mean, you got the ADs, you got the Drummonds. I don't know if Carl Anthony Towns. Do you think Nerlens Noel can compete with them guys all season long? Frailty, because it seems like every time he fall down, he get himself hurt. I don't know if the Knicks willing to spend that extra money to keep that there when they can get somebody there who can give you that, and they also can give it to you on the offense end. So it's gonna be interesting. That's why I brought that up, and I love Noel for what he did this year. But I don't know, him, Alex Burks. Are you going to give Alex Burks $10 million because their salary going up? I don't know. Are you going to give Reggie Bullock $10 million, $8 million, whatever the case may be? So that's the interesting part about this here, especially with all the draft picks that we got coming in. And a lot of them guys, you still got Frank and Knox. You got to deal with that situation as well. So, if the Knicks want to get to another level, they definitely got to bring in more talent. I know that for sure. That showed in the playoffs. That showed in the playoff that we need to bring in some more talent. And so my concern is if you bring in a guy like Lonzo in there, which I'm cool with, I don't have no problem with, but this is my thing. Will he do the same thing the Knicks did in the playoffs this year? Lonzo ain't never been in the playoffs yet. I mean, I know it's a maturation for him too. And that's like our guys was a maturation. Do you think Lonzo could be that point guard to carry a Knicks team through a playoff? Meaning not because of his skill, but I never seen him there. So that's my concern about giving him a max. Now the organization think that he can get there and they got it, then you sign him. I ain't got no problem with it. If the Knicks front office think that Lonzo Ball is that dude, and they believe he fits what Tom Thibodeau trying to do, and they think that he got the grit and all that, because it's certain players who you bring in, you got to make sure they can play. They got to be able to play the style of basketball New York play. You know what I mean? I don't care how talented. Can you play in a Tom Thibodeau system? If you can't play in a Tom Thibodeau system, then it might not matter who you are. So let's hope that the players that they bringing in here, they got to have that certain grittiness to them. 3-and-D, hard nose, hustle, scrap, bite. That's the type of players that we got on this team. And if them guys don't represent that, who out there in the free agent market that might come in here that have that type of attitude to play in New York City? Because everybody can't play here. You know, so I'm wondering, BX, what player players only certain players can play in this market? You know what I mean? And I'm wondering if they're gonna also look at that when they do their drafting, or when they do their whatever deal they're gonna do, drafting, free agency or trading. Are they gonna make sure that it's somebody who could fit the culture? You know what I mean? Who could take a Tom Thibodeau yelling in their ears and all that stuff? You know, we'll see.
Yeah, I think the second that Detroit second round pick, if they wanted to go that route, they could draft the center. A second round center project.
Mm-hmm.
You could stash them. You could send them in the G League. You got Josh Gibson and Novell Pell, and you have Mitchell Robinson. You want to draft second round center and do the same blue chip with another Mitchell Robinson type of project. You could do that. And I think, like the name I told you earlier, Willie Cauley-Stein, a former Kentucky player, Kenny Payne. He only made $3 million this season. So
right.
You could give him a pay, even if you double his salary at $6 million. He's only paying $1 million more. They gave Nolan Noel, and he scores more. Willie Cauley-Stein scored more. I think he shot a little bit better from the three. And that other kid that I told you from Chicago, he also shoots 37% from the three, stretch five. Daniel Tice. Yeah, he's another one that could shoot. And all that. Yeah, even if you wanted to give even Dwight Howard a 5-year deal, a $5 million a year deal, maybe 1 year, 2-year deal. Instead of you take the $10 million that you were going to give, you were talking about, and now you stretch it for 2 years, 5 and 5. And you know what you're going to get from Howard. He's going to give you defense, he's not going to be susceptible for that pick and roll that Trae Young and Clint Capella is going to run. We're going to see that in the next round. That's so I don't see I wouldn't not Noel. He did very well. Stepping in, he did really good. If he comes back at the same money figure, absolutely no brainer. Why upset the apple cart and the chemistry? But we all know he is not coming back for that same money, and for that same deal. And to your point, Spree, I do think if I had to pick Bullock or Burke, I was leaning towards Bullock. But when you mentioned about creating his own shot, I would like to take Burks over Bullock for that reason. Because Burks, he plays good defense as well, in my opinion. Go ahead, Sweet.
Well, I mean, Burks overall was good all year. I mean, in the playoffs he struggled. He was down. He tried to. I think we gave him too much of a role, and I think it was a little too much for him, and we kind of got outside our comfort zone a little bit. But I agree. I mean, it really depends who we can get. If we can get an upgrade to Bullock in the starting lineup that plays defense, that's an all-around player, and we keep Burks on that bench, yeah, I would bring Burks back for a friendly deal. I just got to believe that Leon Rose and Worldwide Wes are connected, that I want a star player to play with Julius Randle in this roster. I want us to draft really well. We know what the weaknesses of the team are. I look at a guy like Kawhi Leonard, and I'm rooting for Dallas to win, but assuming the Clippers lose, you mean to tell me that with Worldwide Wes and Leon Rose, if the Clippers lose, that Kawhi Leonard's not going to consider us? I'm not saying he's going to come. He's not going to at least strongly consider us, given the season we have. We're not going to be on that list. Come on. I mean, and if you add Kawhi Leonard to this team with our draft picks and who else we can get, now we're talking. So I look at a guy like Kawhi. I don't know. I don't know who's available. That's the thing. And that's the fun part about this, right? There's some guys that we don't even think is available that will become available. That's the fun part about this. But we gotta strike while the iron. This is the one thing I know. Every decision that we make from here on out can hurt us or help us. So we gotta continue to get hit on the draft picks. We've got to make smart decisions, continue to make smart decisions, but we got a gift this year, guys. We did not expect this, so we have to strike while the iron is hot. Now's the time to strike. We got to find a way to now elevate because it only gets harder. I mean, everybody's going to come when they play the Knicks next year. They're not going to say, "Oh, sorry, Knicks." No, we're a legitimate team now. It's going to get harder for everyone. That's why we got to continue to elevate this roster. We need more talent. Period.
Yep, absolutely. And I second that, man. Real quick, you know what I do like, and think about it. People got under. We do have young talent. RJ, Obi Toppin, Emmanuel Quickly, and Mitchell Robinson. That's young talent right there. You know what I mean? We have some young talent down in New York. Them 4 boys right there, they gotta stay around. I can imagine Obi Toppin, Mitchell Robinson, Emmanuel Quickly, Val Doza, or whoever. I mean, I could see that. I could see that garden going crazy. Them cats in there with another guy like Derrick Rose or whatever. Man, that and so I think with the young guys we got, I think we good there. And like I said, you got to remember, Knox still got a year left on his contract. So what I think you do now is just plug in them places that you were talking about, Spree and BX. Plug in them with a couple of more savvy veterans and some guys who, like you said, on some you might have to bring in somebody like you said, a Dwight Howard. I have no problem with that. You know what I mean? Because he still could play ball for what you would give him. So yeah, we might have to bring in guys like that, man, to get that one guy like when Kawhi Leonard come to the Knicks. Whoever that point guard, you get that point guard there with Kawhi Leonard that could do work, and Julius Randle could do work because Julius Randle would give you offensively what pretty much Paul George would give you. You know what I mean? On a daily, if I said on any given night, Julius Randle needed another Paul George give you. So it's almost like, okay, you still did. To me, you just made the Knicks formidable by bringing Kawhi Leonard over here to play with Julius Randle because I like the way they game intertwines. You know what I mean? And you got a force in the middle. You still have RJ Barrett, and you get that point guard like you said, who no matter who it may be. If it's a veteran one, then I think that's a strong team. You know what I mean? But whatever way they go, I think the Knicks gonna be fine. I think they're in a good spot. 7 first round picks over the next so many 4 years, or whatever. We got 4 this year. Like you said, we got tradable assets, and we got cap money. You know what I mean? And we got free agent money. So I mean, it can't go nothing but. If they play their cards right, the Knicks should be fine next year. I think we was in the first round this year. I think next year we'll be in the second or third. We might be the second or third because I think that's what it really is. We learned how to get there this year. We got our butts whipped. That's fine. We learned how to get there. We went in there. We know what it's like. Next year we upgrade the talent on the roster. Now we go to another level. So is that the second or third round? And then you know what? Then we say, wow, we right there. The year after that. Boom! I think the Knicks leap to the finals. I think they go to the finals because they're in a situation with all the organizations in a good place financially, cap wise, talent wise, free agent wise, all that stuff. They in the mix. You know what I mean? The Knicks are in the mix. You know what I mean? So if they play their cards right, just watch out for them boys in the next couple of years. I think the Knicks are going to be dangerous in the next couple of years if they play their cards right. You know what I mean? If they play their cards right. The Knicks will be New York is back, and that's the reason why we're saying that because we only are 2 players away from going deep in the playoffs. Just 2 players. No matter which way they find them, I don't know who it's going to be, how it's going to be, what they're going to be, but they need to find them 2 players to get us to the next level. And I here's another name everybody might be forgetting. Let's say if Dame them don't go and pass this round, CJ McCollum, because everybody talk about Dame Lillard. But what about they say, well, Dame Lillard might say, I want to stay with Portland. I want to stay here, retire here. Then you throw McCullough's contract out there. You know what I mean? Because he'll be coming up the book sooner or later. He got 1 or 2 years, and CJ McCullough was getting down before he had his injury this year. So, it's guys like that we may never think of that, the guys in Denver. It's gonna be interesting, Spree, because it's, like you said, unknown moves, where they coming from. And but the good thing about it, New York fans will be in the mix. But I just hope that we make sure that we continue to let Emmanuel quickly grow, let Obi grow. Let these guys grow and just get some talent that they can feel comfortable around, and it takes the pressure off them. And I think they do that. Like I like what Obi did in the playoffs this year. He showed me something this year in the playoffs.
Yes.
And even though it's a baby step, it didn't rattle him. The stage wasn't too big for Obi Toppin, and I'm glad to see that. You know what I mean? And so that means that we got a guy that we know we can rely on, and I think people just got to watch out for that young man. I think he's gonna be special. So we just need to get a couple of players around these guys, man. And but I do think the Alpha Payton, the Bullets or the Birds or the Noels, I'm not sure they're gonna be here. And maybe not, but I'm not sure. I wouldn't bet the farm on it BX that they'd be here.
Anything can happen. Interesting. Now that we all saw that Danny Ainge retired, front office of the Boston Celtics, and now we saw that Brad Stevens now becomes president of the team operation, and he's been there. He's been coaching this team. He's been in and out. I don't think the Knicks and the Celtics will do any moves with each other. But do you see Boston making any change and wanting the New York Knicks to get involved, engaging them to be like a third party on a three-way trade to try to move things around, because they have draft capital. They want to move things around. He seems, everyone says that team chemistry wise, there's something wrong with the Celtics. It's not fitting. It's not working. They need to do moves. Now that he's in charge and he now can buy the groceries and make the moves. What do you think that's another team that we keep an eye on, and it's an interesting player. And since the Knicks have a lot of money and asset and space, they want they're not necessarily want to send us any players, but they won't want us engage us in a three-team deal. What do you guys think on that?
I mean, with Boston, it's going to be interesting because I'll be honest with you. When I heard that news, I wasn't surprised that he wouldn't be the head coach anymore. I was just surprised he got elevated. I mean,
me too.
I was not expecting that. And look, I think Brad Stevens is a good coach, and we've seen this before in New York with Phil Jackson. Just because you're a good coach, that doesn't mean you're going to be a good executive. There's been countless examples of guys that can coach, doesn't mean that they should be buying the groceries. So that's going to be very interesting to see. But yeah, I could see the Knicks and the Celtics trying to do something. Guys, I like where we're at, because for the first time, these are our guys. And I agree with what Divine said. There's no guarantee some of these guys are coming back, but we'll make smart decisions. We got to make smart decisions. I think two things I'm looking at next year, and Tibbs is my guy. Do I think he had a bad series? Okay, if fans want to question some things, I get it. It's fair. It's a fair thing to ask on certain moves. I think it's fair. But I think overall, when you look at the job Tibbs did, he had a good year. I'll just say this. Minutes, to me, I think guys played a little bit. I understand we had to go for it with our roster. We had to play Julius Randle a ton of minutes. We had to play RJ Barrett a ton of minutes. But if we can really get more depth and more talent on this roster, I would like to see a little bit more management. Not saying to do load management like the NBA, but I do think we got to take care of our guys a little better so that they're fresh come playoff time. And I think also, while I think continuity is important with the rotation, I also think it's important that we experiment more and do more lineups in the regular season when we can, just to test out so that we know exactly what we can go to and when. I don't think we did that all year, and I understand that this year was kind of a unique year because given our roster situation and we try to win every game. But I think when we become really good and we get the talent, I think those are two things I'm looking at with Tibbs, where it's not I'm questioning him. And also I would say Tibbs offensively, I think we got to do a better job, movement off the ball, more not as much as I like playing through Randall. We saw in the playoffs, teams can shut down one guy. So we got to continue to evolve offensively. Tibbs is a defensive guy, but we got to do a better way late in games too on the final plays to be creative. And those are all things that I look at Tibbs. I think he will do those things. I'm hopeful. But to go back to your question, BX, with the Celtics, I hate Boston. I personally, if you ask me, I hate the Heat, I hate the Pacers, and I hate Boston. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to talk to them. They're going to give me good players. I'm going to pick up the phone. But we'll see. It's going to be interesting.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. Nick Man, real quick, Nick Man, I did hear that rumor about not a rumor, but he is going to decline that player option. I think that is going to be that's going to happen. I think he's looking for 100 million, maybe for a long more period of time that might close it out. So he did. Chris Paul, he is going to CP3 is going to do that. He's going to decline that option and see if he can get a longer deal. I guess to close his career. That's probably what I'm thinking that's going to happen. But then also I like it with Nick Man, that Marcus Smart. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh,
Now
he's always divine with Marcus Smart. I've always looked at him, and you probably have the same feeling I have. He plays like a Nick, like a 90s Nick.
Yeah, man. Yes, sir.
Right?
Yeah, he's exactly right. And I think his maturation this year, and him if Jaylen Brown wouldn't have got hurt and they would have lost a couple of pieces, I think they was going to be pretty locked in there, man. But Kemba, his injuries, and I'm not, but I just know like I can see the way what it could have been with them. But I like Marcus Smart in New York City though, because you know what, that cat would have slowed Trae Young down to a degree. Marcus Smart is a bull. He gets down. See, and to me, that was the Knicks' Achilles heel. Derrick Rose is older. And Peyton wasn't playing. You didn't have nobody who can go at him like that. Marcus Smart will, but Reggie Bullock had to be that guy. You know what I mean? Look what happened. You know what I mean? And Reggie Bullock good, but Reggie Bullock ain't no Marcus Smart though. You know what I mean? Marcus Smart can get down on the defense, and his 3-ball improved this year. So the Boston Celtics would trade him. I would not have no problem with Marcus Smart, R.J. Barrett, Kawhi Leonard, Julius Randle, and Mitchell Robinson. That defense will be stellar. Stellar, because Marcus Smart gonna cover up for with Randall. I think RJ and Randall take a step next year in their defense. But man, Kawhi Leonard and Marcus Smart locking down your backcourt, and you got Mitchell Robinson up at the front. You not Knicks. That you think we had a defense team this year? This probably be like a 93, giving a 93-point type team with that talent down there. So I do like him because he is a lockdown dude. Yes, indeed, Nick, man, good one on that one. I like Marcus Smart. I just think that his maturation has been phenomenal, and I think that he epitomizes what Tom Thibodeau would like to have on his team. So you never know. That's another trade that could be out there, and it's gonna be interesting, man. We're gonna be locked in all summer long, man. But you know what? We grinded out 41-31, fourth in the Eastern Conference, first round playoff. We got there, man. We might have took the extra, but we got there. I'm proud of the Knicks this year, man. I'm so thrilled the way the Knicks played basketball this year. They gave me one of the best years I had in a long time watching Knicks basketball. I can't be more happier than that. Them cats came and put on their hats every night, and they came and grinded it out. 41 wins, 20 over last year. They 9-game winning streak. Young guys getting better. RJ Barrett went from 14 to 17 points a game. Three-point percentage went up to another level. Foul shooting went up to another level. I just love the maturation of his game. I love what Julius Randle did. He went from 20-10 last year, 19-10, whatever, to 24, 10, 5 to 6, most improved player. I mean, I'm just psyched. I'm really happy about it, man. I was disappointed that Frank and Knox and them didn't get to that next level. You know what I mean? I wish I would have seen. I was hoping that they had a chance to bounce back and get there. They just didn't have it, or they wasn't fitting what Tom Thibodeau needed from them. Because, like I said, that's why I try to tell people, if the Knicks wasn't going to 40, 30, 31 and going for the playoffs, they would have been playing. And I think people need to understand something. The Knicks are going to go for it. Because if they wouldn't going for it, them cats would have played this year. They wouldn't have did all that stuff they did this year, but they believe they got something down there. And I just think that they're going to go make sure they maintain their young talent, keep developing them. But you best believe the Knicks going shopping this summer. I just don't see them not bringing in more talent. So we gotta be conscious of that. Let's hope they do it the right way. But I know they're going to bring some talent up in here. And I think you put that with what we have now, the Knicks going to be a problem next year. I believe that. I just think we just took that first baby step. And I'm glad we took it. And I'm glad I'm glad it happened the way it happened. Because now they're going to come back like, man, more hungry, more determined. Now they got a feel of it. They know what a feel is. And I think they're going to win it next year. So let's hope we get that good free agent, whatever position may be. We like the wing and the point guard. But whoever they bring in here, 1, 2, or 3 pieces, just make sure they gel with what we have. Make sure they understand that this is the way they play Knicks basketball. This is the way we get down on here, and you blend in with that. You be a part of that, because now you got to bring in the guy. If he's going to be the dog, he's going to be the alpha over Julius Randle. Is Julius Randle going to have a problem with that? I was the man this year. Are they going to bring in the guy to compliment him? Or are they going to bring in somebody who, like, you know what? Now Julius Randle, the ball goes through me. You know what I mean? I'm that dog now. So we got to see how that's going to play out. You know, if you bring in a Kawhi Leonard or you bring in a somebody above Julius Randle's pay grade, he got to be able to say, okay, you know what? That's the dog. That's the man right there. You know what I mean? So, you know, we'll see how that pan out. But I'm excited to wait for the journey, though. I'm excited for this summer, man. So we be on Knicks Weekly, man, once a week or maybe twice on Friday nights. Y'all catch the Knicks Weekly Real Talk late night, man. We're going to get into all that. Keep the season going. We're going to get into the summer league, you know, free agency, the draft, lottery, and everything, man. And just still want to talk about the season overall. You know what I mean? You know, we'll be on to keep the 365 thing going all year round. And like I say, y'all catch us out there, man. And y'all catch Nick's BX Jedi Sports Talk. You know, y'all make sure y'all chime in and subscribe, hit that show, like that show. Go ahead and listen to the content that's out there, man. He talking baseball, basketball, football, hockey, soccer, whatever. We in it. You know, we in there. So make sure y'all support that, man. To keep the summertime going, Nick's Real Talk will be on 24, 365, but not every night, but I'm in all year round. So we're going to get it. We're going to come back next season with bigger, better, stronger. We're gonna create more stuff. We're gonna do more things. We got the phone line popping off. We're gonna have everything going. So this was the start of them. This was the maturation for us. We like Emmanuel Quickly and Obi Toppin. This was our first year in the game. You know, trying to bring y'all this Nick content. But you best believe we're gonna get this thing where it's gonna be suitable. We'll come in and you're gonna enjoy it. You know, we're gonna participate like we always do, but we're gonna be more wise. We're gonna be more educated. We're gonna have more content to drop. We're gonna be participating. You know, and it's gonna be the same old Nick's Real Talk, just on another level, man. So y'all look forward to that. Y'all hit the like and subscribe button. Support the channel. This from the fan for the fan. That's why we got Spree up in the building tonight. We had CT up in the building tonight. Man. We got the chat. Y'all already know where it's at. They always up in here. And for the love of the game, everybody, man. But that chat is where it's at, man. Thank y'all so much. Everybody in there, man. Because them the cats that make it happen for me. The reason why I do Knicks Real Talk because of them cats up in there. You know, they wise, intelligent people like to bring us their content. Give us their topics and everything, man. So, you know, like I said, man, salute to the chat, man. That's for real. But yeah, man, we got a little sabbatical for like maybe 3 months, 4 months, I guess. Then we know training camp starts back up, and we get back at it. It goes fast, man. You know, so you know, but what a great season, man. To be a Knicks fan for sure. I mean, I think they blessed us real well. They gave us some excitement. They gave us some joy. And, you know, they made us happy to be Knicks fans again. You know, and that's real talk right there. You know, so we excited, man. We back. Knicks is back. We just gonna look for bigger and better things going in the next season. But it's gonna be interesting, BX. So it's gonna be crazy this summer.
Yeah, to go back to your point with you were saying Spree with Thibodeau this season. I wonder what point of the season did he decide he's just going to go for it and just play his the starters? Because to my knowledge, I thought he was coming in here to develop this team. To develop what I mean develop the roster, mold them. He actually got into playoff mode immediately, like with the rotation, and I think that kind of bit him this year. Not when not having a Knox ready, not having Nikita ready to go, the guys off the bench. That's another critical point with the Knicks. Where are we? Are we still at the course of developing and building the right way quickly, or we're going to go for it and put our chips in? That's another with Thibodeau. What was he brought in here to develop and bring him like a la Kenny Atkins, or he just came here to win? Because that's that's a little bit of a mixed signal we got this season with it. I appreciate it, and I'm thankful for the season he gave us. And it was fun, it was joyful. But that's the only thing that leaves me more thinking about it in fruition was, like you said, what happened? What is it? Is it now? We're getting all these draft picks. We have four this upcoming draft in here. Right. What are the odds that we're going to actually draft them, and are they just going to be here taking up roster spots? If Thibodeau is going to not make an adjustment or change or play them or develop them or bring them in there, or if it's going to be a real slow process of developing them and situational XYZ, that's a real critical point in Thibodeau's coaching philosophy and style and the way the front office view. So if we see that they bring in the CP3 here, that means they're going for it again. Now, what's going to happen 4 years from now? We're going to be back in the same situation. I mean, I like the way we were building and the way we're building through the draft. Slow process with it, go with it. You could sprinkle in all that good stuff. They're right. Really, they're really putting all their eggs in that Mendoza basket if they go with CP3. They got to see something because I think we need to still get younger. We need to go continue young and attack, get a young point guard. Enough with the 35-year-old, enough veterans. You could bring them in here on a 1-year deal if they're going to come for 1 year and mold. If you're going to draft a point guard and you want him for the future, then I can see that route. But man, that's a little bit worrisome coming this off season. I don't want to. It could be PTSD. Seeing them doing that in the past, but it's just a wait to see process. It's exciting, but also a little bit concerning at the same time with going forward. What do you guys think?
Well, I'll just say this. I think you're right. I mean, you made some very good points. I'll just say this with the development, because I had a lot of conversation with Knicks fans all year. Like, why isn't Knox playing? Why isn't Frank playing? Is it about development? Is it about winning? I mean, my whole thing is this. Ultimately, he's the coach, so I get it. If you're on the roster, he's responsible for you. But I don't really use it against Tibbs because Knox and Frank were not his guys.
Correct.
He was given those guys. Yeah, you got to make it work as the coach. Bottom line is, I'm not saying Tibbs picked Emmanuel Quickly and Toppin because that's a front office thing, but he definitely had some say in those picks. So there was, to me, more emphasis on developing those two guys. And I'm not saying I'm sure he gave, and to be fair, Knox got some opportunities throughout the year. It's not like he didn't play at all. Frank got some opportunities. But yeah, it's tough. You got to strike that balance, but because I think development and winning go hand in hand. You want to win, but you also want to develop at the same time. My whole thing, though, with minutes is, I'm all for I don't like load management. I hate that about the NBA, but the bottom line is the ultimate goal is to be as fresh as possible for the playoffs. The ultimate goal is to be ready and healthy. And I'm not making the excuse that the reason we lost to the Hawks is because we weren't healthy or we played too many minutes. But what I will say is Julius Randle and RJ Blair played more minutes than anybody in the entire NBA. Okay? And I don't want to wear these guys down. So I think if we can do a better job with the roster, which is the front office's job, Tibbs may not have to feel like he has to continuously play both of those guys crazy minutes. And I think they won't wear down. And I'll say this, I'm so excited about Obi Divine, to your point. You're very excited what you saw in the playoffs, and you should be, but so many Knicks fans, which is why, look, I love our fan base. I get crazy too, so I'm guilty of this too, but we get 2 down after one bad game. We get 2 down after a couple bad games. When Obi Toppin was struggling early in the year, do you know how – I know you guys know this. I'm just trying to explain. It's hard, man, when you're playing behind a Julius Randle and get sparing minutes as a young player. He didn't know the NBA. But you could tell, you saw signs and flashes that this guy's going to be a good player. You just got to give it time. Nobody gets there from day one. It's very rare. So I like where Obi's at. I think he's got the right mentality. He brings good energy on the court. I think quickly he clearly has the shot, the range for today's NBA, and he's got the right mentality. He's got stuff to work on. There's no doubt Quickly's got to get better defensively and finishing at the rim. He knows what he needs to work on. But to me, Tibbs has got to improve. We all have to improve in certain areas. Julius Randle's got to improve in certain areas. Nobody's a finished product. But as long as we pull the same rope together and have the right mentality, we'll be okay.
Yeah, I agree. Hey, you remember at the beginning of the season, guys? Remember at the beginning of the season when we signed Coach Tibbs, he did not know none of them players. All he know he's taking a Nick job as a head coach. None of them players he knew none of them. Other than from playing basketball around the league, I'm saying he never coached none of them that I can remember until he brought in Derrick Rose and Todd Gibson. Maybe I might be missing another player in there. I'm not sure, but so he had a whole new roster to work with himself. You know what I mean? He never coached these guys. He didn't know their weaknesses. He didn't know their strength. He had to do all that through film study. Soon the Knicks hired Tom Thibodeau. Now I gotta, he even said himself in I don't know these guys. I gotta get familiar with the guys. He might didn't understand Julius Randle. He might didn't understand Kevin Knox and them till he got to know them and coach them. You know what I mean? So and I think that we gotta keep that in mind that Brad Stevens had his boys for years. A lot of these coaches had their teams for 2 or 3 seasons. Tom Thibodeau just got these dudes, just got them straight out the oven. And took him to 41 wins. You got to give that man his props. You cannot tell me this cat did not know none of these dudes. $5 million contract, 1 year, raw talent. You know what I mean? He didn't know them cats, but you know what he did? He took the best of what he had and he turned it into the 4th in the Eastern Conference. You give Thibodeau the players he want. Oh, it's going to be on the popping. See, because he needs the players that fits his game. You know what I mean? And that and at the same time, Tom Thibodeau got to be able to adjust to their game as well. I'm saying, but his style of play, he has to. He need the players that he wants for football. A guy that coming in the first year didn't know none of these guys and did what he did for them guys. Confidence. Look at RJ's confidence. Look at Randall's confidence. Look at all these guys' confidence because of that man. Imagine what he's gonna do when he get a couple of more players that he know that they already confident. Basically, he know all they want to do is go out there and get it done on the court. I think the Knicks gonna be a problem next year if Tom now with Tom Thibodeau knowing they know what he like now. Obi Toppin know who Tom Thibodeau is. He know what he expect. He know what he want. Emmanuel quickly they know what that man demand. All them guys know now. So going into next year, it's gonna be even smoother selling this because they know now. So they're not coming into the off season like, damn, I never worked with this guy. I hear this about him. I hear all this stuff, negative stuff about him in the press. Now they're gonna say, you know what? That ain't who he is. We know who he is. He demand accountability. He wants us to work hard. He wants to put it all on the court. Now they know that going into next year. A couple of more pieces. I think we should be good. CT. I think Phibbs is the right guy to me, man. I had no question about that when they hired him. And like I said, for all those people, think about before Tibbs who we had: Fizdale, Miller, Derek Fisher, Jeff Hornacek. You bring in the creme de la creme. If you're not happy with that, then I don't know what to tell you. Basically, man, that's crazy. That guy is really special. Man. So we'll see. We'll see. CT. I think Tom Thibodeau gonna have his boys next year, and I think he's gonna put some work in. I believe that.
Yeah, for real. This year was a stepping stone, and it was a showcase to prospective, free agents, the league in general about where we are as a franchise. And Tibbs played a big part in getting us to where we are and in our reputation, our image now. Yes, we flamed out in the playoffs. I think the fans are hurting and players are hurting more than anything, but I don't think our image take any hit. Our image and our stock has gone up this season, and Thibodeau is a big part of that. Stability. Yes, the jury's still out in terms of making adjustments in the playoffs and all that, but the bottom line is talent will get you further. And now that our image has gone up around the league, and we're about to make some big signings and maximize where we're at this season, next playoffs, we're going to be playing with more weapons, basically. So it's all about this step one. Stability, front office and coach on the same page. I'm down with it. New York Knicks brands up. I'm looking for us to be top 4 seed again, even higher maybe. Players got experience. We didn't even have our full strength team in the playoffs. Mitchell, Vildoza, the sky's the limit. It's this thing's only going up. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
We ain't going backwards from here. We're only going up. We got We've got image going up. We've got assets to play with. We've got draft picks. We've got cash. We've got cachet. I mean, we've got MSG. I mean, man, this thing's built for long term, and I feel different now. I didn't feel this way in 2012, 2013. That was a fun year, and I love those vets, and they went hard. But I knew it was a short-term window. It was super short-term window, and this thing we're building with foundational pieces. We finished 4th seed with rookies, with second-year players. I mean, we didn't have this kind of depth and assets in tow back in 2012. We were depleted of assets. We had to pull Marcus Camby and Rasheed Wallace out of retirement just to get us where we were. That was scraping bottom of the barrel. Now we're healthy. We're cashed up. And no one wants to doubt us now. So with that, man, any Nick fan, I urge you to be optimistic. This season was the first step. I liken it to a baseball game. We just passed the first inning, and Atlanta won this battle, but the war's still going on. I look at Atlanta's team. I'm not throwing no shade. They were better than us this year, but I look at their roster: Trae Young, Clint Capella, DeAndre Hunter. They can hardly get any better from where they are. In terms of stars wanting to choose Atlanta, and them having to soon max out John Collins, having to make decisions on Hunter and Herter. Trae Young going to get the max. What do they do with Clint Capella? They already don't have the salary cap we have. So I see Atlanta. How can they really get better? They'll only go as far as Trae Young and Capella can take them. Whereas us, we ain't even scratching the surface yet. We're not even 30% of where we can go. So, like I said, any fan that's down, man, Atlanta were better than us this year. Next year's going to be a whole different story. They can only go as far as the players they currently have take them. They don't have the maneuverability we have. And, we're only going to get better and better. We're ahead of Miami right now. We're ahead of Boston. We're ahead of Charlotte. We're ahead of Indiana. We're ahead of Toronto. It's top 4 seed.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree. I think we on to something, guys. I think BX, I just think that, you know what? If they play their cards right, the New York Knicks franchise will be in good shape for a long time. If they don't get overzealous and start just doing it to be doing it. If they stick to the game plan that they got, they put Scott Perry. Let me put this out there. Scott Perry put the Knicks in this situation in 2018. Let me tell you, don't understand where the Knicks are at. Scott Perry put the Knicks in a situation where we got $60 million, 7 out of the 7 first-round picks of the next 4 years. He drafted Mitchell Robinson. He drafted RJ. He traded for Randall. Scott Perry I know everybody's going to talk about Worldwide West and Leon Rose. Y'all cannot leave out what Scott Perry did for the New York Knicks. You can't. He traded Carmelo Anthony and them. We still got Mitchell Robinson, 2nd round pick, and got rid of the cap space and got a 36 pick and selected Mitchell Robinson. So we had a good year, but that's the reason why they brought Scott Perry back. It ain't only Leon Rose and Worldwide West. You got to throw Scott Perry name up in there. He the one got us here. He came here in 2018 and cleaned this crap up. He cleaned it up. Now we sitting there, 7 picks, good money, good young talent. We able to go out there with flexibility and go get who we think we can get. I just think that we just got to give props to the front office. When you get a front office prop, you got to throw Scott Perry name up in there. I think y'all doing a disservice if you don't, because everybody talked about him getting rid of Porzingis. Look what Porzingis doing for $150 million. We good. We still got his money. We still got his money sitting on the books with Derrick Rose and 2 first-round draft picks. Put some respect on Scott Perry names. Trust me. But because I think he was the reason why we at where we at right now. I think that's Scott Perry name all over that. He brought the culture here. He brought all that here. He changed the whole game. He's like, after the Phil Jackson debacle, I'm gonna clean it up. I'm gonna break it down. I'm gonna get rid of all these high price free agents who are always getting hurt. I get it, but this is a business. He started bringing that culture back here, and I think you got to tip his hat to him and the organization. Now bringing World West Arm with his connections, Leon Rose with his connections, Tom Thibodeau and all the and Kenny Payne and Johnny Bryant. I just think the Knicks is on the rise, man. The Knicks is back. I just think it's just a matter of time when we go into free agency. Excuse me, G Money. I forgot you, my brother. I'm sorry. You see me. I'm in deep thought here, so my bad.
Salute.
Just to know that that what Scott Perry did for us is great, man. So we got to take the season as a blessing. 41-31. And we accomplished something. Let's take steps. There's different levels to it. We lost in the first round, so be it. That's cool. Now we learn. They've been there. They know what it is to go in there. So next year, don't come in here half stepping. You got to bring your A game all day long. And I think Julius Randle, RJ, Obi, quickly, all these guys learned from this. Now I'm happy with that because that's how you got to learn. You learn by getting in the fire. You know what I mean? So you know not to get burnt by it. When you get in there. You better learn how to not get burnt by it. They got thrown in the fire. Now they got to learn not how to not get burnt by the fire and go ahead and get this thing, man. But I do believe that the Knicks is back. I think we're going to rise as an organization, as a team. And what a great season. It was just been a great season for us, Knicks fans. BX. Great season, bro.
Right. It was an amazing season.
Hey, gentlemen, I'm going to bounce. I got to bounce, but I'll just say this.
Okay, bro.
Divine, BX, G Money.
Yes,
it's gonna be a fun off season. Just enjoy it, boys.
It will be. Yes, sir.
To you guys.
Yes, sir.
All love.
Yeah. Pop in and out.
All right,
Don't be a
Speed.
stranger, my man.
Later.
Salute. I know we're talking about the Knicks, but that Nuggets Blazers game was stupendous. And I want to say I'll make this quick rant. I'm sorry, Divine. I'm gonna make this quick rant about Portland. The Blazers are the dumbest team in the NBA. All right, this team has no offense. This team doesn't defend. They don't run plays. They don't move the ball, and they take hero ball shots. Where was Dame Time at in the second half? Where was he? 1 for 9 in the second half. Oh, but he's tired. Shut up. Be quiet about that. Jokic was tired and doing everything he can, playing with Austin Rivers and Eric Gordon and not great shooters like that. Michael Porter disappeared in the second half, and he got it done. You see, this is the reason why I keep telling people Portland won't. This is why I told you, Divine, Portland was not a championship-level team. They don't move the ball. They hog the ball. They don't defend. Damon CJ take hero ball shots and don't make teammates better. Look at the Joker. He's playing almost 40 minutes with less help because he didn't have Murray. He didn't have Barton. He didn't have PJ Dozier. Michael Porter struggled in the whole second half, and he still got it done when he was in foul trouble, man. That's what I keep saying. Yeah, Damon's tired, but so is everybody else on the court, though. When you're a superstar, you got to get it done. Where was CJ in the second half? Where was Melo in the second half? Hero ball shots. I'm sorry for the rant, but I just want to say it off my chest.
You got it off, my brother, for sure. No question about that. Yeah, but I understand Portland. It is what it is. They out. Hey, what can you do? Just like our Knicks.
They're the trail blunders.
That's
what Portland trail blunders. That's what they are.
Yep. But yeah, man. But real quick, man. Salute to everybody out there in the chat, man. The chat, y'all already know what it is, man. Absolutely. Thank you, brother. There. Salute Allah wisely. See my brother. Peace to the God. Peace. Sleep, Baba Boy, Nick, man. Will Slugging up in the money. David Jackson. Y'all already know what it is. You already know. Salute to the chat, everybody. But Knicks Real Talk, the night show. It is an exit meeting edition, man. We here, man. Me, Bronx at our 7-6. We got G Money in the building. Salute to Spree for popping in. CT, salute to you, my brother. And yeah, man. We know the season's over, man. Getting ready to get on this journey for the get ready to start the next season. The 2021 season should be a buzz. I think it's gonna be crazy all year long. And y'all can find us, man. In New York Knicks Real Talk Weekly. Bronx Jedi Sports Talk 7-6. We'll be here all summer long, man. You catch a show on Friday night, fellas. You're doing that on a Friday. I know you want to get out there and have fun, but if you ain't got nothing to do, we'll be on, man. And we'll talk Knicks that night or whatever the case may be. Anything related to the season, we're gonna get into all that, man. So just look for it. Knicks Real Talk the Night Show Weekly. We'll get it popping, man. Y'all chime in and do your thing, man. Y'all hit them likes and subscribe, man. I'm trying to reach a certain limit by tomorrow night. So y'all hit them subscribe buttons, man. Get me there. Get me to that level where I want to be. I'm looking for a few more, man, to get me there. So y'all hit that like and subscribe. And thanks for chiming in on the show. Me and Bronx Jedi 7-6. You know what I mean? We know it is how we get down all. We appreciate you guys, man. But yeah, it's gonna be exciting all season, BX. We're gonna be all up in here, man. You cats, throw us up in here. Let me know what you're thinking, and we're gonna get it popping up in here, man. So salute. I'm gonna bring CT back here real quick, guys. Let me plug the show right quick, man. I'll be right back. Next Real Talk, the night show, Divine Bronx Jedi 76 in the building, man. We're gonna get back to this here. Let me go plug the show right quick, and then you know how we do, man. We'll be right back. CT in the building. We return.
We're back.
Yes, sir.
So, do you guys think the Lakers going home tonight?
Game 7. The NBA's gonna help the Lakers tonight. Game 7. Watch and see.
What's the scores today? I was gonna ask.
I have it. Suns up 5-2.
I just started. Yep.
Just started. The failed Blazers choked, and the Suns are trying to send the Lakers packing, trying to rise and shine.
Is 3 close plays tonight?
So Blazers is out.
Yep.
It's 3 close.
Dame went 1 for 9 in the second half. CJ disappeared in the second half. Melo disappeared in the second half. Nurkic made some mistakes. Terry Stotts doesn't know how to run a dang basketball team. It doesn't know how to run an offense. And the Joker, who was breathing heavily, also with less help, got it done. Because Michael Porter, after that 24 in the first half, only had 2 in the second half and still got it done. And also Austin Rivers, who was playing 40 minutes himself, people forget about that. He hit a clutch 3 to get the Nuggets a 9-point lead. This is why I don't want to ever hear about Dame time. This is the reason. If Damian Lillard is just such a clutch player, he would have been this dang team. If Harden lost this series, if Paul George lost this series, or Kawhi Leonard lost this series, we'll be killing these guys, man. But when Dame loses this series, we have to give him in the pass. Norman Powell was playing his butt off. CJ was bad in the second half, but he tried. Dame went 1 for 9 in the second half, and Terry Stotts has no system. It's always isoball, 1-on-1. Dribble, dribble, dribble. Lack of spacing. Lack of defense. Come on, the Joker is tired. 36 minutes playing his butt off with less help. He didn't have Murray. He didn't have Barton. He didn't have PJ Dozier. Going to Denver, down 14 in the third quarter. Paul Millsap sticking up the joint and winning that game. And also Aaron Gordon hit a clutch 3 at the right corner to send the Blazers packing for the summer. And y'all telling me that Damian Lillard is the answer for the Knicks to succeed? Dame can score the ball and he can shoot, but he does not defend and doesn't move the ball consistently. And every time he's in the fourth quarter, he takes too many long threes. CJ too takes hero ball shots. That's all I'm saying. I'm sorry for ranting, but these are just the facts, though. No, these are just the facts. The Joker makes his team better. That is why you could argue he's the MVP on this team. And also Michael Porter was fantastic in that first quarter, having 22, hitting 3 after 3, bang at the bang out there. That's what I'm saying. If Dame time is so real, he would have gone into a game 7 and maybe have won the damn series. If Harden lost this series, if Kawhi had lost this series, George had lost this series, Westbrook lost this series, we'll be killing them. But when Dame loses this series, he gets an excuse. I'm tired of the excuses, man. You can kill me.
All right. Hey, G-Money. We got you, my brother. G-Money. We got you, my brother. We got you.
Sorry.
We got you.
Sorry.
Let the fire continue. We got you, though. Let the fire continue. I just like we got to move on and get back to the Knicks stuff. But good segment, G-Money, way to bring that fire. Keep bringing it. Let us get back to the reality a little bit, but good way to bring that fire, though. Keep that passion and keep that same passion when the Knicks is popping it off. That's what we need up in here. Knicks Real Talk, man. The night show, Divine Bronx Jedi 76 CT. We got G Money in the building, bringing the flame and the fire. That's what we love about it, man, because it's fan participation and he's getting down with it. Salute to you, G Money, but and it's all good. But listen to me, guys. We got a lot. We got time to marinate on the off season. You know what I mean? We got a lot of time to sit back and marinate what the Knicks going to do and where we're going to be at as an organization. So y'all, like I said, man, y'all keep checking out the notifications, man, and I'll be on Knicks Weekly every Friday, just bringing y'all the content, and we're gonna get it popping. But I'm excited, man. I'm excited about the journey we took this year. What a beautiful season it was. Like I said, we played hard, man. We came out the gate, kept getting elevating ourselves each and every game, getting better every day. I love what Tom Thibodeau put down there and the culture that he's established for the New York Knicks. He brought respectability back to this place, man. He brought respectability for sure, and he also brought accountability. He brought love, love for basketball. You know what I mean? He brought attention to detail and all that good stuff, man. You know what I mean? So we got to salute that CT. He really brought back that. But let me ask you a question, man. CT, to give me two players. If you had to pick two players to be on the Knicks this year, who would you want on the Knicks? If you had to make our situation much better than it is now, the next step, rather, what two players in your mind, if you had to just give me two, that you think can make a difference in what we have there and the way it's constructed?
Into the next season or on this season past? Can you hear me?
I'll be right back, guys.
I hear you now.
You got me?
Okay, bro.
Yeah. So into the next season or in the season just past?
The next season.
Next season.
The season coming up.
So, yeah. So I'm looking at the Claw, Kawhi Leonard, and then I'd go with Miles Turner at the 5.
Okay, I can see that both ways, but absolutely, because that means you probably move on from one of the centers we got. And Miles Turner is a shot blocking machine like all other, but he can stretch the floor a little bit too. He got a good knockdown three. He's pretty good from there. Great defensive player. He's a good shot blocker. So he definitely. And then you add him in the Claw to that. That's a tough defense. That's a pretty tough defense right there. You know what I mean? And then you find that that one. What you think, BX?
I kind of, you know what, CT, I'm gonna piggyback. I kind of like that. If I could get Turner and Brogdon to play point and center, and I don't get a Kawhi Leonard, that's okay, and I'll plug in. We'll lose Mitchell Robinson, of course. If you give me that small forward, bring in, if as a free agent, dare I say maybe a Kawhi Leonard. I don't think if he doesn't come in here. I'm trying to think of who can I put as a 3 and D to bring in here on the free agent wise. Damn, you really caught me there. You really got me thinking there with that, because I think because they want to shed money, they want to trade, they want to change that whole dynamic of the Indiana Pacers. I think they're gonna have a fire sale if you think about it. But you give me those two guys. I don't think you can make that's like taking the whole roster away from the Indiana Pacers. You give me the Sabonis and Turner and Brogdon, man, that's a nice, give me whatever it takes, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Let's be, now those three guys, you could put him in the small forward. You got your center, and you have you have your point guard. Man, that's a nice pick on that. But I don't know. I like the way if we only go free agency wise, because trades, who knows what could happen or what could you trade and all that. To your point, Divine, I'm gonna go with two guys as Leonard and which I don't, and Ball will be my guy. But if they don't want to go Ball, like I said, I don't mind getting Spencer Dinwiddie in here. Those two going forward, that will bring what they need, and that will I think or Devontae Graham, he's fast, he can move around. And the only thing, my concern is that point guard position. That point guard position, other than Mendoza coming in, and maybe we bring up someone that could keep up with these speedy point guards. That's what's killing me. The league is transitioning to that, and we have to get into the modern NBA of playing basketball. We saw that's why one of the reasons why we lost is that the Hawks have a modern day NBA style offense. We don't. We rely, it's defense first to score, which is good, but we have to see that we have to get with the times. We need to get shooters, and shooters that could create those shots, because when you get shooters that can't, it becomes stagnant. So let's see what with that going forward. I think those are my two guys. So the line.
Yeah. That's a good one. Yeah. For me, it's wow, that's a tough one. Obviously, Kawhi for me, you already know how I feel about that. I think that's that guy we need to get us to the next level from just a experience standpoint, star standpoint, top 5-7 player in the league. At the wing position at the 3, he's definitely one of the ones I would take. The other one, I don't want to put a caveat, but for me, it all depends what Veldoza do. That my second pick is going. What I want to do is it fringes off what he's going to do when Derrick Rose coming back. So, but if it's somebody who's out there on the free agent market, just from had a, I like Lonzo. I think if I like Lonzo if Derrick Rose is there, but I don't know if he's I'm not. I haven't watched Lonzo's game too much to know if he's a defense player, if he's a Tibbs type of player. Can he handle the pressure? I don't know. I haven't seen enough to even make that that thought about. But farther the free agent market, I like Miles Turner if you're not going to bring Mitch back. So I agree with CT on that one. If you're not going to bring Mitch back and you got Miles Turner and the claw, I'm good. I'm good. You know what I mean? I think that'd be a good front line with Miles Turner, Julius Randle, and Kawhi Leonard. I think that's a nice front line. I really do.
Yeah,
And,
I just think
you have RJ.
Keep rocking.
Yeah, that's it.
Keep rocking. Yeah, the Miles Turner thing. It's not so much that I don't like Mitch and his defense. I just think we haven't had a center with an offensive game or can stretch the floor for a long time, and I just think that's invaluable given what we've seen in the playoffs with RJ and Randall. Having a 5 that can pull the center out is just going to open things up unbelievably.
Absolutely.
Not to mention Miles Turner, one of the best shot blockers in the game right now as well. On top of that, that'd be invaluable. And I think we could have held on to Luke Cornett as well. He's someone I was looking at this series. I was just thinking, man, the Knicks could have done with him because we were out of options with Noel and Taj, and Luke Cornett can hold down the paint, block some shots, and he could pull Capella out the paint and hit the corner threes. And we just let him go for nothing,
Yeah. I saw in Kelly Oubre for a 1-year deal. That's a good name to bring in for small forward 3-and-D over Bullock. I think if you could get him at the right deal, if you could get him on that 1-year deal, 2-year deal, a prove-it deal, that's another one that could be really good because he's 6'7", small forward. I think he's just about Bullock type, right, Divine, or maybe an inch taller than Bullock.
Who's that?
Kelly Oubre.
Oubre probably. I love Oubre. He's a little younger, but I like his game though. He'd be nice here, man, for sure.
Taller than Bullock, or
yes, he is. I think he got ready. I think he's linky. He looks like he's about 6'8". You know what I mean? I think he's coming around 6'7", 6'8". I think. Believe it or not.
Yeah, he's 6'7". According to NBA, I was looking at him earlier when I was looking at players, and I said, that's another interesting name to bring in here for. But like I said, what is he looking for? Is he looking for what kind of deal he's looking for? Is he willing to come back to the East Coast? He played in Washington for a while. Is he willing to come back to the East Coast and play here? What does he see the future in Golden State, knowing that those courses might come back, might not come back? They know, he knows more than us. If he's willing to depart from Golden State to come to New York, that's pair him with Julius Randle. That's a consolation prize that you could see, in case nothing works with Kawhi Leonard or DeMar DeRozan if they don't go for either or. Yeah, so I that's an interesting name there. Like you said with Cornette, I think he's going to be a free agent as well again. Kelly Olynyk is another name that's going to
Yeah.
be a free agent. He's going to
Yep,
be there, but I think
absolutely.
Olynyk is going to get pulled by that Boston Celtics. I think Boston's going to pull him as much as possible, bring him back there. He's comfortable. He just some guys that they just feel comfortable. You associate them with that team. As soon as. So I don't know if Olynyk, you see Olynyk go back to Boston. It'll be a nice stretch for to bring in, a couple minutes off the bench. It won't hurt. Does another one. And I think I seen Anthony Davis got hurt again in that.
Yep, I'll tell you who I like if the price is right. Believe it or not, Queen Court. Yep. He said, "Can we bring back Morris back?" She said, "Laugh aloud." But I'm gonna tell you a play I like. If he didn't demand a lot, even if you gave him a 1-year deal, the right money to play the stretch five, I'll bring Larry Markin in. I love to see Larry Markin, Obi, Larry Markin at the stretch five for New York Knicks. Because the cat guy, I like his game because he can shoot the tray, but he also his defense is a little. I mean, hopefully he got to work on that, obviously. But Larry Markin, when he go to the hole, he go with vengeance too. I mean, the cat ain't scared to put it in your face. He got the stretch five game. I think him and Obi Toppin at that 4 or 5. And then if you did bring in somebody like Oubre, or you brought in say if you brought in Kawhi, then you kept Reggie Bullock. I have no problem with Larry Market and Obi and Bullock because of Bullock D quickly, and then you have, I guess it's going to be Derrick Rose hypothetically. So I do like that. I do like that Larry Marketing thing, man. I just think that cat got something to prove on his contract. He, the think about it, the Chicago Bulls the last 4 years, the Jim Boat, the coaches they had, he was in the wrong system too, and I think that what they were going through, what the Knicks were going through with them coaches, you know what I mean? Hoy Berg, then you go through from him to Jim Balin, whatever name, Boylan, they didn't like him. I forgot who was Jim Boylan replaced, but they've been going through their things. He just never been in a stable situation. He was almost like Frank. They get drafted by organization, and the coaching staffs were just chaotic. You know what I mean? So, but I like Larry Markin as a stretch five. I know he's a restricted free agent, or I'm not sure he must be restricted, whatever. But I don't know what he's going to demand. But if you get him a 1 or 2 year deal, or 2 year deal with a team option, I have no problem with giving him that money. You know what I mean? He's a talented young man, and I just think that a stretch five like that, backing up whether it's Mitchell Robinson or Miles Turner, that would be crazy. You know what I mean? I definitely could see that. But my 2 is definitely going to be Kawhi Leonard right now, and like I said, depending on what they do with the point guard that's out there free. I do the Kyle Lowry. I think Kyle Lowry. One thing I like about the Kyle Lowry and Kawhi Leonard, they both play on that championship team for Toronto. They know each other. They dogs. You know what I mean? You're not giving Kyle Lowry a 4-year deal. You give him a 2-year deal, and think about it. Once a 2-year deal is up, you get that money to RJ. You know what I mean? So you got to keep the flexibility in the organization too. You know what I mean? So say Kyle Lowry given for 2 years. If it don't work out with the run for the championship, then his contract expires. And then we still in position to go and start over and say, okay, RJ earned his next contract. We got that money sitting right there buried. So but I like Kawhi and Kyle Lowry if we're gonna want to go to another level. If we just looking just to improve, then you don't need them. If you're looking to go to another level, then I think you could bring 2 of them guys in from that standpoint and see what we could do.
Yeah, do you think that we've heard that also personnel decisions, Tom Thibodeau is having a good say in it with with the respect relationship that him and Leon have. I think any long-term moves, players being brought in, Leon would definitely talk to Tibbs about it, consult his ideas, his philosophies, rather than just getting any player willy-nilly,
Right.
I think they're collaborating on those decisions on player personnel, player movement, bringing in who they're going to bring in, who they're targeting, because it showed. You know why I think they're collaborating, and it shows is because Derrick Rose came back here, and of course Thibodeau had to do with it, and the front office collaborated, and they brought him in. They agreed. They talked about it. They made the move. They pulled the trigger, and they brought him in here. They also asked. I guess in the trading deadline when they didn't make any moves, I think it had to be shown that they all collaborated, because I'm pretty sure Thibodeau wanted to bring someone in here, And the front office said, we're not going to want to make moves. We want to hold ourselves. And they collaborated. They made a decision to hold into it, continue with what the guns that they had. Thibodeau said I could make it work, and they all came to a decision, and they respected, and they collaborated, and they showed. So right now, the coach, the general manager, the team president, and the advisors, they're all on the same page, on the same book. So which is a good thing going forward to build this team, to build this roster, to build the organization. They're on right now. Everyone's on the same page. So as long as everyone continues to be on that same page, and there isn't any resistance or pulling or a struggle or power struggle or a contest, that what should be all it's going to fruition and move and flow in the right direction. So that's a big plus. We got to give them. They're all putting their just like the players, like we said, all players putting their ego at the door and becoming a team. So is each of these men in the front office and the decision making. They're all putting their egos aside. They're pretty sure there's men that want it. I'm pretty sure there's guys in that building that want certain players and other guys that don't want certain players. But they're collaborating. They're meeting in the middle, and they're trying to bring the best players possible to surround this team as a team to be successful and going forward and bringing, where their ultimate goal is. They all want to hold that. They want to grab that Larry O'Brien trophy. Right now, they exceeded. They won. They won. They doubled their win totals, and they got to the first round of the playoffs. Now that's the one goal. Now they have to continue that same goal and elevate it and increase it by one. So we got to see that point. And when, like you said, it's good that they're all collaborating and they're all on one page going forward.
Yeah, and just to that, let's not forget about the agency ties. The creative artists industry, agency CAA, has a big presence in this organization. With starts with Dolan, then it starts with Leon. If you want evidence, look at the way we gave Elfrid Payton. Look what sort of treatment he had this season. Aaron Mintz, who heads up the CAA basketball division, was Julius and Elfrid's agent, and I got no doubt that played an influence because we saw Elfrid come back and we saw him with the no trade deal, and we also saw him being given the starting role for most of the season, even though there was opportunities to give someone else a chance. And then we have Chris Paul from CAA. So that's a thing to keep an eye out, fellas.
Right.
It's a business at the end of the day, and Dolan's done a lot of CAA dealings, and now our president was former head of the CAA basketball, and we'll definitely look at players. I haven't really done the research yet, but I want to look at what free agents and what current players are represented by CAA, because it factors in this. A lot of the decisions are done with relationships in mind. World Wide West, the Kentucky influence, all of that. So just to me, the Payton thing was just eye opening. What do you guys think on that?
Go ahead, Devin.
No, go ahead, BX. Again, you chime in. I just got to finish the last one.
All right. That makes a huge impact. That's why I think that's why I was saying earlier, or you saw that I think Willie Cauley-Stein, former Kentucky center, I think he'll be the next one to come in, on that friendly deal, prove it deal. Let me revive your career here with Kenny Payne, and as well as Tom Thibodeau, we could make you a defensive juggernaut and earn you a bigger payday on one of those prove it deal. I like that. I like to see. Here's a name that I'm going to tell you that if he gets bought out, and he's available, don't be surprised. And I don't think he'll get bought out because the number is astronomically humongous. John Wall. He gets bought out, and he needs a jump start, revitalize his career. A former Kentucky player. That could be another point guard that the Knicks could see. Which I don't think I wouldn't want him here. I don't think he'll fit, but you never know. You never know with that. John Wall prize away, gets a buyout. and he's a free agent that will sign a friendly deal or prove a deal. He could be here with the Knicks immediately just to get his jumpstart his career, revitalize it. You have Luka Mendoza. You bring a John Wall, and you have a Rose, and also a mentor quickly. You never know. You never know what could you do. What could happen. Anything could happen. Anything is possible. That could be another avenue. That those are now out of the box thinking of guys that get bought out. Just to bring here to play. Those are like you said, those CAA relationships, the Kentucky relationships, all those things are huge. Back channels, like you said. There was a lot where there's smoke with that Bradley Beal. I don't think Bradley Beal will be able to move. I think Washington with Hachimura, and Beal, they got a two tandem there. Westbrook, I don't know. Westbrook, he probably got 3 more years, if at that pace. But they got something there. They got a little bit of something. They got a little bit of a nucleus. I don't see them breaking that little bit of nucleus. They got into the playoff and they could build off of that. So I don't see a Bradley Beal. I don't see a Beal coming, being moved or going anywhere. You never know with the CAA movement. Now you're gonna make me want to look and see who the CAA clients are as well, to see who's the free agents or possible disgruntled CAA players in different or in losing organization that might want to change the scenery going forward. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good thing. To look through to keep your mind busy looking for something about for the Knicks. Besides not wait for these reporters, you do your own investigating, your own researching on that. That's how I appreciate that, CT. And yeah, those relationship with Dolan and CAA, it's going to be really important because they know that he's willing to spend money. And my thing is, who is the NBA player out there that's going to want to take this team and come here and be the guy that says, you know what, I'm the one that broke and I won in New York. Who's that guy that's gonna break that yoke and say I won in New York? There's gotta be someone who inside is like, man, I want to be that's willing to take that challenge. That's my point.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right, BX. Who is that player? Who's that dude willing to come to New York and said, I can get this team over the hump? You know what I mean? I want it all. I want the bright lights. I want the hating. I want all that. He ain't got a problem with that at all. That's that one player you need in New York. And that's why I said it's not built for everybody. But I do think that Kawhi Leonard to take that challenge. I think I believe not. Though it never happened. It's a lot of guys out there that I think will take the challenge. You know what I mean? But I do know that we do got one in there already, and RJ Barrett, who said he willing to take on the challenge. So we already got one here. You know what I mean? RJ and Randall don't want to be here. But let me ask you something about these connections that I was talking about. That's why I kept telling people earlier in the season, and on some of the chats, like, let's hypothetically, everything's hypothetical anyway. That's why I say don't count out Karl Anthony Towns with that Kentucky connection, him and Kenny Payne and Julius Randle. You know what I mean? And De'Aaron Fox and all these guys. You know what? You just can't count them connections out. You know what I mean? Because that's what needed the Knicks to get to where they at. They needed connections. That's why they brought in these guys because nobody wanted to kind of like come here per se. You know what I'm saying? So they said, let's get guys who connected, who could sell a Knick brand. You know what I mean? They brought in Leon Rose, Worldwide West. Scott Perry already had the ship turning around. So now they brought in guys who people around the league respect and know, like, I know this guy. He a good dude. You know what I mean? I know this guy, Leon West. He's a good dude. I mean, Worldwide West. He's a good dude. He's a hard go-getter. And like Rose, you know, I could see the CPT thing, man. I could see it. It's that possible because of connections. You know, whether we want them or not, Leon Rose and them boys is good together. You know what I mean? They know each other. So you never know. You just never know.
I think Melo's coming. You know, I think Melo and CP3. If Phoenix don't, win it all, or we can come to some sort of number agreement with CP3. I think we made a big impression with him. Again, Leon Rose is CP3's agent for almost his entire career. Those guys are brothers, and the New York market, Melo coming back to finish his career with CP3, who are brothers as well. We laid the foundation this year. I think those guys can see that they could really help us, push New York over the top. Melo, to that point, would only be on a minimum deal, solidify the bench scoring, wouldn't come here with too much expectation. CP3 could slide into the starting one spot, and with salary cap to spare, keep an eye out on it. That CP3
right.
declining that option is an eye opener.
Yeah, and I tell you what, who better to go in who better to go up against in practice than Obi Toppin going up against Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony would teach that boy some of everything. The foot, Carmelo Anthony got foot movement. He got this and that. He would teach Obi Toppin that how when a cat leaning on with a shoot around and spit that mid range. He would teach that boy so much stuff, man. I mean, he one of the greatest scorers ever played the game. You know what I mean? Let's not get it twisted. Carmelo Anthony was the real deal. You know what I mean? And he's still putting up numbers that somebody's not putting up this year. He put up numbers that some of our guys not even putting up. But if you were to get somebody like CP3 and Melo, and you still got room to still go get another ball player like whatever. I think Portland about to blow that up. I really do. I'm not talking about the Damian Lillard thing per se. I think after this where they went out, they blowing that up. There's no way in the world they know they can't go back with that same team. So now you got to look at guys like Robert Covington. You know what I mean? Guys like that, 3 and D, can hold down the best of them down there. It's guys gonna be out there. You know what I mean? You got to think about it, man. The Nurkic and all these guys. I think McCollum, one of them cats is leaving. I don't think one of them. If anybody stays, might be Dame. I think they're gonna blow. I think they got to switch that up. They've been trying to get this thing right for how many years? You know what I mean? 7, something like that with them guys. So I think after losing the way they lost tonight, I think Terry Stotts is going. I don't think he's coming back. They might say, you know what? We see that we're not going to get past the Lakers or the Clippers or the Nuggets right now. We might not be able to get past Phoenix because they up and coming. They might say, what's the use of keeping all the salary on? We might just start blowing it up. And so I asked for draft picks. They now we're gonna rebuild. They might try to Dame might say that's best you might time for you to go win a championship somewhere else. You know what I mean? It might be time for you to go somewhere where you got a chance of winning you a ring because it don't look like it's gonna happen down here. You know what I mean? And I think BX so you might have to take a look at that and see what they do. You know what I mean? Because they're gonna blow that up. I can't see them keeping that. Dame been going 7 years on that contract, and with them, McCullough been there. They just seem like they can't get over that hump. And on the Norman Powell, he might be a free agent. I think coming up next year. So you never know.
He's a free agent as well. He's a free agent, Divine.
Yeah.
And the Lakers only scored under 14 points in the first quarter. That's ridiculous. Yeah, they're going home. They're not gonna. And street clothes. Anthony Davis went back to get back into street clothes. He's done for the playoff season.
And they look at. So that's what I mean. Why you got to be careful? You just gave him that big max contract. Gave him the max.
Yeah. Norman Powell as a player's option, but he's
the player's option. Okay. So
he's going to opt out.
He's out. He's gonna opt out of that
to make money. That's a nice player to go for Knicks. But he's undersized, but you can move RJ to the
3.
To the 3 and Power as the shooting guard. That's a nice move there too. He played in the Eastern Conference. He knows what he's doing. That's another player to look at. We liked him at the trading deadline. Remember when he was available out there? We wanted to get our grasp on that with him. That's another name. Portland. I can see Portland doing something, breaking it up there. But with the emergence of now, if the Lakers they are going to go down and CP opts out and he don't go back to Phoenix, that West is wide open though. I could see the Portland say, you know what, we could try to take another chance because everything is wide open. Who's really the favorite between Denver, Utah, and take that good to consideration that Portland. But I heard that they wanted to get rid of one of the guys anyway because they're going to be close to the luxury tax. And they don't want to, and I think that could happen. They could break that up as well. So and again, yeah, and I'm glad, like Queen's Court said, it's true we dodge a bullet with Depot, absolutely. We wanted him too, and you gotta be careful with those injury-prone players. Absolutely,
Yep.
that's a big P. That's one of my concerns with CP3. He breaks down in the playoffs, injury-wise and all that. A little bit of bad luck going forward with that and with him. Those are the type of players. So hopefully they know what they're doing. That's why I kind of want to go with a younger. We're young. Let's continue staying young. I understand you still need your veterans and you need wisdom, experience in there to go forward. That's why, Rose, you want to bring him back. But let me say one thing: if they bring back Carmelo Anthony on this team, I don't see Derrick Rose returning. There's either
yeah.
or.
Yeah, and you heard comments. They were, I know he's probably a bit emotional and all of that. I think he loves New York, but look, D Rose has still got a year or two of really good level, and if the Lakers or the Clippers call, man, I respect the guy for trying to win. It'd be a tough decision for D Rose at the end of the day. He gave it his all. He's still got a lot left in the tank, and we'll see. But I think Orlando are a team we've talked to a lot, and I think someone like I don't know if you guys have mentioned his name, a Mo Bamba, who's a Harlem native.
Right.
He could be looking for a fresh scenario, and looking to get back home. Shot blocking big man who could be had on the cheap. Maybe we could do a Kevin Knox swap or
Exactly.
something else of that nature. And I know T. Ross, they held on to Terrence Ross at the deadline. He's going to want a new situation. So, I think, there's a lot of things on the table. And I think the thing about this front office is that they're going to strike me as someone who are easier to deal with as well. We always had GMs like Phil and that are notoriously, people said they were hard to deal with, couldn't get in touch with. I see this Knicks front office as super easy to get in touch with, super connected around the league. And, Leon Rose was a former agent, so he would know most of these GMs anyway,
Absolutely. Yep, I think it was going to be real interesting to me with that kid, and the reason why we bring up all these scenarios just before we can just see where we at the Nick base, and see, and I agree with BX where you want to kind of stay young, but at the same time, I know experience is the best teachers too. You know what I mean? So and that showed in the playoff for us. You know what I mean? The guys we had, they even though they wasn't fully ready, they did show their heart. But still, it's a different animal. Like Obi Toppin say, what's the difference? The physicality. You got to be ready for that stuff. You know what I mean? And if you don't have a guy that's ready for it, usually going to happen like this here. And granted, see, you got to remember, Trae Young never been there, but Clint Capella was there with the Rockets. You know what I mean? He's been there. You know what I mean? Nate McMillan, the coach, they've been there. They got a couple players on that team that even like Solomon Hill, they might not have was superstar, but they've been there before. And it's the same with us, but I just think they out-talented. So to me, we got to upgrade the roster. No matter what, Knicks got to get more talent. Whether it's the draft, lottery, whether it's the whatever you trade some of the draft picks, we got to get more talent down in New York. We need a couple of pieces, you know what I mean? And I don't think that's but here's the one thing that's interesting. Who would say CP don't opt out and the Lakers, instead of that $80 million, they're going to give Dennis Schroeder? Who would say the Lakers don't give CP3 $100 million to play with him and Anthony Davis and LeBron? You know what I'm saying? He probably know that. He probably, because he want to go. He's into State Farm commercials and all these endorsements. That CP want to get that, but he want to win a ring too. So if LeBron will get bounced out now, CP like, okay, me, Anthony Davis, and LeBron. You know what I mean? And he'll feel like that's my best chance to get back to where I want to go, where I've never been, rather. I want to get to the mountaintop. CP probably want to get to the mountaintop now, But I think with him and LeBron and the AD, he might feel like he got a good chance. So, and especially if Phoenix don't give him $100 million, because the Phoenix gonna have to wind up give pretty soon. They have to give DeAndre Ayton his money. You know what I mean? Coming up. You have to pay that young man pretty soon. You got Mikal Bridges and them guys gonna be looking at their contracts. So do you want to lock CP3 up for 4 more years?
That's why with GMs having a tough decision and why people have that philosophy about getting vets. I know Tibbs, he cops a lot of stick about liking vets, but to Divine's point right now, when you got all these teams on players about to finish their rookie deal, and you've got to make the decision: do we pay them big money or not? And this ain't small money now. Some of these players, man, they're eligible for crazy amounts of money just coming off a rookie extension, like you said, Ayton, and most of them, to be honest, they're unproven. You're paying them based on potential,
right.
Hoping, you're mortgaging your future to hope that they can take you there. With vets, whether you like the player or you don't, you're paying for what they've done. You're able to see the sample size, and this guy has gone to teams and made a difference. Kawhi Leonard, CP3, these players have produced. Yes, I'll give them the money. Kyle Lowry, he's old, but he's produced. So it's that kind of thing. Do you pay somebody based on potential, or do you wait for a free agent or a trade for someone who has achieved in the league before? And that's why I think with Atlanta, and I was going into my point earlier, I was trying to look at their roster long term to see how the Knicks stack up with them beyond this series. And I think, Trae Young, Capella, or Hunter, all those, it's all good to have all those excellent young role players, and they've done well to draft them all. But what comes next? You've got to decide which ones are we going to pay, which ones are we going to move out and get something for, because you can't pay all of them, And then when you do have to pay them, you've got to pay them crazy amounts of money, It's kind of the thing we're going to face with RJ, with Kevin Knox eventually after this season. You got to make the decision. It's a gamble in some respects.
Right.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, BX. It is good. It's going
one thing we take for one thing we forgot, I didn't even mention that DeAndre Hunter was the 4th pick of that same draft class as RJ, Morant, William. He was a 4th one, and he actually really outplayed RJ Barrett. And he playing everybody. He's doing damage in the playoffs here. Despite the fact that he was actually was picked right after RJ.
You
Barrett.
reminded me. Yeah, I forgot he was that high.
Yeah,
I thought he was like a more around the teens. But thanks, BX. You just jogged my memory about. I remember everyone saying after pick 3 that the standard really dropped.
Right.
It was like it was a 3-player draft, and DeAndre Hunter. I remember he was a little bit injured, and now he's showing his potential.
Yeah, and he's coming to play in those playoffs. You could tell what he actually did on the defensive end. His impact was really felt. He felt it. We felt it. We saw it firsthand. So that's why these draft picks and these players that we draft and play. That's why it gets so disappointing when our guys like a Knox and a Leakina aren't being that impactful. You could impact the game in other different areas, and it just frustrates us. We gotta start. That's why it's important. We have these 2 draft picks, 19 and 21, and in the first round, we really gotta make it count. Do our due diligence. Trust our scouting reports. If they draft the way they drafted this season that just passed, I feel good because I don't think Emmanuel Quickly is a diamond in the rough that they found. Really good player, excellent, and Obi Toppin was something special. So for 7th pick, and what Quickly was 24th, 25th. That's really good. So if they can keep up drafting, that's where it starts. If you could draft and bring players that will fit your organization and your mold and the structure and your game plan, I think you can put them in a position to be impactful and be successful, then you know that's the name of the game of drafting. You know, you can't get excited with the fans, whoever's there. You know, like on draft night, and go for the emotions, because if you draft on emotions, you're not going to go anywhere. So I think that's what happened a lot of times with the Knicks. They were drafting on emotions, or they wanted to be cute. In the past, trying to draft someone that who and it just bit them in the butt. You got to draft smart. You got to draft your due diligence. You can't half-assed it, because it's just that will set your franchise back for decades. You could see how bad drafting has set this team back for long decades. Picking the wrong person, and like you said, Divine, as well. It also could be your bad luck 12. You want to pick ahead. The amount of players, if you look at it and you research it, the amount of players that been almost Hall of Famers are usually that end up being Hall of Famers or All Pros or All Star NBA players. Usually a pick before the Knicks or a pick after, a couple picks after, and like, oh my God, you could make a list of players like about 2 sheets long of how many pick players they just barely missed, and it's like, wow, mind boggling through all the years.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's like the luck of the draw, but you know what? The luck of the draw. But I tell you, let me ask you a question right here, because Elton Lee made a great point. I always thought about this a couple of years ago. Like, do the Knicks at least try to maintain the way they doing? Because the LeBron era and them is about to come to an end. The KD era is about to come to the end. You know what I mean? All the guys, do you just keep building a culture, keep getting guys to get you to the first and second round, and by the time you're ready for us to get there, a lot of them guys is on their last leg. You know what I mean? And you got a young, experienced team who done gelled together. So the next 3 or 4 years gonna be very interesting for the Knicks, and I agree with Elton Lee 100% on that, because I used to think the same thing. Like, you know what? Okay, 4 years from now, KD not gonna be KD. You know what I mean? Or 3 years from now, you just never know. The body gets wear and tear. So do you just try to go ahead and keep going, stay part of course, or do we say let's go ahead and go get these guys? Because even if you go get the guys, are you still going to be competing with the best? Are we going to get the best of the best to compete with the best of the best? Because we go out there and spend all this money, and these guys is not the best of the best. You really didn't do nothing but go to another. You got a better winning record. You know what I mean? The only thing changed is that you might have went to you took another step. Don't get me wrong, but you didn't get the guy that's going to get you over the top. So do you maintain? Like I said, the Knicks. Do you think the Knicks should literally go out to Kawhi Leonard this year if he's available? Number one, if we get Kawhi Leonard and get whoever else, do you think that puts us over the top? Or do that just make us more competitive? Because you can get competitive in a lot of ways. So my question is, do you go out there and spend that money on a Kawhi Leonard, and you go out there and spend it on a Damian Lillard, opposed to just getting a couple of players that's going to get us to another level until that time get there?
I think me personally, I think we're at the point where I'm happy for the team to go big game hunting. I think we're right there. We've built that foundation. We've shown we're a 4th seed, which is no easy feat. We're right. You got the top tier of big dogs in Milwaukee, Brooklyn, Philly, and we're the very next tier. And I think 1 star puts us into that next tier. And in terms of taking that chance, and is it the right move? I think organizationally, we're in a very different position because we have assets and we have some good young players that if we were to go and bring in a big star and it didn't get us there, we have that next generation to still build around. I think we're multi-generations. We've got RJ in his young career, but still could help the team win. Let's say we'd bring in a CP or the Claw or someone. We go for it now, 3-4 year window, and then you've still got Obi, technically, or Quickly and Barrett, as 25, 26-year-olds, to build the next team around. So for me, I think I'd go for it. I think we were on a lot of stars' trade list before we even we're at the level we were at. We had AD request the Knicks. We had Kawhi, who was supposedly had our name on his list. And I think that was before this season. Whether things shake out with Dame, whether he requests a trade. I think New York's a very attractive destination right now around the league. And also, when you look at the landscape of the league, we're at a time when it's all up for grabs. We're seeing Phoenix shoot up to the 2nd seed. Utah, LeBron and AD are injury prone. Philly, we don't know what's going to happen with Embiid's knees, and Ben Simmons can't shoot still. I think where the NBA is at a stage when a team can shoot up very quickly. There ain't that many teams to compete with. If you're to build the next super team, you'll be right there. I think Brooklyn's window's short. We don't know what Kyrie plans to do, and Harden and KD are prone to soft tissue injuries. For me, if I can bring in Dame, Kawhi, someone like that, I'm pulling the trigger now, just because also we're not mortgaging our future. Technically, if we're signing the free agent, we got the young players, that we can still build around as well. Now, if it's a big trade where we got to, deplete all of our assets, that's where I start to become more hesitant. Because if it doesn't work out, you don't want to end up like a Brooklyn with a 10-year rebuild again once your era's finished. But I think this front office is smarter than that. I think I'd like to keep some of our young assets that we have. I think they love Obi. Leon Rose is his godfather, that not many people know. He's close to his father.
I think it's either way. Like I said, that's why I'm glad I brought that up. And BS, I want you to chime in on that, because do you? I don't think we should just get players, bring in players. If you're going to spend the money just for players just to get us to the next level, because I think, to me, if you do that, you have to go back to what you did this year. You know what I mean? Maybe one a year, see how it go, or two, whatever. But if you spend money, if you're going to spend real money, you better go get some real players. You know what I mean? So I'm curious what will the Knicks do? Are they going to go, like you say, big game hunting and put all their chips on the table without? You could do that without mortgaging your future now, guys. Don't get it twisted. I'm not saying go out there and find, because you could do that and don't sign all max players. You can get a disgruntled player who only got 2 years left, you know what I mean, or got a year, 2 years left on their contract, and he's major. You could do that and don't hurt the franchise, because once his contract is up, you still got the same money you had when you signed him. Because that's why, other than Kawhi Leonard, that's why I wondered, who will we go and get that we're going to give that money to straight off the free agent market? Because the player who you tied 4 years up in, he got to be that dude. He got to be that dude, to me. This is my personal opinion. If you're going to sign somebody for 4 years, a max player, do you think we should sign a star max player, or a player just because he's available for the max don't mean you should give him the max? That's what I'm trying to say. Just because a guy's available for a max contract don't mean he's worth the max contract. He just that his time is here. So I'm wondering if the Knicks gonna say, well, you know what, we're not gonna spend $30 million on a guy just because he's eligible for it. Is he gonna be able to do something for the Knicks? So and that's why I think when it comes to this, do we go through the rebuild, get a couple of pieces of the stick here and there, and try to get to the second round and maintain, or do you just go ahead, BX, and just say, you know what, we going for it?
Yeah, they just can't give out a Ken Bazemore type of contract. Remember Ken Bazemore for the Atlanta Hawks? He wasn't a transitional player, and they gave him all that money, and it was the worst. It's money, misspent money. I want them. I want them to build this team correctly. One free agent that I would, Kawhi Leonard, yes. If he's available, that's the kind of the money you throw the money on there, and you go for it. Unfortunately, we have RJ Barrett here, and there's a lot of players that will make the team better. And it's the same position as RJ. I keep saying if you're going to do big game hunting, my point is if you're going to make big hunting, you need a player that's going to make everyone around the whole entire team better, take them to another level, everyone's game. As we saw in the playoffs, it's not Julius Randle. He did not elevate his teammates better. He he's a superstar, an all-star right now, but he doesn't transcend the team, the roster to make everyone better. That kind of player is out there. It's up to the front office to find them, to see who that is. Not some of these guys are aging; they're out of the way out, like you said, Divine. The league is transitioning. The LeBron era of players are they're going to believe in the league. They're going to believe in soon. I'm thinking we need to get ahead, and we need to be. It's got to be the Knicks' new era of basketball. The players, that kind of new generation. That's why I'm big on getting a younger. Becoming point guard Trae Young could be one of those transcenders going forward. Dare I say, going forward. One name that I think that no one's mentioned that he's on the. I think he's on the cut. He's doing great things, great numbers, but he's on the cusp of being majority super great. And I think that's Zach LaVine. I think Zach LaVine is on the compass of being a great all around player that could elevate his team. Keep an eye on that guy. If I was the New York Knicks, I would try to inquire on getting him.
Absolutely.
I wasn't sold on him in the beginning, but I started watching, and one thing I appreciate when I'm doing the Knicks Real Talk, and now you become more not just a fan, but you start researching and start watching players and watching everything and watching their game, how it fruition, and Zach LaVine makes his teammates better around him, and I think he needs that. Like playoff experience, yes. But Trae Young didn't have playoff experience. He had players with playoff experience, like you said correctly. And I think that's going to help. I think you got this roster currently. If you just bring in him with this current roster that's been in the playoffs, then you have the playoff experience. You could continue building off of that. I think that's the kind of player you got to think about. Trying to give up something for that is because he's still young, he's still part of that era that's up and coming, that's current to up and coming, and not that's currently phasing away. Now, that's my point. I want to be with players. If we're gonna make a move, we need a player that's up and coming or currently, and he's still got more ceiling to go. And I think that's the way the Knicks need to go with that. What would it take to get a Zach LaVine? Only Chicago knows. And because he already put his mansion up for sale. He put his mansion up for sale in Chicago. That mansion's up for sale. It doesn't mean nothing. He could be building another house somewhere. Who knows? But he just put that before the season on, and he made it publicly known, and he tweeted it out, and he made it publicly known.
What's his contract like?
He
got 1 year. He got a Julius Randle contract. He got one more year left.
New contract. He's due to be a free agent, not this summer, the following summer. So he's probably letting Chicago know I'm not re-up here. Try to get something for you. I'm giving you heads up. Maybe try to get some assets for me because I'm not staying. Who knows? It could be that. So you never know. So what do you guys think?
I love I'm gonna tell you why I love the Zach LaVine thing. I also agree with Stephanie's point, but this is what I think. If you get Zach LaVine, he can do what Trae Young can do. Easy. Trae Young, I think you get Zach LaVine that with him. The 2 and the 3 with him or RJ, hypothetically, unless you had to trade one of them, but you can go get some vets to plug around them guys too. You know what I mean? So you make Zach LaVine, Julius Randle, and RJ your main dudes, whatever. I'm talking about young guys, but you can plug some veterans around them. You know what I mean? Right. And that's why I would like to see like the way they did Taj and Derrick Rose and them. Now you get somebody to replace them other guys with a veteran, savvy veteran, that can come in there and get in there and help the guy out. I have no problem with that because I do think that though Zach LaVine might not be the experienced guy, I think if you got another experienced guy around, it can help a little bit toward I've not help a little bit, help a lot actually. But I think Zach LaVine's scoring game. I don't think Atlanta would have did that to Zach LaVine. Let me put it like that. That RJ Barrett is not Zach LaVine. Let me tell you that right now. and that's real talk. RJ Barrett is not Zach LaVine. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That
he
young
is.
man is scared of nothing. You know what I mean? He can give it to the
Yeah.
best of them too. You know what I mean? I have no problem if the Knicks went after him, because you know why?
Yeah.
He fits Julius Randle timeline. Right. He fits Julius Randle's and RJ's timeline. He's a very good talent. You can't take that from him. You know what I mean? So I think Atlanta would have had a more tougher time against Zach LaVine and Julius Randle, because RJ is still young. People got to forget this RJ's second year. You know what I mean? And Zach LaVine going on to fourth or fifth or sixth, whatever, he's been there, fifth year. But I think his game is so nice that I can see that. BX, I won't kid you not, bro. I've been wanting Zach LaVine for the last couple of years. I mean, that young man can handle Broadway, because first of all, he's playing in Chicago already, but he can handle Broadway. You know what I mean? He electrify that Garden, man. Him, oh my goodness, bro. So yeah, that's why I said, in the sense, and make a veteran bench that could play. Absolutely, you get. I agree with Queen on that one, man. You get some heavy veterans. They don't got to be old veterans, but veterans who can contribute to the game and give us an impact. You know what I mean? Because if Randall dropping 24, LaVine dropping 24, RJ dropping 19, 18. That's a pretty good front. That's a pretty good three right there. You know what I mean? Then, like I said, who depending on who you go get in a point guard situation, you got Mitchell Robinson, Julius Randle, Zach LaVine, RJ, Zach LaVine, and that stud point guard. I run with that. I run with that all day, because I think that's enough firepower to get us where we need to go. Especially if that point guard you get can bring it too. So it's gonna be interesting, man. But I do like that, BX. But that's one name that I'm hoping, if the Knicks got to get a draft pick for, he would be one of them guys I definitely would give it up for. No question in my mind. That boy is good, man. He really is.
Yeah, I think.
CT, would you take him?
Yeah, in a heartbeat. I think Tibbs also loves him. And to your point, Divine, he has that killer mentality in the playoffs, and it's quite clear. I think I think Barrett has that in him in years to come. Randall, first experience. I didn't see that killer mentality in this playoffs. Not to say he doesn't have it, but I can say right now, I think Zach LaVine has it. He can go off any time. There's familiarity with Tibbs,
right?
And my only question is, when I asked about his contract, I think I'm very hesitant. If I'm running this team, I'm favoring a free agency signing over a trade, because I want to build this thing for a long-term success, and I don't want to call me, maybe I've got some PTSD about the Melo deal and just trying to put all our chips in the middle of the table. I still want some assets for the future, and I think small market teams need to make trades to get the star, but New York shouldn't have to. The time has come where we should be a destination now, where we should be ready and expect a great player to choose us as the free agent, not have to keep sending assets away to bring someone in. This is New York City, and I know we're still building our reputation. I know we've still got ways to go, but at the same time, I want to build this thing for a decade. I want an era like San Antonio had. I'm not trying to, because I just know Chicago, they're going to try to get anything they can get for him in the final year. And we saw some ridiculous trades like, Drew Holiday get 4 picks. What was it? The other team that ended up getting 4 or 5 picks. I'm not trying to, part with that many assets, when we can just build this team and sign some quality free agents. But to the player,
let me throw a scenario to you, CT. If this year, and let's in a perfect world, in this year, you call Chicago up, and you're engaged with them, and they tell you, if you give me pretty much your whole draft this year, not all the whole, let's say you give me your 19th, you give me both your first round picks this year, and you give me because you're an NBA, you're not allowed to trade back to back first rounders. So you gave me this first round pick, that's 2 picks plus the following year, not 2022, but 2023 first round pick.
Dallas
You can
pick
have,
here.
you're giving up the 19th and the 21st this year, the Dallas and New York pick. But in the following year, you're by NBA rules, you're not allowed to trade 2 first round picks back to back years. But you got the following, the 2023, you give up that first round pick for Zach LaVine. I think I'll explore it. I think I'll do it because here's my thing. You'll be in the playoffs. Your pick will be a high pick anyway in that 2023 for Chicago. And maybe if they ask for a player, you really got to consider which of the young players you really want to give up. I won't give up. You might have to give up a Quickly or a Toppin, either one with that if they want it. But you're getting Zach LaVine back. And then you have his rights to match him and sign him long term. That's a good way to go. I think because even though let's face it, this year, the way we know Thibodeau, the way we were talking about with Spree earlier, the way Thibodeau, he's developing players. Yes, his players, and he don't play too much rookies. And even if we draft both the 19th and the 21st, what are the chances they're actually going to have significant minutes with this coaching staff, with the way Thibodeau runs his rotation? So you might as well take those 2 players that and just try to trade those picks and try to get us a LaVine, where Thibodeau is going to play a LaVine and get the most out of him, and he's going to be part of your rotation. That's just me thinking. 3 first rounders will not get LaVine. Yeah, but remember, if he's selling, the reason why I say maybe 3 first rounder, we'll get him because he's telling Chicago he ain't coming back. I'm not coming back here. Get what you can. And right now, before if you're holding on to LaVine and you want to trade him at the end of the next year's trading deadline because he's a free agent at that year, you're not going to get what the Knicks are offering you. This might be the richest deal you might get for Zach LaVine currently right now, unless some other team is stupid enough to give you more than what the Knicks are offering you. Then maybe bless them. Then that I can see why Chicago will do it. But right now, I think that's to me personally, I think that's a real good offer if the player say he's not returning there. I know Harden got 4 first round picks back for Houston, and Harden was disgruntled and he was being a pain in the neck. And you saw Brooklyn trading almost everything for it with picks. But if LaVine is saying he's not returning and there's cap space here and there's flexibility, I mean, that could be the starting point of the conversation. You never know.
Yep.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
To Stephanie's point, she's saying, she doesn't feel he would put us as a contender. And I agree with that sort of strategy in terms of you can really like the player and think they really, really improve you. But the decision ultimately comes down to if you're going to give up things and you're going to pay the player, do you really believe in them, and do you think they're going to be the player to put you over the top? Now, if you can welcome Zach LaVine in for that offer, I think I'd do it as well because it's not too many assets. If you could get him as a free agent, then that probably makes the decision even easier. For me, I think we're at the point now where we really, really want to push this thing forward. But I think for New York, the best thing is just to stay patient again, stay flexible each and every year, because as long as we continue to make the playoffs, we're going to be an attractive destination. And I think at some point the time's going to be right where a superstar, like the highest echelon superstar, is going to want to give this a try. And I think we're just in the first year of that. And there's going to be a lot of players out there that are attractive, but some of them may not put us over the top. Now, I think if you keep Randall, you keep Barrett, let's say Mitchell and Obi continue to grow. I think you add a Kawhi or another superstar, and then I think we still have some flexibility as well. I think that's the way to go. I don't think we necessarily need to make that championship jump in the next year. Maybe welcome in some of those vets on a shorter term deals and just keep this thing turning. so that we're always on free agents list, and if we keep our assets, and when the big trade's ready, we'll have all the right assets to make that happen.
Right. So that means we can't spend our money. Remember, this is a salary cap league, so we're gonna have to go back with the same mentality we had this year. Getting guys in for a 1 year deal, prove it deal. And we saw that for the past 2 years. Nick's been doing that. So we just gotta get guys in there again to do the same thing with the 1 year deal scenario, and then wait for the free agent, because this is not really an attractive free agent off season, in my opinion. Hey, Stephanie.
Yep.
Hi,
Hey,
guys.
Queen, salute, Steph. Salute, how are you?
Salute.
I'm good. Great show. I listen. I'm listening to you guys. You guys are covering all the bases, and I'm resisting. I said, okay, he didn't drop the link. Good. That'll
I
keep
dropped the
me
link.
from.
You dropped the first one. The
I
first
did.
drop.
And you know what?
Okay.
In the chat, I scrolled up, but you can only scroll up but so far. So once you miss it, that's it. But listen, I agree with what you guys are saying in terms of improving this team. I think the Knicks have a lot of options in terms of how they want to do it. I think you can become a championship contender, at least the Knicks can, in one off season. You can, it just depends on how aggressive you want to be. I just don't think the Knicks are going to be reckless. I think if they have an opportunity to get a star, I think they will give up assets to get that star. I really think they will. But I don't think the Knicks are going to give up our assets for somebody that's not going to really move the needle too much. So I trust them in that regard. Like if we get a Rozier, if we trade for him, which I like Rozier. Like they're not going to give up 4 first-round draft picks, 2 players for, like they get it.
Mm-hmm.
I think they have their hand on the pulse of what a player is worth, right? That being said, I don't think, if you look at players on expiring contracts like Levine, they've still been getting good value for them. It's not like back in the day, if you're going to lose them anyway, all right, give me a second round pick. That hasn't been happening as of late. They've really still been getting good value for players, even though they may leave in free agency. So I would love to get Levine for 3 first-round draft picks. I'll sign me up. I just don't think Chicago is going to do it, despite the fact that he may walk the following summer. So we may have to call their bluff and take it all the way to the trading deadline and see if, maybe they change their mind. But CT, what I was referring to was, I thought I heard you say we should go for it. And then I thought later on, correct me if I'm wrong, you said we should probably just sign a player here and there. And I'm like, we can do that. But signing a player here and there is not going for it. Like if we're going to go for it, we're going to have to sign either a A player or multiple Bs. And we're going to have to give up some assets. So and that means players. So I agree with you. I would love to stagger this. By the time Randall is gone, RJ is coming into his own. But I really think that we're gonna have to give up some of those players if we want to get a star. And I think that's where the Knicks are, only because one, they hired Tibbs, who's older, and I think if they really wanted development, I don't know if they would have hired him. So I think the Knicks are going for it. And if they trade for Dame, that really compresses our window even more, because he's 31. He's not even in Randall's window. He's like so that's like a 3 or 4 year window right there. So if you trade for Dame, you really have to be aggressive in terms of putting players around him. So it's going to be interesting how the Knicks go about it this summer. I think if they go slowly, it's because they didn't get the player they wanted to get.
Right. Yeah. You know what I think real quick to answer that? I think, first of all, we got too many draft picks to even put on this roster. Them guys ain't gonna be. It's too many draft picks. You know what I mean? You got 2 this year, 2 seconds. All 4 of them dudes is not gonna be on the Knicks. I can guarantee you that. Then next year, you got your own first and your own second. They ain't gonna be on the Knicks. Not all. I think the Knicks is in a position now where they got so many draft picks. You can't put them cats on the Knicks team. I mean, you would have had all 15 players we got now might not be there if you keep all of them. So I just think that because of the 2 this year, the 4 we got 4 picks coming this year so far. That don't mean they won't. We might wind up getting more. You never know. You know what I mean? But out of those 4 draft picks, how many of them guys do you think would be on the Knicks next year? On that, actually, in that, literally in that 15-man roster. Do we let Frank go? Do we let Knox go? Do we don't sign Burks and then we put these guys on? So it's going to be interesting because then you say in 2023 we got 2 more first rounders. I mean, where are we going to put all these guys at? So I think the Knicks are going to be wheeling and dealing. Even if the Knicks gave away the 2 Dallas picks, and they still got all their picks. You know what I mean? So I just don't see the Knicks keeping all these guys. Because not with the rate of what they trying to get to, like the Queen said, because Tom Thibodeau was coaching his team, so we got a certain window. Are we going to take all these draft picks and put them on the Knicks roster? I doubt it very seriously. Not where they trying to get to at the smell in the playoffs this year. Do the 19th and 20th pick on this roster this year, the 15th man? I don't know. If next year's first round pick, then the 2 coming from the Knicks and Dallas in 23, you talking about almost 7 picks in the next 4 years. There's no way they all gonna be on the Knicks roster. So I'm wondering why I think they might wheel and deal a little bit, BX and Steph and CT, because I just don't think they're gonna keep all them players.
Yeah, and you know what? I hope if they do, even if they trade some players, I still hope they have some young developmental players. Like even in the draft, if we trade away our first rounders, it's always good to get second rounders, even if they're not ready to play for like another 2-3 years. They're in our system. We're developing them, and they could help us 2 or 3 years down the line. You see, other teams, do that. They have players that are not playing that much, or maybe playing just a few minutes a game, but they are kind of grooming them to take bigger roles as the years go on. So I hope the Knicks do, and I think they will.
Yeah, that's why that second round pick, that Detroit second round pick, is going to be huge. If they let go of a Lawrence Noel, they could draft a center, and develop them. If you still have Taj Gibson, you still have Novell Pell, and you draft a center in the second round that that has, there's a lot of upside, that he could, down the road. He just needs to be seasoned. He needs to go to the G League development and play and work with the coaching staff a little more. And he's just not NBA ready. He's a little raw, but you could see a lot of talent there, and you could stash him there and play him. Now, if things go bad where you're Mitchell Robinson, you can't re-sign him for some XY reason, you still have him repel, you still could bring a center, then you could bring this kid in, bring in there and play. And those are the type of plays, those plays. So that Detroit is pretty much the last pick, the first pick of the second round, pretty much the last pick of the first round, if you ask me. So that's going to be huge. And that's why I'm excited with that one. You could actually trade. You don't want to if you're not comfortable with anyone or anything sticks out for this season with the college players, you go ahead and offer those 2 picks for one of those kind of players. You want to have my draft, I'll give you that, and I give you my another draft. I'm not saying it might not be a Zach LaVine, but you could get a great quality player for a 19 or 21 and the first round pick of a 23. You can offer it to any team in the NBA, and you could bring yourself back, dare I say, a franchise type of player back, or someone who's an all-star. So, that's phenomenal. Like we were saying, not all those 7 are going to be on this team there. It's the same thing with OKC. You think OKC is going to draft, with all that draft capital they have, they're going to draft every one of those players in there? That's crazy.
What would we?
You go ahead, Fred.
What would we? Well, first, does the panel like Rozier? And if you do, what would you give up in a trade for him?
How many years does he have?
I think he's like a 8. Is he in the 18-19 range as well?
He got about 1 year left. Yep, I think he got 1 coming after this. Yep. I like Rozier's game. What I'll give up for him, it all depends on what Charlotte going to go for. But looking at what we got and what's signed, who we have signed on our roster, unless we're going to do a sign and trade. Right now, the only thing you got is Knox, Frank, and maybe a couple of second rounders or one. You might have to give up one. Let's say if you do have to give up a first rounder, because everybody else is on 1 year deals. You know what I mean?
Right.
You throw Mitch in there. If you can get Knox and Frank, maybe for a number one, because remember he's going to be a free agent. So I don't know if you want to give up the foreign for him, but for one of them first round draft picks and Knox and Frank, I would jump on that because I like.
That's what I was thinking
cheap.
too.
Yeah,
Divine.
I think it'll be cheap because especially with the emergence of Melo, and I think they want to move forward with either him or Graham. I think Rozier's on the outer, and to your point, I like Rozier. I think he had a solid season. He'd give us that scoring versatility in the starting lineup. And I think, if he's on 18, I think that number's fair. Right. And I'd give up, similar to Divine's offer. I wouldn't give any firsts, but if they would take maybe Knox or Frank in a few seconds, then
I think you would have to give a first and a player for him. He's good. You know what I like about him? And I think we're going to need, we need a point guard, we need a wing, we do need that, but we need certain characteristics on this team too. I think we need a little more toughness on this team, and I think we need somebody who can get a basket, whether that's at the point guard position, somebody dynamic at the point guard position, and then we have a solid wing, or somebody dynamic at the wing position, and then we just need a solid point guard. But we definitely need somebody who can get a basket.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. And he averaged 20 points a game, 20 points a game, 4 rebounds, 4 assists. He's 27 years old. He's not that. He's in good prime of age wise. Fits really good what we want.
We know Steve Mills.
Here's what Charlotte has to bring is either going to be Devontae Graham, he's a restricted free agent, or Terry Rozier. Me personally, I would try to if I had to pick one of those two as my point guard, I like Graham a little more.
You like who?
Graham, Devontae Graham. If I'm going to go with either one or the other, because it's not going to cost me as much as Terry Rozier. And I think
how much is Terry making?
He's making 18 and a half. 18 and a half million.
He's restricted though. You think he's going to take $10 million?
No. Graham is only making he's making peanuts. He was a second round pick. He's in the Mitchell Robinson. He's in the Mitchell Robinson camp. You could probably give him 15 million. For a year, there's $3 million less than when you got Terry Rozier. Or even, maybe 12, 15. I'm saying anywhere from the 12 to $15 million range, and you could get him because he's only a second round. He was a second round pick, so
he was, but he not second round now.
No.
He might command a little more.
Certain salary cap numbers. I think there's like a set number that you could give him. I think.
For a restricted free agent. Okay,
for a restricted free agent, yeah.
Gotcha.
Like it's the same thing right now. But Julius Randle right now, we can offer him 104 for 4 years. We can, that's the max we could give him. If you wait another year, he could get more. I think that's the same way it goes with the second rounder to a free agency on that going forward. So if the Knicks,
that's a good point.
You want to give him that money, Graham. You could give Graham that money, or you could just take on Rozier and not give up any assets or any trading any players, and you could actually use that to bring another player in, or you just using your money. So it's a good situation to be in. That's the point on that one.
I like Rozier. I like Will Sliker's point. Good point, Will. Let me just throw that in there. Will, great point. I take Rozier. We kind of already have Graham, which is a quickly. You know what I mean? Great point. Great point. Yeah. Rozier is a dog too. He can go. Boston wish the Boston should have signed him. You know what I mean?
Right. They went down.
Yep. And that's another name I was talking about earlier. What do y'all cats think of Marcus Smart?
I like Smart. We need toughness on this team.
Oh my goodness, yes.
He'd fit with Tibbs. Definitely. Tibbs loves vets. And to Divine's point about the draft, I think in terms of the first round picks anyway, I can see us packaging both to at least move up and get the better player that we like, because 2 firsts into this unit, there's only so much playing time, and we've already used the roster spot, presumably on Luka Vildoza, who wasn't even a draft pick. So, in terms of the draft, we know they like connections too. They like to pick players later in the first round that they have a good intel on, like whether they're from Kentucky or Walt Perrin likes them. But it's very interesting to see. And to Steph's point about Tibbs, he's not getting younger. What I was saying earlier is I would just prefer. I wouldn't mind if we go for a win now, but I would prefer us to sign free agents as opposed to trades, because I just think some of these players are asking price now on the market, and the trades they just cost too much.
Yeah. There's nobody on the free agent market, though, I don't think, that moves the needle and kind of puts us in championship contender status. I don't believe, unless Kawhi opts out.
Position in any position, Steph, or in...
I think at any position, I don't think there's any players that would move the needle that much. Now, I'm not saying there aren't good players, but that would move the needle in that respect, unless Kawhi opts out.
Well, and Chris Paul, would you entertain Chris Paul?
You know what? I like Chris Paul, but when he got that shoulder injury, it just made me think about when he was with the Clippers and how they were never able to get over the hump because he kept getting injured, So I don't know. I'm thinking that we should stay away from like these injury-prone players. Look at AD. Yeah. But listen,
hey, you know what? Real quick,
go ahead.
Real quick, I want to make a point so I can remember. And another thing, but you know what? The reason why sometimes you might have to go out and trade your pick for a star player if you want them. Because if you go to free agency, you might not get them. See, sometimes you got to gamble with sometimes you got to take that gamble, because now you taking a couple of first rounders who might have never pan out. They might have never pan out, and risk losing a player that you need to somebody in the offseason might sign them and give them what they want. So sometimes you got to gamble. Sometimes, I mean, we did it with Melo, and don't get me wrong. Much of the people complain about the Melo trade, half of them cats ain't even in the NBA, but Gallinari, the only one left. You know what I mean? Melo took us to the playoffs. He could have took a further. Stoudemire and Chauncey Billups wouldn't have got hurt. So sometimes you got to take that gamble because it ain't guaranteed. I guarantee you, if Zach LaVine hit the free agent market, he got 31 suitors probably. 31 suitors.
Right. Whoever has the most money. Right. Absolutely.
Yeah. Right. And sometimes you might say, before I let them get them, I'm willing to give up this to get them. And I don't think. If I had to give up 3 first-round picks, because you ain't guaranteeing them picks going to pan out to be anything. They gamble. That's why so you really don't know. So would you rather take a chance on a guy you're not sure that's going to get you, is he ever going to be a Zach LaVine? You don't know. If not, then hey, whatever. You know what I mean? So it's a gamble in a sense. So I understand why we don't like to give up picks and stuff at the same time. And if it's somebody who's going to help move the needle, because now if the 19 to 20 might pan out, like I said, they might become Michael Porter Jr., they might become Kevin Knox. You never know. We just don't know. You know what I mean?
Part of it also, Divine, is not even that they very well may pan out, but they're not in our window.
Right.
It's going to take so long for them to pan out that they're not going to help us from when we need them to help us, which is right now. Right. Mm-hmm. And I think it's going to be interesting to see what the front office does if a team asks for Obi. And I do hear you, CT, about the connection and the godson and what have you. But I hope that doesn't get in the way of business, because Obi is developing, but it may take him 3-4 years to get where we really need him to be in terms of really contributing. And that's okay. That's okay, because on these championship contending teams, they have their 2 or 3 main players, and then they have the other players helping. So that's fine. However, if we have an opportunity to get somebody like a Levine or somebody that can really help us, are you going to say, no, I'm not going to part with Obi because 3 to 4 years from now, he's going to be really good, when your window now is 3 or 4 years? And that's the decision the Knicks are going to have to make if a star player comes up.
Yep.
Yeah, great point. And I think to answer your point, and if I had to make a decision, I think if it meant getting a superstar, they would include Obi if he was asked. But on the other side, I think the president's first draft pick, a lot of the time they it's sentimental to them, and they get attached to that pick, and they really want them to pan out.
Right.
But yeah, at the same time, if that pick helps them bring in a star, I think that also looks good for them as well. But yeah, I think with Obi being a local player as well, a local kid, and the fact that he showed glimpses in the playoffs, he looks like a piece moving forward. But yeah, I think in a few years at least, we're not really going to see him as a relied on starting player. And
right.
Look, they weren't to know that. Nobody saw the year Randall had coming, and I think
Right.
they were already packaging Randall and trying to move him on. But apparently, we were hearing that they weren't happy with the offers given,
Right.
and I think one of the deals was a swap with Rozier that Steve Mills was interested in, but that didn't eventuate. But look, things worked out for the better. We have flexibility now.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but listen, we want to hold on to Obi. We're gonna have to give up somebody. And between Obi and Quickly, I'd rather give up Obi. I do see Obi being a good player down the line, but I was not even a Quickly fan when the season started. I really wasn't. I just saw him as somebody jacking up shots. But just to see his progression, the floater, the floater high off the glass, the mid-range shot, though. When he comes back next season, it's going to be a huge jump for him.
Yeah, me too. I also favor Quickly ahead of Obi, just because it's a guards league right now. And as we saw with Trae Young, you can't put a price on a player that can run up the court and pull up from the logo and hit a shot, in his first season like that with pressure. And
Right.
And remember, Tibbs loves work ethic. He was talking about Quickly just being in the gym, being a gym rat, and wanting to improve. And I think Quickly with him, it's a mystery still because he was raised as a point guard, and in his freshman season, he was a two guard at Kentucky. So I think that stunted his ball handling and his distributing, and he had to score for Kentucky and also score for us. And it would be interesting to see whether they allow him the opportunity to develop as a point guard, or have they just pigeonholed him now as being, a shooting guard.
Good point. Good
I
point.
agree. Hey, Alawa made a great point too, and I agree with Alawa 100%. Just about mine to take mine, my brother, because I just was thinking the same thing. Obi Toppin and Quickly, I think Knox and Frank is finished. I think that's Obi and Quickly's place now. You know what I mean? So if anybody get moved, it's gonna be Frank and Knox. Now Obi and Quickly the new Franks and Knox, but maybe they got a chance to get more playing time because they're showing themselves. So it's gonna be interesting. Knicks in a good situation. They no matter which way they go, they're in a good situation. I mean, unbelievable. We just talked about all these scenarios. Imagine what they thinking. I'm quite sure Scott Perry, Steve Mills, and all of them. They probably sitting down right now. We could do this. We could do that. We got this. We got that. We could do. I mean, that's a great situation to be in, man. And that's why I was telling everybody earlier, man. You can salute to Scott Perry, man. I know we keep talking about Leon Rose and World Wide West. Salute to Scott Perry since 2018, man. I mean, he got a 7 round.
Him and Mills.
What? Right, and Mills.
Him and Mills together. Yeah.
They got us 7 first round draft picks in the first 4 years. They got us cap space. I mean, they drafted RJ, they drafted Mitch with the 32nd pick. You know what I mean? They made something that didn't pan out. It didn't pan out for the Knicks. Don't mean it won't pan out in the league. I think if you send somebody like Knox down to Orlando, he might change his whole. He might turn his whole career around. He just ain't the type of guy that works on the Thibodeau. You know what I mean? He does not want to fit guys. Right. But it might be a coach in the league who could make that 3-point shooting Knox guy. And I like his style of game. I wish Knox panned it out because I really like that kid, man. I rooted for him for the longest. I seen the potential there. Yeah. I think it's just he's not a Tom Thibodeau guy, at least from what we see. But they in a good situation, man. I mean, they really are, man. This is gonna be a nice off season. We're gonna keep it grinding, and y'all keep listening to the content created like Queen's Court tomorrow, 5 o'clock. Y'all already know. We're gonna be doing Knicks Real Talk weekly on Fridays. Every Friday we'll jump on here until the season start back, and if we had to go another day, we will. But definitely on Friday night, Knicks Real Talk, the night show. It's called Knicks Weekly. We're gonna be on there. We're gonna be getting more better, bringing more content, man. We're gonna, we are novices this year in the show. This is our first time having a platform, but we learn, we grow. We're gonna get the show better. We're gonna get more innovative, more creative, get more, wise people on here. We got a bunch of wise ones come on here now, especially the chat. You know what I mean? The chat is where it's at. All the wise heads up there. But we're gonna look to grow the show even more and get new ideas, get creative. Because we really love doing what we're doing here, man, and we Knicks family, so we just want to bring our family the best. So y'all look out for Knicks Real Talk going into the next season, man. We're gonna really get this thing popping off. You get the phone calls in, you get new everything, man. Anything we can do to bring our community together as Knicks fans, Knicks Real Talk will be on the forefront of this this thing, man. We're gonna try to get it popping. But I want to thank everybody, though. We're not getting up, but I just want to thank everybody out there, man, especially the chat. All the streamers out there, all the content creators, the Power Father, everybody, die hard, everybody who got a platform out there giving us Knicks fans something to be proud of. We had a great year. Let's not get it twisted. We had a great year. We had a great year. What a year to be a Knicks fan. It was unbelievable. I enjoyed the whole 72 games. Got to meet a lot of wise people, that I consider family. You know what I mean? So the Knicks got us a beautiful year. You know what I mean? And I just hope the next year is going to be better. I think we back.
It will be.
Yeah, we will be. And I just think going forward, if they keep the same game plan going, I think we're going to be fine. So with Knicks fans, we got Summer League coming up. We got the NBA draft lottery. We got the draft. We got training camp. We got Summer League. And next thing we popping right back on the court. So, the 4 months will go on. So we're going to be here, man. We're going to be here. And y'all keep tuning in. And, Steph, you keep elevating Queen's Court, man, because it was phenomenal to see a sister come on here and the bring the intellect that you bring, because some of the wisest people in the world is you ladies. We already know that, but just to have that platform to get to us, and we really appreciate that, man. I'm like, you like a sister from another mother than me. You know what I mean? I mean that sincerely. My brethren already know. BX already know. You know what I mean? And all the cats on the MEK, y'all already know how we get down. This is a family affair, man. And it's great though. It's good. Salute to the Knicks, man. 41-31, fourth in the Eastern Conference. Gave us some excitement with 9-game winning streaks. Young talent getting better. You know what I mean? We just didn't have enough to get us through what we wanted to go through in the first round, but that's fine. It's a step-by-step process for the Knicks. So, but I'm excited though. I'm excited from a fan perspective. First and foremost, from a fan, I'm good, Steph. I really am.
Yeah. I mean, listen. I can hear myself. Do I got my volume up too loud? You can hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, I think I'm just getting some feedback. Listen, and I didn't get a chance to talk to you guys about it, and I don't want to go too far back, into the playoffs. I'm trying to move forward, but I don't think. And I'll talk more about this on the Queen's Court tomorrow. I don't think the difference between us and Atlanta was solely talent. I think that if Randall had a better series, I think if we made some more defensive and offensive adjustments, we'd be having a different conversation right now. Now, I'm not saying we could have still lost. We could have still lost the series. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying we would be having a different conversation right now. You got to remember, our entire offense goes through Randall. Those guys get their shots off of him, and they get their shots in specific spots. So if Randall is clamped down and he's not playing well, those guys are not getting the shots where they used to getting them. Everything changes, And on the other side, if we were able to clamp down Trey, or if Trey didn't play well, you think Herter, Collins, and all those other guys would have looked the way they looked without Trey Young playing the way they would not have. So that's why I don't want to overreact about our bench. Oh, they trash, they this, they that. You're going to look trash when your best player is not, playing well and setting you up. And that's pretty much has been our offense. You're going to look bad. If you put any of those players on the Knicks, they would have still looked bad if they were playing off of Randall, So it is what it is. I we all need to get better. And let me tell you something. Tibbs is my guy. I love him. He knows more about basketball than I can even think about knowing. And maybe there was just things that was over my head that I didn't see. But I just thought defensively we could have did a little bit more on Trey, trapping something to make it a little uncomfortable for him, and some offensive adjustments to free Randall up a little more. But I have to say, in game 4 or 5, it felt like Atlanta didn't even box him in that much. They were like, he's not shooting well anyway. We don't even need to do it.
Right.
But anyway, I just mentioned that because I wasn't here to go over that with you guys. I don't want to go too far into it. We on to next season.
That's understandable.
I'm excited. I'm encouraged. Atlanta did all their signing they did, and they had the same record we did, and we haven't done what we needed to do yet in the off season. So I'm encouraged by what's to come.
Absolutely. I second that. Yep. Yeah, BX, man. Great season, my brother. We had a great season overall, man, from all perspectives, man. And we just gotta get ready for the next round, man. We gotta get ready for 2021-22 season. You know what I mean? I think it's gonna be exciting though, fellas. BX, I really do. I think that the Knicks gonna make some good moves, and I think it's gonna put us in a more competitive chance to go out there and do our thing. And I believe in this organization. I believe in him. Like I said, I'm a big Scott Perry guy, man. I really believe when he came in here, he did something. I see us going in the right direction. And a lot of move was they probably second guess the move that he did. But now when you look at the move that he did, he still left us with cap space and future draft picks, some talent, flexibility, accountability with a coach they brought in there. So it was I love what Scott Perry did now to add Worldwide West and the connection to him and Leon Rose to the fold. I think you can't go wrong with that, because now you got a guy like Scott Perry who could do the GM thing, and you got Leon Rose who could do the president thing. You know what I mean? People forget he's the president, but the GM make a lot of them decisions as well. And I think you got Worldwide West with all his connections out there that he can go out there and do it with righteously, legally. And he got connections. He ain't gonna do nothing that's gonna cause a franchise nothing stupid, obviously. But people know him. You know what I mean? And so I think they put us in a good situation. I think in the next 10 years, man, I think we're gonna look out for some good basketball and the good things coming from this organization. I just think that they're on the right path if they maintain what they did this year, and we'll see. You know what I mean? But I
think they're gonna blow our minds this summer.
Yeah,
with Worldwide West and all, I just think they're going to blow our minds this summer. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna say thanks for everybody for having me on. I gotta get going because I gotta get up at 4. So guys,
okay,
it's been a pleasure. Okay. I'll see you soon. Support Queens Court and Bronx Jedi Sports Talk. I'll have a program up pretty soon. I've been under the weather, but guys, you have a good night from Bronx Jedi 76. Keep the
appreciate you, my brother. I'll talk to you, bro.
You guys. Hope you feel better soon.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. I think with to Steph's point, this summer is a big one, and you could tell this is a front office that's planning for the future. I think they may already know what kind of moves. I don't know if you call what D Rose said, Steph, about having big plans.
Yeah, I did hear that, and people were speculating that it might be a point guard, right? Because if it was a center or whatever, it wouldn't really affect him, right? But the other thing is these executives talk. Even though you can't really do anything until, the free agent period, I'm sure these executives are talking at least about frameworks of a potential deal. Like the Knicks already know what it would take to get Levine, what it would take to get Dame. I'm sure they, poked around to see what it would take. And they may have said, listen, we have no intention of trading him, but if we did, it would take whatever. So I did hear a few people say that they think this is on Nothing But Knicks. I think we were talking about it. We might have been talking about it after the show, that they think it's Dame. I like Dame. You know, he's built for New York for sure.
Mhm.
But boy, does that shorten our window. Like
Yeah.
we gotta win quick. You know,
2022 or 3. Yeah, right.
you know.
I'd
Yeah,
be shocked if it was Dame, to be honest. But yeah, I wouldn't put it past them as well. You're right. There's
Yeah.
talks all the time, and that we're very connected. And I think prospective free agents and teams, players looking to move on from their situation, would look at the Knicks quite clearly in terms of where our needs are as well. Like anyone who watched this Knicks team in the playoffs and all season could admire what we did, but could also see our limitations. You know, that it's no secret. You know, we were starting a hobbled Rose in
Right.
the playoffs. You know, because we just had no other choice. And if you're a 3 or a point guard, then you could see yourself fitting into this roster.
Right.
You know, and know your role. You know, players really like to know their role.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no doubt. You know,
Mm.
no doubt about it. Is gonna be crazy. It's gonna be crazy. I would love to see Carmelo. I know you guys talked about it earlier. Um, I could see Carmelo. Just imagine if Carmelo was backing up Randall this season.
Mm,
You know, because he could play the 4. You know,
right.
and we may have to give up a little bit of our defense to have a better offense. So instead of, as long as we're in the top 10 defense and our offense improves, that may be good enough. You know, we may not need to be 3 or 4. You know, we're gonna have to get some offense in here, and it's hard to find two-way players. You know,
Right.
And I was
that
saying,
yeah,
my point was about when you start to get better, vets start to become interested as well,
right,
and filling out as we get closer to being a contender. You know, you always look at players like that jumped onto Brooklyn and the buyout markets and things like that. You know, the way Brooklyn have filled their roster around the 3 stars with Jeff Green and even LaMarcus before he had to
right,
retire.
correct,
Pieces like that, you know, I could see Carmelo wanting to finish his career if we can
right,
land a big fish.
right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And also the power forward from Detroit played for the Clippers. The name escapes me.
Blake Griffin.
Blake Griffin. Yeah, yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's how you
exactly.
got to do it. Yep, I think that's how you got to do it. And that's why, Steph, when you put that in earlier, I'm glad you had said that. Veterans that can play, that's going to play on the team. You know what I mean? Don't bring them in just to bring them here. They need to contribute. But like let's for hypothetically, if Damian Lillard came to New York, you know Carmelo Anthony would be here. That's no question. And I think Carmelo Anthony would take he'd take $1 million to play in New York. He don't need the money. He know that. To play with Damian Lillard in New York, Carmelo Anthony would take that. He'd take $2 million. You know what I mean?
And not just him, there will be others as well.
Yeah.
Like Danny Green, you know, like let's say New York natives, Danny Green or someone who may want to come home and be part of winning the first chip in New York since 50 years.
Right.
Yeah,
Let me ask you, if Dame came here, do you guys think we're contenders? Do you think we're in the top, like we would, you know, maybe overtake, I don't know, Milwaukee or, you know, another team, or not quite yet?
I don't think Dame would do it by herself. I meant to me, because that means only way I can see that happen, Steph, if Julius Randle got to take a major drunk from this last playoff game. He would have to take his maturation had to be up on another level next year for that to happen. I don't know if Damian Lillard by himself, unless you get another quality player there. I'm saying it might not have to be a superstar, but you're gonna have to get somebody there who could just in case Julius Randle go through that. You know what I mean? And I think that's what my concern is. But I know he'll make a difference. Will he get us over? I don't know.
I think it puts us. I think it does put us there, because I just had to think, and I was thinking Philly, where they're at, and look at the games. Look at the hard fought games we had against Philly this year, and we were right there. And You mean to tell me if you put Damian Lillard in that game on our side, that we wouldn't have beaten that close Brooklyn game, that close Philly game?
Question.
You know, we were right there.
Mm.
Now I know
Yeah.
playoffs are different, and we were probably outplaying them in terms of effort. But I think you can add Dame and you can add some more role players, and we're right there. Like I said earlier, you may have heard, Steph, about the tiers. I think the tiers are Milwaukee, Philly, Brooklyn, and we're obviously the 4th seed. We're right there.
Right.
With one more star, we move into the top 3 teams in the
Right.
East, and
Right.
it's all, you don't know, an injury here or there. It's all to play for.
Right.
You can't predict the future.
Right. Listen, if Lillard comes here, he's bringing other people with him. He's bringing people with him because people want to sign on a cheaper deal. And then when the buyout market comes, we would be in play in the buyout market as well. People would probably, depending on where our position is at the time, would want to come here for that championship run. You could change it in one off season if you play it right.
Yep.
You can.
Yep. And I think we're in a position to do that. I think the Knicks as an organization are really in a position to do that. They got the assets, they got the money, they got the assets, they got the capital, they got the picks. And I think if they do it wisely, you ain't got to mortgage the whole. You don't have to mortgage the future just to win now if you do it the right way. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I think if they do it the right way, like you said, if Portland trade Damian Lillard to the Knicks and Knicks don't got to mortgage everything, and and I know that's going to be a difficult. Now you're talking maybe 3 firsts, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. I don't know. Plus this player, that player. It all depends who they want.
For Obi and quickly. They might.
Right. They might. They might.
And since we're on that topic, do you seem like you really feel? Do you feel Dame is really going to move on? Do you think his days are up?
I didn't think that, but we was having this conversation after the show last night, and there was really strong feelings that there was some talks going on already. And I don't know how true it is. On
was it NBK or?
Yeah, we was just shooting the breeze. We were just shooting the breeze afterwards. I don't know. I don't know if there's any intel.
Actually, I tell you what, I was thinking. Yeah, I can think of one instance in the middle of the season when that Brooklyn game. Remember when the last possession when Randall got called for the double dribble? When Kyrie tipped the ball, and Randall was called for the travel. Sorry, Damian Lillard tweeted after that game, and in defense of the Knicks, and you could tell from the tone, he. I know he has a beef with Scott Foster, but you could just tell he was rooting for us against Brooklyn.
Right.
I just got that sense.
Listen, he would take up a good part of our salary cap. The last year or two of his contract is like $50+ million. Now the salary cap will probably go up by then, so it'll be less of a percentage, if it continues to go up every year. But that's a lot of money.
But
I know. Would you do CJ McCullough instead?
Who?
CJ McCullough.
CJ.
I like McCullough. You think he moves the needle like Dame would? But I like him though.
I don't know if he moved the needle like Dame do, but he could shoot that ball. He could score that ball though. I mean, do you think if he wasn't playing with Dame, would he be getting more points? I mean, because the kid is a straight out bucket. You know what I mean? So it could it be to a point where maybe if he was the main guy and it wasn't Dame Lillard, maybe he might be scoring 30 a game. Because CJ McCullough he had a good year this year too. He got injured. He had to come back.
Right.
But man, that boy, he I love his game. I love his he to me is a next tier DeMar DeRozan to me. I think he get buckets because he can shoot the tray ball. You know what I mean? He like DeRozan with a tray ball. You know what I mean? He crafty, but if Lillard say I'm going to retire in Portland, I'm not going nowhere, which is going to be hard to eat that $50 million, like you said. But CJ contract is about to be done. I think that's.
I think with Dame, I think his game's not really relied on for athleticism, and the fact that he's such a deadly long range shooter will help age well in terms of his value.
Right.
You know, let's think of Steph Curry in 2 more years. You know, he's still
Right.
look, he had one of his best seasons shooting, and I can envision a Dame and Quickly backcourt. You know, where you have to respect that length of shooting, and how much is that going to open up for Randall and RJ with 2 floor spaces like that?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and that's not
But
a bad problem to have. I'll tell you that much.
I know there's doubts on his defense. I haven't watched Portland enough. Is he a liability on defense, or is he?
Listen, it's not going to even matter, because if you come to New York and you playing for Tibbs, you're going to put some effort in on the defensive end. It's going to be unacceptable. It's going to be unacceptable.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
Yeah.
So
I'm just thinking it's going to take a lot. To Steph's point, if Portland want to rebuild, it's going to take a lot to get Dame, you know, to shake loose, and it's going to be Obi, it's going to be Quickly,
it's going to be
maybe even Barrett, Mitchell Robinson.
Oh, gee.
I mean,
we can't gut the team. Like, if we gut, then we not get him and Randall is not going to be enough.
Yeah, that's why my preference, and I know there's not many good free agents right now, but I prefer to build around signing players instead of just trading everything we have for one. And if we had just waited one more off season to get Carmelo with the assets we already had, we may have been talking about a different, you know, era over the last 8 years.
But we would have had to call his bluff, though, because he was also pushing. He didn't want to wait to the off season either. He didn't want to do it, so they would have had to call his bluff in order to do that. The other thing I want to say about the Carmelo Anthony thing, I don't think it was the trade itself. I think it was all of the non-decisions, non-choices, non-decisions that were made after we got him, which is why it wasn't as successful as he could have been. And all of those guys, you know, what did they turn out to be? And even if the draft picks turned into good players, you see how long it took? The Knicks that were in a win now mode, they weren't going to wait for a pick to possibly turn into a Jamal Murray. You know what I mean? That's what you do when you give up draft picks. You're saying, I'm not saying that this draft pick won't be good. I'm just saying it's not in my timeline. You know, I need a player now. So people are saying, oh, it turned into so-and-so. We wasn't going to wait for that draft pick to turn into, you know?
Yeah,
so, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. There was definitely moves made after the trade that, to me, the two things that stand out were the, you know, amnestying Billups, and just to bring in a shot blocking center on max money in Tyson, and then also the other factor was, you know, the second star was injury prone, and you know, we're trying to build with Melo and Stoudemire, who didn't turn out to be, you know,
they played
what
the
we
same
needed.
position. But also, I don't know how true this was, that when we signed Chandler, that CP3 wanted to come. Now, whether he would have come and whether that would have worked out, but once they signed Chandler, that was the end of that possibility.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I think right now, I know far where we at. If we, you know, we got now Randall's contract is what? Is it what, $4 million?
If they don't sign, if he goes into free agency, he gets $4 million. But if they pick up the option, I think it's 18, 19 million.
Right. So we
I think they'll agree to an extension. Yeah. I think they'll agree to some kind of extension with bonuses and, you know, all NBA bonuses and things like that. All-star bonus again.
Yeah.
Just
but
because
listen, he had a bad playoffs, but don't go in there insulting the man thinking you're gonna get him for like 21 million. You know what I mean? Because he'll probably tell you, then I'm gonna bet on myself that I'm gonna have a better playoff series next year, and then y'all gonna have to give me the Supermax. You know, so
I wouldn't. That's an insult, definitely. I think the the max extension eligible that is 26, 27, I think. If it's around the super extension, that's where I have real concerns around the 30, 40. You know, I'm going to need him to do exactly what he did this year and take us to the playoffs and produce before I'm thinking about $40 million, you know.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it.
His game, yeah, and I was praising his game all season because he's such a unique player at his size. But now that I've really seen it in the playoffs, if I'm being honest, that's a type of game that you can neutralize in the playoffs because it's hard to create your own shot at 6'8", 6'9" at his size.
Exactly.
You know, they can clog the paint and make him a jump shooter.
Right.
And
if you're not hitting your shots, and he wasn't.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was my major concern right there. That was my major concern, CT. Sorry for cutting you off real quick. I was like, Randall was 6'8", and if he ain't hitting that J, it's wrap. So that's why I was concerned about the league, the way it's going. Look at, man, you got Brook Lopez and Giannis. You got AD and whoever the center is. I mean, you got Joel Embiid. I mean, you got, it's almost like nowadays they playing with 2 7-footers up there. You know what I mean? And if Randall at the 4, he can't get down in that paint like against them big dudes. He knows he always has tough games against tall people. So my concern is that what do we do if you talking about giving Randall $200 million or $175 million, and if his face-up game is not on, and you playing teams with them big boys down there, Randall is not that effective for us. Let me use the right word. He's not effective for us. You know what I mean? So that's my concern about.
I'll give you a good. Yeah, I'll just give you a good comparison that I think we'd be looking at like a 28-year-old Blake Griffin, and what we saw with his limitations on his salary.
Right.
You know, when he doesn't have that explosion, he couldn't get to the basket. He was just a power forward jump shooter.
Right.
And that's what we're looking at Randall being in the next 2 years, you know.
Yeah. Unless we get that small forward that can take the slack off him. Maybe we need a 6'10" or 6'9" small forward who got game like that, but they got length. Because like I said, I remember last year, Tom gets from 6'9", 6'10", maybe 6'9", he ain't 6'10". And then you had Julius Randle 6'8", 6'9". Then you had Moot Morris 6'7". That front line was so small, bro. They just was like you couldn't get rebounds over nobody. You know what I mean? We had to play so hard to get rebound because we were so short. And I just think that, you know, maybe if Mitch would have started with Randall and Moot Morris, it might have been different. You know, because that's a 7-footer there. You know what I mean? And but that's what I think Achilles' heel for Randall would be. He's gonna have to refine his game even more. Now he's gonna have to even go to another level because of his height. You know what I mean? That's my concern with that part for him.
You need in playoff basketball, right, where everything is really tight and, you know, defenders come up on you, schemes. You need as many shot creators as possible. It's almost like the team with the most shot creators, because you'll see the amount of difficult shots that are needed to be made and the shot clock always coming down.
Right.
You see teams stack them with shot creators, and if you're not a shot creator, we see what Randall did, you know, and Reggie Bullock. You know, you can neutralize them in the playoffs very easily with just playing zone, and
that's true. But when you think about it could work both ways as well. Because think about what Atlanta did. They put those shooters around Trae Young so that you couldn't load up. You know? So, but again, Trae Young is a little more shifty, you know, and quick and can get to where he needs to go. Which is a little different from Randall, unless
and to that point, what I really realize is they are officiating the game so much differently than they used to with the lack of physicality. I thought the playoffs, they would just give us that little bit more leniency to bump Trae off his spot, or, you know, he's such a small guy, but they gave us absolutely nothing. They called it the exact way that they did in the regular season, where those blow-bys, if, you know, he just stuck his elbow out and got the contact. It's a foul. And you could be the best defender in the world. You can't. There's no answer for that.
Right.
You know,
he's very crafty. I wish Randall was a little more crafty, in drawing fouls, especially when you're not shooting well. You want to get to the line, maybe get in a rhythm on the line by drawing fouls, keep going. Lowry does it all the time, but I've seen also small forwards do it, not just guards, know how to draw a foul so that they can get to the line.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that I know, and real quick, I was going to piggyback up Alton Lee's point, because Alton Lee must mind detect minds, thinking the same thing. And that still understates what a real dynamic pass first point guard can do for Randall. Now he can get him in his spots. You know what I mean? He can hit him. Right. Randall said, I want to go over here. I can go here. I mean, I love Randall's game. I'm just concerned when that jump shot go, he go. There's really nothing you can do about it, because it ain't like it ain't like you put him down on a block and you throwing the ball in there and he going to get it. He can't do that anymore. Not at an efficient level because of these tall cats down there now. That should be Randall's thing. Put the ball down on the floor and just bully jokers. Right. Now with these big boys down there, the Drummonds and the ADs, and it is, Valachunas and all these guys, these tall, linky, strong guys who bully less like you do. You know what I mean? Yeah. But the only thing different than they taller than you and they linkier. So Randall got to exert a lot of energy trying to jump over a 7-footer to get a bucket. You know what I mean? And right. So it's interesting to see that, man. But I think hopefully we get the right point guard in there, Steph, and CT. I think we get somebody in there who can set that boy up. And because I think Randall's game is good. I'm good with Randall. Don't get me wrong. If you got to sign Randall, you sign him. But I'm concerned for him being a number one right now just because of his height. It's just his height. That's all it is with me. Nothing about his game. I would like to see him a little bit more too, because I see Randall sometimes with Randall offense game ain't going, he kind of fades on defense because he's frustrated. I noticed that. I noticed that in the playoffs. He was kind of frustrated. So he wasn't giving maximum effort on defense. So Noel wouldn't even give maximum effort on defense in the playoffs this year for some reason. You know what I mean?
He was hurt.
He was hurt. Right. Exactly. He was hurt. Yep. So that's the thing with me with this team is when we going forward, what are we going to do around Julius Randle? I think that's going to be the major thing in the offseason. Are we going to build with Randle, or are we going to build without Randle? Who knows? I don't know, but you don't know what they thinking either. But it's hard to say no with that Kentucky thing going on. You know what I mean? And but you got to remember they were going to trade him last year though. They were about to trade him for Rozier and Malik Monk to Charlotte. I think Scott Perry said no, and then after that, Mills got fired. You know what I mean? So who knows?
The most important thing, like you said with Randall, the most important thing is the shot. Was it real? And was it the empty arenas or no crowds to create that distraction? And if the shot's real, then I think we have our second piece. Because this is the first year in his career he's shot 40%. So I think it's real. I think he's put in the work and the shot's looking smooth. And I just think Atlanta did well to take away the shot. Most of the games in the regular season, the 3-point looks he had were the players sagging off and giving him that little bit of room.
Right.
And I thought Atlanta would take that away. And I just wanted to ask, I don't know if you heard this as well, but pivoting onto Mitch, they said there was rumors that they're looking to have him work out with Kevin Garnett. The organization's trying to set that up. Okay. And I think apparently there's some untapped potential with his offensive game. And if he can grow into that, I'm excited.
If Mitch can get an offense, but listen, even without the offensive game, he could do what Capella did, But if he gets an offensive game, forget it. And it doesn't even have to be too much, like a little jump hook and a little 5-foot, 8-foot jumper, like something around in the key where you face up and they play off of you, you just shoot it.
Mm-hmm. What's so crazy to me? I think he will. People still don't forget. Mitchell Robinson just came in the league 2.5 years ago. You know what I mean? It's not like this guy, but this cat came in the league in 2019? Yeah, 2018, I guess. Second round draft pick. He haven't even touched the feet. Oh, yeah, right. 2-3 years from now, he gonna be crazy. I just think it takes time. Listen, Mitchell Robinson, offense rebounding. If you had him in this series with his offense rebounding, his alley-oops, his putbacks, his guarding the whole zone, it could have made a difference in that series. You know what I mean? And
No doubt
and I
about it.
love Nerlens Noel, but Nerlens Noel, to me, I still say it to this day, he's not Mitchell Robinson. Nerlens Noel cannot rebound like Mitchell Robinson, for sure. He can't rebound like him. He can't hold down a position in the interior like Mitch can because he's so frail. He'll block all your shots. I love the way he reached for when he knocked the ball out of guys' hands. He's a good guy. I'm not taking, but I don't think Nerlens Noel is Mitchell Robinson though, because I think Mitchell Robinson haven't even tapped his ceiling yet. I think Nerlens Noel at his ceiling. I think Nerlens Noel he can't get too much better than what he is. Mitchell Robinson got a lot of room to improve. I mean, this kid gonna be scary. And that's why I hope that Nick, listen, man, this cat been playing for y'all for 3 years on a $1 million contract or whatever. Man, keep that cat in the fold. Let him anchor your defense. Go get the cats that you need, whether it's Kawhi. If you get a Kawhi and another cat on that perimeter with Mitchell Robinson in that front court, that's one of the top defensive teams in the league. You know what I mean? Literally. You know what I mean? So I just think they got to take a chance on Mitch and say, you know what? I mean, I liked what he was doing. I seen his maturation this year. I was like coming into training camp. I was watching not training camp, but preseason. I like Mitch starting over. Everybody thought Nerlens Noel was starting. Nah, he ain't starting over Mitchell Robinson. Y'all can kill that noise because Mitchell Robinson bring a different dynamic to that team. Nerlens Noel can't even. His hands is just. I don't know what to say, Steph. His hands is like it's like lead hands.
Yeah.
I like Noel. I'm not throwing those stones at Noel. I love Noel, but he is a backup center. Nerlens Noel is the backup center. Make no mistake about it. So to me, that's telling me, wow, what about they keep one of them guys and bring another center in here? You know what I mean? Like we were talking about the Miles Turner. Is Nerlens Noel worth $10 million a year?
But if they bring in Miles Turner, I don't think you could play Miles Turner and Mitch because they both play the same position.
One of them going. They're going. Yeah, I think Mitch going. Yeah, I think Mitch is going and Noel is going because I think between Naj and Noel Pell, them little low salaries, they shot block, they do that and let Miles Turner be an $18 million, $19 million man. If they bring him in Mitch and Noel going, you best believe it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
but it's gonna be.
I think
they got a lot of options.
Mitchell and Obi together, maybe let's say if Mitchell plays some bench minutes, the lob threat would be incredible. Talk about vertical spacing, running the floor.
Right.
But I'm just happy if that's true and they do try to organize, some training with Kevin Garnett. He's going to do wonders for Mitchell Robinson, like to Steph's point, with even just little hooks, pivoting, stance. Just that's all you need from Mitchell. Most of the time when he has the ball, it's just looking to hand it off. If he just has a few go-to moves and catch his man off guard, that opens up a lot of things. And to me, the funny thing is, when Mitchell's in with his injury, I feel that his value at first went down with the injury, but sort of now it's gone up because we've seen how valuable he is.
Yep.
So I'm like, where do you guys stand? Where does the chat stand with Mitchell, knowing his foot could go in any point, but also how valuable he is now? So like, what do you pay him?
Yeah, because I thought the same thing. I'm like, oh, we got some leverage over Mitch. Look how we playing. We got 41 wins. We got the 4th seed without him. We need him, but we got some leverage comes contract time. Then we go lay an egg in the playoffs. I guess he's saying, okay, I got some of that leverage back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I thought he was on to something. I thought Mitch, before he got hurt, that first hurt, I was like, this brother, he was showing me something. And then when he dropped that 10 and 16 in the first quarter, then he got hurt. I was like, I just see Mitch getting ready to take off. I was like, listen, y'all bringing this man Noel in here to take my spot. I ain't letting that happen. And he didn't let it happen. He said, nah, I'm the anchor of this defense here until he got hurt. If Mitchell Robinson wouldn't have got hurt this year, it could have been different. That's all I'm saying. I just think that his field goal percentage. If RJ and Randall shot not falling Bullock, at least Mitchell Robinson get a putback. You know what I mean? At least if they miss a shot, that young man will snatch that rebound, go right back up with it, bang. You know what I mean? And Noel can't give us that. When them cats was missing them shots in the playoff, Mitchell Robinson was a good offensive rebounder. You know what I mean? He might well say, okay, I got this rebound back. I'm going to go up and just throw it right on, click Capella, whatever, foul me, whatever. I think we missed that. You know what I mean? And I just think the way he like gazelle, man, the way he run that floor, I can imagine Luka Valdoza throwing an alley-oop to him and Obi Toppin. Man, come on, man. So to me, you know, it's a beautiful thing to see. But I think Mitch, you know, if they give it to him, I think they're going to have to give him about 10 to 12. I think 10 to 12. You know, if they don't, then
that would be fine. But I let's see if he take it. You know, he been on a discount for so long. He might.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I think there would at least be 20 teams, you know, ready to give him an offer. To your point, I think he showed maturity this year, and in the question marks we wanted to see them improve were his foul tendency, foul prone,
right,
and he was good with that area before, and we're at the point where we just like, okay, the next thing is we want to see some offensive moves, and that's when he went down, and I think it was the game he went down or the one before I think he had his best game. Like he was just a monster in that game.
Yeah, they were in New Orleans, wasn't it? The game. I think
and he had all of that in the first half, right?
The first half, yeah, 10 points, 16 rebounds. Like he about to go for a 20-30 that night. Oh my God, I was on amp, and then he hit that floor. I was like, oh man. So we had to see with Mitch, man. But I hope the reason why I hope they keep Mitch doing like you did Frank, doing like you did Knox, doing like you did Damian Dotson. You know what I mean? I think he's that impactful. I think he's impactful than Frank is. I think he's more impactful than Knox is. I think he's more impactful than all them guys. And this cat was a second-round pick, and he's more impactful than all the eighth-round picks we just got recently. None of them better than Mitch. Not near one of them. So to me, he fits the team's type of play. He's a defense player. You know what I mean? I think he fits that mold. You know what I mean? So I would love to see him, man. Even if you say, listen, let's do this here. We give you this here. And if you show us maturation through this particular deal, we'll sign you to another one. You know what I mean?
Right.
We won't, you know. So work with us. We work with you because you know give us this here. We give you this here on the back end. And if you ball out them 2 years, then we'll take care of you on it. We'll take care of you next round. So I just think that to me, he better than every center we got. I mean, I don't think Nerlens Noel is Mitchell Robinson. I just love the fact that the way he played. But because that's the case, then that helps us on a great deal. Because now Randall don't got the pressure as much with Mitch as compared to Noel. You know what I mean? Now you go get that Kawhi at the 3. I think that's a beautiful front line right there. I think that's now Randall ain't got the pressure because he got Kawhi there. You got Kawhi and my man Mitchell Robinson. That's a tough front line to be guarded against. You know what I mean? That's literally a tough thing. I mean, the claw lock you down. You can't get in the paint that much if you do Mitchell Robinson right there. So I think that could be special. You know, who knows? You know, we'll see. But we got a lot of options, guys. I'm excited about it. But we got a lot of options here. It's gonna be a crazy summer for us, man. A hot, crazy summer. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too.
Options that we've been crying out for flexibility for a long time. You know, the last few times we were good, we were really, really limited in the moves we could make. You know. We were already at we were tax pay, I think, in a luxury tax, and it's just amazing. You know, this doesn't get said enough that we were the lowest payroll in the year. Now, and that's why I think a lot of people say we just didn't have the talent, and I think it's 50-50. We, to Steph's point, we could have definitely played better, smarter, and harder in areas. And then I think also our talent deficiencies were also exposed on the flip side as well. But I think right now is you know, we exceeded the expectations. So and we garnered a lot of great attention around the league. And I'm just surprised at the teams that actually took a step down. It wasn't so much also us getting much better. But teams also, we passed teams, you know, and to the point where I feel like if we didn't make barely any moves, I think we could still see ourselves as a 5th or 4th seed, just because
I
of the
don't know.
situation.
I think Indiana, I think Washington found their stride. I think Boston is going to get a new coach. I think if the Knicks don't upgrade, they can find themselves in the 7th spot. Because listen, look at Washington. I mean, uh, they got those 2 studs, but their rookie, not the rookie, the young player, who Chamora, he looked good. At least in the playoff games that I saw. Before Bertrand's was hitting his shot, before he went down. So I think it's going to be totally different.
It is. It is.
Next year, Boston, you could say underachieved. They're going to be back, and they got Tatum. This guy is dropping 50 pieces. So I think
Pat
if the
Riley
Knicks,
was bad down there. Yep.
right, I think if the Knicks stand pat, they're going to lose ground.
Yeah, we got to go out there. We got to go get it.
Yeah.
Instead, we got to go out there. We got to get a player. Because think about it, and I agree with y'all to a point. CT, I do agree with you to the point. If we did have Damian Lillard at the time, then we had somebody that could do what Trae Young did. You know what I mean?
Right.
See, and I think the Knicks need a player no matter what day it is of the week, what day of the year. I'm dropping 20-something. I don't give a what the playoffs, it's the preseason, the regular season. Every time I step on that court, I know I'm giving you 20-something or 30. We just need that player. Because Julius Randle was not, he just didn't show us that right now. Salute to his season, the most improved player. But we need a guy who got said, no matter when I come on this court, I'm giving you the business. Right. That's what we need in New York. You know what I mean? And I think that's what separates a lot of the good teams from the bad teams. I mean, they like, listen, I got a guy who can carry us. You know what I mean? I got supporting cast, Michael Jordan is supporting cast, or LeBron and his supporting cast, or whatever. But we need that guy, and I think we get that alpha dog. We need a Batman. Julius Randle was Robin to me, but we need a Batman down there. You know what I mean? I think we get a Batman. I think we'd be able to make some noise. I just think we need a Batman down there.
Yeah. And I think Randle will be better next playoff. Because you think about last year was the first time he was the number 1 on our team, and then he came back this year and was better for the experience. And I think it'll be the same next year. But let me tell you, Randle next season could be the MVP. I don't want to hear nothing until we get to the playoffs. He could become the MVP next year because the playoffs tell the story, and he cannot avenge himself until we get back to that next playoff series.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, agree. That's why it's so important he goes to his normal role, which is the second, or at best, the second best player in the playoffs, so that the attention's not there and he's not expected to create shots. Like I said earlier, with his frame and his handle and size, he can't be the number 1 shot creator on your team to create offense. Like that's what we saw happen. And
he needs to be a catch and shoot dude.
Well, listen, it worked for us, but it's easy to stop.
Yeah,
I mean that's how we got to 41. That's how we got to 41 wins. But it's easy to stop. It's easy to stop, and we saw that.
Yeah, when guys don't hit shots as well. Remember those games earlier in the season when teams went to the zone, and this was before we hit our 3-point shooting streak. We looked awful in some of those games.
Right.
Yeah,
and then they couldn't play the zone against us because we were hitting shots. And so you're right. It does work both ways where you start hitting shots and it creates space for Randle to kind of operate. So yeah.
We need somebody who they can say, you know what, either Randle gonna get you or I'm gonna get you. RJ did that in the regular season, but he's still he's a young puppy, you know what I mean? He's a second year too. You know what I mean? But like I said, you get that now. You get another cat that coming in. Now you got him, Randle, and RJ.
Right.
RJ don't have to have the pressure being the second fiddle. He can relax, take the pressure off him. Randle don't have to have the pressure being the first fiddle because we got somebody to take the pressure off him. They just couple of players away, man. They really 1 player, 2 players away from getting us back. I don't think they would over. I don't think we was over talented match to me. If people think that they say that Atlanta was a more talented, I really don't think so. I think that.
I think in the starting lineup, yes. I actually going into the series, I thought I gave our bench the edge when Rose was on the bench.
Right.
But once you took him and moved him to the starting, it just changed everything for us. And listen, say what you want to say about Alfred Payton. We lost those games by 2 points. We move Rose into the starting lineup. Those are blowouts. And I don't think it's because Alfred Payton was so hellified. It was just that he held our rotations intact. You know, when he played those minutes, everybody else could just stay in their roles. I think
and
that
now we
was
know
more
why
what it
Tibbs,
was.
Yeah, now for everyone that was screaming for it to happen earlier, we know, Tibbs, as you said, he knows more about basketball than all of us, and we can really see why he kept on to that rotation spot for so long when many were crying out for the change earlier.
Right.
And I think some of us are underestimating, even if we stood pat, underestimating the room for improvement with Quickly, RJ,
yes.
Obi. Think of what they're going to do with a whole summer, a summer league, a training camp.
Yes.
And the familiarity they have, having been to the playoffs together now, they're going to come. They're going to come back so much more consistent, at least.
Yeah.
But I agree. I think other teams will definitely get better. You're right. Every season it has a mind of its own, and you can't underestimate what other teams may do. I think there'll be some buyers and some sellers. Like we keep mentioning Indiana. What are they going to do, having missed out?
If they selling, we buying.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes, indeed. They got two players down there. I want already.
Turner and Brogdon. I take them tomorrow.
Oh man, you plug them two right into our starting lineup. Oh my goodness. And then go get that. Yeah, that's to me, that's like a Miami Heat team right there. Not a major superstar, Jimmy Butler and the rest of the crew. You know what I mean? And that's another thing you have to watch out for, because you don't know what Miami gonna do. And what
if they blow it up? Would you take Butler?
Oh yes, I would take Butler because he got the grit and the makeup to play in the city, and he's a defender. He ain't never scared. You know what I mean? I would have to him at the 3. That's a tough defender. He gonna give you what Bullock can't give you on the regular. Because first of all, Jimmy Butler goes to the basket with ease. You know what I mean? But Bullock can't do that. You know what I mean? Yeah, I would have to look into that. You're not
gonna hide no Trae Young on him because he's gonna post you up, whether that's part of the offense or not. He gonna take you down in the post.
And somebody was making it interesting. I'll tell somebody else that they was in the chat. They were like, no to Jimmy Butler. I said, let me ask you a question. When Jimmy Butler left Minnesota, when he left Chicago, they didn't do nothing. When he went to Minnesota, got them to the playoffs, he left them, they didn't do nothing. He went to Philadelphia, and he left. Yeah. What happened that year he left? Them cats couldn't get over the hump. You know what I mean? He's a winning ball player. He's a winner. He fit. Like he said, Tibbs getting the band back together. You know, no problem with them coming back. Them two spring veterans like that who could ball like that, man. Jimmy Butler and the 3 with us. Him and Randall and Mitch.
Yeah. We would he's not a good shooter, so we would still need some shooters.
You need some shooters.
Phoenix just won. Wow. We would need some shooters around him, but and we need that toughness. When Noel, when he got tripped up by, I think it was Herder, and he just jumped up and said, "Don't do that." I was like, "Oh my goodness!"
No.
Yeah. I was we need some toughness. I'm not saying we trying to hurt people or whatever, but can you imagine Morris on this team?
Mm-hmm.
We needed that type of toughness on this team.
Yeah, when Reggie Bullock was one of your main, tough guys, you're not doing too well.
Right. But we saw that all season. Things, little scuffles, little whatever, and players wouldn't listen. And I know this is not the 90s, and I'm not saying you need to push people, but you got to come to your players' defense in the moment. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win. And when you do that, that's when you win you know, and you just don't see any of it.
Yeah. Did Phoenix eliminate LA?
Yes, 113 to
Wow.
100.
Wow.
Yeah.
So LeBron's out.
See that now here's the thing. That's it. Now LeBron could down. You can't even put LeBron in that Michael Jordan conversation no more.
But he lost his Pippen though.
I understand that.
Wow, injury. I think
I'm
Philadelphia is in a
from the narrative standpoint. That's what they're gonna be saying. They're gonna be saying, no, LeBron had AD. I'm like, no, LeBron didn't have AD in no games, but you know what?
That's why every year is different.
Different, man.
Look at Philadelphia.
Right. I'm saying look at Atlanta. Now they're saying that it's game to game. If he got a partially torn meniscus, I think he's out for the rest of the playoffs, and they just don't want to say. So look at the break Atlanta got. I'm like, man, if we could have just beat them and got to a Philly team without Embiid.
Imagine, we had a healthy Mitch coming back, and then a Subway series against Brooklyn for the Eastern Conference Finals.
Man.
That's
why
how the ball bounces. Because think about it, I'm gonna tell you who the dark horse. Nobody talk about these cats. LeBron them out. Look like Luka Doncic about to take them boys out. Watch out for the Utah Jazz, man. Watch out for the Utah Jazz, bro. I'm telling you, them cats they hungry. After going against Denver last year and the way they competed, him and Jamal Murray going back to back, they lost to 7 with the last shot. And they came back with now they got the Mike Conley back. They got the other Bogdanovich shooting guys back. I mean, you got and Donovan Mitchell back. I mean, them cats and what's that? Joe Angles and them guys. That team been together for last year. They've been together for a couple of years. They got a good. You got to be watching. Then they took Memphis out. They're like, listen, y'all ain't on our level. You know what I mean? So it's gonna be interesting, man. Denver and the Jazz and Phoenix. Them were the top teams in there this year, you know what I mean? And they still there for some reason.
I'm happy for that. As a basketball fan, I love when it changes, when you don't see the same teams all the time win, give someone else a try. Utah fans have been through so much, they've come close so many times. And when an organization builds the right way, I can support that. They drafted Donovan Mitchell and got lucky and groomed him, and they found some other pieces, and it's not always about super teams just coming together. Philadelphia, I feel for them if Embiid is out. They drafted and tried to build the winner that way, and I'm just happy to see it change hands.
Right. They drafted 2 big players. What? They drafted Embiid. He sat out this whole year. And then my man Ben Simmons sat out a whole year or something like that.
Yeah.
I think Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
His rookie year. Yeah.
Yeah.
And look at Phoenix.
And they were the Kawhi Leonard jump shot bouncing off the rim a couple of times from going to the finals. That's why I said they would not count Philly out. They was a bounce, a boom, and a boom from going to the finals. So whatever the case, Eastern Conference Finals. No, the finals actually. So that just goes to show you, man. If Joel Embiid get back and play, I don't think Brooklyn was a cakewalk like everybody thought they was. I think they got the bodies, and I think they got to watch out for Milwaukee. Milwaukee gonna test them boys because like I said, they're gonna have to be on their offense A game the whole series to beat them dudes. But I don't think their defense match up against Antetokounmpo them defense. I think they got them 7-foot boys down there in the middle. You got Antetokounmpo who can go with KD, height wise anyway, and he can KD get you 30. He can get you 30 now. And Brook Lopez, they eat all their centers up, I think. And I just think that the way my man playing this year, Chris Middleton. And bring that Drew Holiday trade.
And the Drew Holiday.
Oh, my God. That was
and
then you got PJ Tucker. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And let's not forget, they signed Bogdanovich. The ink was even dry on the sheet. But the whatever reason, it was, outside of the rules.
Yeah.
And that would have changed our fate. if Atlanta didn't have Bogdanovic, you know.
Because he played some good defense on Derrick Rose, man. Devon Donovan was hawking that ball, man. I was like, whoa, this cat is up in these cats. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They use our own medicine on us almost in the series. They would play some defense.
And
I gotta get.
They really was. I mean, 90 points, 89.
Right.
I mean, like we could not score.
They could not score.
Think about Toronto's championship. You know, it took a disagreement between Kawhi and San Antonio for him to shake loose for that 1 year. You know, they signed him and won their only championship.
Right.
So all it takes is just
the same since. They ain't been the same since the Kawhi left.
Maybe something will shake loose for us. You know,
that Pascal Siakam was one of the. You know, I think they paid him, and he's getting exposed.
Because now, you know, it's easy to be the second fiddle. Like people were talking about how great Obi played in the playoffs. He played better than Randall. There was no pressure on Obi, you know, and he did play well, but there was no pressure on him. He can play loose, you know. All the pressure was on, you know, Randall. And the same thing with Siakam, you know. You want a team with Lowry and Kawhi. You playing off of those guys. It's making it easier for you. You know, they're not there, or at least Kawhi's not there. Now it's on you to be the number one.
Yeah,
that's where the pressure bust pipes coming at. Yeah, you can hide your weaknesses a little bit. You know what I mean? They definitely dispose us a little bit, man. I think we didn't have nobody to hide Randall's weaknesses and RJ no weaknesses. And that's when the ball ain't falling in, it's gonna be a long night. You know what I mean? And RJ, I gotta get RJ credit though. He kept trying to get he was challenging Capella and them though. He stuck to his game. I'm glad to see that. Even though his 3-point shot was falling, he was still driving that lane, man, trying to get them twos. And I'm glad to see that he didn't change his game up or get frustrated and he just kept going to the hole. So I'm gonna get this thing one way or the other. But they just had a little bit too much for us. I think that you got to give them credit. The defense, I was even shocked with Kevin Huerter's defense. But what I did understand, something we were talking about earlier, Gallinari on Julius Randle. Julius Randle, you got to take that dude down. I don't care how tall Gallinari is. Julius Randle, you got to bully ball that.
He passed up a few shots. He took him sometimes, but I would have took him every time.
Every time.
I think he was gassed.
He get the foul.
I think he was gassed because, to your point about he was the number one option all season. We pushed really hard in the regular season to get the seeding. You know, he didn't take any nights off. I think part of the poor performance in the playoffs were the players, especially RJ as well. They were just exhausted. You know, it was a long season for them. They had to carry a lot of the load because, you know, we didn't have the kind of depth some of these other teams did. You know, think about for us to win, we had to have a good game from Randall and RJ almost every night just to win. And I think when we got to the playoffs, Randall was just a little bit worn down.
Yeah, but I saw he was tired, but I also saw sometimes where he just unforced turnovers where it wasn't even what Atlanta was doing. It was like you could take that shot right there and he's forcing it in or jacking up a three. He just really looked out of sorts. To me, I felt like the lights was a bit too bright for him. That was the sense I got watching him. That Atlanta, don't get me wrong, Atlanta did make adjustments on him, but some of it just seemed like the lights was too bright.
Yeah, it seemed like that to me, especially in the first game. And I never forget this. When the first game of the playoff season this year, Julius Randle was in the middle of the court, dancing. You know what I mean, up and down the sidelines. You know, and I was like, oh, he getting caught up in the moment. Because when I seen him go over there and shake Spike Lee hand, then I said, okay, now in the press conference, he wearing his jewelry. Like Randall wasn't doing all this stuff in the regular season. I think the pageantry and all that and the hoopla, I think he got caught up in it. And then when it was time to get down to the get down, I mean, I'm not even gonna front. DeAndre Hunter was putting work in on RJ and my man. That he's 6'8" with strong dude too, long arms. DeAndre Hunter, every time Randall go left, them cats was sliding right along with him. He couldn't go back right. They were slider. He couldn't get to that lane for nothing. You know what I mean? I was like, they like, nah. If you go left, we going left right in front of you. And,
if you're gonna beat us, you're gonna beat us with jump shots, but you're not coming in here.
You're not coming here, and that they took him out of his game just like that, man. I was amazed. I'm like, wow, these cats is not letting that boy go nowhere. He go left, they going left. He spin right, they fading right. But they was bodying him though too. Even when he was dribbling, they was up on him. I'm like, so what that's gonna do? It's gonna cause him to turn that ball over. They had a good game plan, Steph.
No doubt. There's no doubt about it. And people are getting on our other guys, but what are you going to do? Bullock is not somebody that creates his own shots. He gets his shots off of Randall. Pick and roll or Randall double team. Randall survey, see who's open, pass it to them. They getting wide open shots. Now they in the playoffs. Like, I'm usually getting the ball at this spot, but where's the ball? Now they got to move to get the ball at another spot. It just threw everything off. And then Rose not being in that second unit, it throws everything. Because think about it. Part of the Knicks' success was their chemistry, their execution. Everybody knew where everybody was. Everybody knew what everybody was doing. It's like they was on a string. Like, that's how they won. You start disrupting that.
Yep.
And I think they were trying to address that point guard thing a bit earlier. And I'll tell you why. But because a few things didn't shake out the way they wanted, with Luka coming over quite late, because his team had a buyout in Europe, and they were trying to negotiate that. But there was talks of we being interested in Mike James, who ended up going over to Brooklyn. And he came over much earlier and started producing, as a scoring point guard. And I think things would have changed if we had ended up with Mike James and got him over to the States with 3 or 4 weeks left in the season. We would have had time to integrate him a little bit more into the offense. And he is that scoring point guard that could have backed up Rose and just given us a little bit more than what we had.
Yeah. You know what I wish would have happened in hindsight? I think Austin Rivers would have helped us.
Yeah.
I think, when Peyton started going south, slide Austin Rivers in there for those minutes, keep Rose right where he's at, And one thing about Austin, say what you want to say about him, he did not play well for us. The lights would not have been too bright for him in this series.
No, not for him. Nope.
Not for him. This guy is he plays good defense. He could shoot the three, and he's tough, But it just didn't work out. He just didn't fit, and I think they wanted to do him a favor and just release him, so he can, find, they didn't want him sitting on the bench for the season. But man, if he would have sat on the bench for the season, he would have got in sooner or later. When Peyton started going south, we could have put him right in.
You're right, and that's another credit why Leon Rose actually did a great job this season, because we had that guard depth. Great contract he gave Austin Rivers, 3 years, $10 million.
Right.
To your point, I agree. We did him a favor. We didn't need to move him on. It was just out of respect for him, and he's a vet, and they didn't want to sit him, DNPs every night.
Right. But man, you see how he played for Denver?
Yeah,
he played well for them. When we needed that, that could have been the difference.
Yeah, he had some great
and Rose,
games, for us. He won us that game.
The 1-3. Let's say we go into next year real quick, and then we go with. Tell you Derrick Rose come back. Let's say if Derrick Rose, Emmanuel Quickly, and Obi Toppin, we just got to plug them plug in that small and that 5. That's going to be interesting to see who we plug in with them. You know what I mean? Is it another vet? Is putting Reggie Bullock back there at the 3? Then we're going to get somebody to fill Reggie Bullock's spot in the 1 at the 3 and the first unit. I'm sorry, or is it we going to kind of go with Todd? And I think they signed Novell Pell to that extension, but I think he's going to be trading material. I really believe that. I don't know if he's going to. Only way I can see him not being trading material unless you're getting rid of Mitch and Noel, and you bringing in somebody
Right.
On like a Miles Turner, and then Noel Pell only making like $1 million something, whatever. So he's the backup or is hypothetically in that realm, one of the 3 centers. And so I think that it's going to be the 3 and the 5 in the second unit, and I also think it's going to be the 1 and the 3 in the first unit for next year. So that 4 spots, spots that we probably can. So I don't know, 4 spot. I think. Let me see. You say Burks, Alfred Payton. This maybe Bullock. Let's say hypothetically maybe Bullock. Whoever is going to be either Leonard Noel. So them the 4 guys that might not be there next year. They all are 1 years anyway, and then you bring in 4 more guys to fill them guys' spots up. Unless they're going to bring some of them guys back, which I don't know. You know what I mean?
But this is the
I
thing.
think that
we need some continuity though, because like you let them go. Then you bring in the other guys. What are you bringing them in? Like you bringing them in also on 1-year contracts? We doing the same thing over again? And if whatever money you're signing them to, would Bullock not have accepted that? So I hope we keep some
of them.
But you're right. We do have to upgrade. I would love to see Bullock stay.
I think Kevin Knox is a player that they're going to stick with and look to integrate and take that step up to play more minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And
he just doesn't seem like a Tibbs guy, but I would like to see that.
Yeah. Yeah, just they've invested a bit, and I think now he'd be ready after a great summer, provided he puts in the work, plays summer league. He has that jump shot that's not going away. He improved somewhat on defense. Like I know not a lot, but there were glimpses where he wasn't a real liability. He still has a low motor, which to your point, Tibbs doesn't really like. But I think if we're going to need some bench pieces, to your point, we need some continuity. And, we have him on another year cheap deal. Let's at least ride him till the deadline, see if he's shown any growth, and then we can move him on.
Well, listen, it depends on how the summer goes. If they have an opportunity to upgrade the roster in a real way and they ask for Knox, I don't think they're going to say, no, you can't have him. Yeah. But I think those other teams are going to ask for other players. And you're right. We're going to have holes on the roster that, Knox can, step in and fill.
If we don't go...
What do you think about Frank?
I think the only reason I think Frank could go is because he's creating a lot of havoc on the NBK panel. Listen, I think that if the Knicks are not going to play him, then just let him go.
Let him go.
If you're not going to play him, just let him go.
You know what else I thought about too with the Reggie Bullock thing? I think Reggie Bullock is going to command about 10,000. You think on a free market, 10 million? I'm going to say 10 million. Do you see of Kelly Oubre say I'm not going to sign back for Washington? In Golden State. Do you throw him 15 million? You know what I mean? And
I like Oubre.
And that's what's, and don't get me wrong, if you can get Kelly Oubre and keep Reggie Bullock, it wouldn't be a bad move neither. You know what I mean? I like Kelly Oubre's defense. I like his linkiness. I think he can put the ball on the floor and throw it down on you in your grill in a minute. I think he that athletic. So I mean, somebody like that, if you can't get the big dog, you still got to get some talent down there. And I think he is a talent. Right. If you get him, then you move Bullock to the bench. Now that strengthens our bench defensively, and he's a knockdown shooter when he open. And then maybe the pressure won't be on Minnesota starting Yana to have to knock them shot down. I like him and Randall's connection they had this year. Just didn't work in the playoffs. I mean, they all went south. But he's another guy that's interested. If he don't sign with Golden State, do you say, well, let's get Kelly Oubre 2-3 years, 15 million with a team option for the third year? You know, say 15
I don't think he's going to take 15. I think it may be more than that. But I like him. I like him. What about? I've heard some people talking about Wiggins.
Yeah, I'll do that. He had a good year.
He's on a big deal, I think.
He's on a big deal.
Yeah.
I'm waiting the second year, third year, that deal? Second year?
Yeah. He got like 2 or 3 more seasons on that deal.
Okay, yeah.
And I think
Wow,
Tibbs
yeah,
has experience with him in Minnesota, so I don't think he's one of the players that he really likes.
he raved
I
about
like
it deep this
Reggie.
year. Mm.
I like Reggie, but I'm cautious not to overpay, and I think 8 million is as far as I would go. Just because I think there are other options out there, and I'm willing to pay a little bit more for a player who can dribble, put the ball on the floor, and we have picks as well. And I'm not worried about the bench too much. As long as we can improve our starting five, I think that's where it lies, where our improvement is. And with Mitchell coming back, and we got the 3 and the 1 spot.
You need a
There
bench
areas.
though, because what happens if you don't? When your starters go out, you lose your leads.
Yeah, I
So
agree,
Derrick Rose come
definitely.
back,
But I just
if
think
Derrick
the
Rose
bench
come back to the
players.
bench, if Derrick Rose come back to the bench with quickly, just let's say right now, so far as Derrick Rose and Emmanuel Quickly, then you deal with the next 3 slots. If you're gonna say it's Quickly, Derrick Rose and Obi, you just got to plug them 2 spots in there. And I think if they do that, and with 4 draft picks and all this, that's why I don't think it's gonna be an issue with New York this season coming up. I think they just got too much. They got too much to work with to make that team even remotely be weak.
Right. Yeah. We may not. We may just have 4 players, but I think they're gonna want some continuity. I was about to say we may only have like 4 players from this team, but I think they're gonna want some continuity.
Yeah, and I think for us to bring in some bench pieces that Tibbs has had experience with, like a DJ Augustine, or someone who he has knowledge of and knows who how he operates, that familiarity, because Tibbs has been around the league a long time. If Leon goes to him, oh look, we're looking to sign this player, what do you think? If it's a player he's had experience with, he's going to know instantly, yes, this is a player I want. Right. No, I'll pass.
Right.
Yep. You know what's the key thing? I think real quick, I'm gonna tell you what's a key factor this year. I know we all know about it, but we don't think talk about Valdoza. I go back to Valdoza. Depend on what that man could do for us. Because if this man could give us something, that might change the whole ball game now. You know what I mean? Like, okay,
Rose might not come back then.
Right. We might we don't need that point guard. This cat, if he can give us a certain amount, what we think he can give us, it might change the whole landscape with the way the Knicks thinking this year. Okay, you know what? We ain't got to go out and get this type of point guard. See, I like the Derrick Rose and Valdoza thing for this reason. We still got an experienced point guard. We still got that veteran point guard who can give us that leadership, even if he's not starting. Let's say if Valdoza work out and you do start Valdoza and he works out well, and you still got him and Derrick Rose. So I don't have a problem with that because Derrick Rose still got that experience and he don't have to play all the minutes. Right. But it's going to be interesting to see how I'm be looking so forward all this summer to see how that cat's maturation, what they're going to do with him. I think it might change how we structure before the trading deadline. If he have a great summer and he look like he's going to be a problem, they might say, okay,
and,
now we're
going to stop. Don't underestimate that pick we have. That's like even 32 pick. That like players like Jalen Brunson were picked up, later than that. So, if there's a point guard on the board that might be an experienced player, then I can see them still looking to add that through the draft as well.
Yeah, no doubt. The only thing I'm about that, Divine, is that they'll see him in practice, but the summer league is after free agency. So do you think they're gonna not go after a point guard without really knowing what And they have the scouting report on him anyway in terms of whether, because Andy said that he doesn't think he's a starter in the league.
Okay.
That's what he said. Now, that doesn't mean he's not, but no matter what, you can't just go with say we sign a point guard, Lowry, whoever. You can't just have Rose backing him up. You got to have somebody backing up Rose because Rose gets hurt.
That's right.
So you got to really have 3 point guards,
3 point guards.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we in a good situation, but we got some good problems. That's what I'm saying. We got some good problems next year, but I think it's all going to work out, man. I really do. I think they've been doing a one thing I can say about Tibbs. Not when I always listen to what he say when he's speaking. He was talking about how their advanced scouts is already scouting people here and there, like Walt Perrin and them guys putting in their homework. You know what I mean? And they say it's from the top down. They say everybody they always there. The film studies, you know, they always got their notes. They always doing this, and they know that them guys, them advanced scouts, and Walt Perrin, all them guys, and they probably skate, just doing the landscape. You know what I mean? See what's out there and crossing their T's, dotting their I's. I just feel good about what they're doing. I really want to see what this kid can do. I know sometimes they might, some people might got outside opinion about him, but sometimes it's different when you get to the NBA. Look at the kid, that kid Capazzo. I'm like, yo,
Right.
you know what I mean? I'm like, even if he's not Capazzo, but from what I seen, what Luka Vandoza could do, if any of that translate to the NBA, I think he's gonna be all right. He got a step back three. He got a catch and shoot three. He good at the pick and roll. Now, can he take the physicality of the NBA? That's to remain to be seen. But the Argentinian boys can play some ball, though. There's some pretty good ball players. You know what I mean? Now Ginobili and a lot of them guys come out there who can get down. So we'll see, man. But if he works out anyway, I think that's gonna be a real plus for the Knicks if he pans out. Even if he's not the starting point guard, like you said, he make the roster. He can give us something. I think it'll be fun.
My hunch is he'll be a player that'll be good enough to be a starter, but for sort of shared duties, maybe 25 minutes at the 1, 10 minutes at the 2 spot. I think he'll be versatile. Look, we know he can shoot well, and that's a quality that can keep you on the floor. He has intangibles, as we know those players often come with. He likes to get in the passing lanes. He's got a good frame to play good defense. I think, to your point, Divine, if he pans out, it'll help us enormously because of the value of his contract. He's on a similar Austin Rivers deal where it's like 3 years, 13 mil. And if suddenly if he feels a need and suddenly, hey, we don't have to spend money on this area now because we have this guy,
right?
That's going to help tremendously. And I'd happily go with the big money on the point guard and have Rose, Vildoza as your other 2 backups,
right?
And we could look to spend money in other areas,
right?
Yeah.
Well, real quick, before we get up, let me ask you a question. Do you think Alpha Payton will be back next year?
No.
Do you think Alex Burks will be back next year?
He might, but I don't.
50-50.
Yeah, 50.
What about Noel and Gibson?
I think Gibson will be back. I don't think Noel will be back.
Okay.
Yeah, agreed.
So that's 3. That's right now. That's 3 of our bench players that we won't be back next year. So them 3 bench players need to get filled with draft picks, trades, or lotteries. I mean, whatever. If let's say Frank don't be back, that's 4 people.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, it's going to be interesting, man. The Knicks could fill 4 spots with some good talent. They really can because of the situation that they're in. I mean, they really could fill 4 spots with some good talent, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, it's been a pleasure. I've been waiting for next season, man. Thank y'all for hanging out so late. I really appreciate that, man. And we get this thing popping, man. The season's gonna be ongoing. Like I said, I'll be on Friday night for Knicks Weekly, man, on the night show on Friday nights. You know what I mean? Queen and I, I know quite sure you're gonna be doing Nick Queen's Court for the duration, or you gonna just wait till.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about too. Do I want to do I still want to do the weekly in the off season? I'll see.
And then you can get the feel of the fan base too and everything. And everybody will be at the summer getting around. That's why I said I know I'm going to give them something to marinate on. That's why I said I come on Friday nights because I think we're gonna be talking Knicks all season long. You know what I mean? I just think it's gonna be this way because now we gearing up for what's about to come happen and so we're gonna be tuned in. It might be some breaking news here or there, but I just want to stay engaged with the fan base. You know what I mean? And we might not be on 3 nights a week, but that one to get us going. You know what I mean? And
That's a
we'll
good
keep it
point.
moving, man, because it's been a wonderful season. So we'll do that, man. And CT, I'll be seeing you, brother, and I might reach out to you, man. I gotta get your info, man. Where we hook up our change our information, man, and we get things popping. Because like I said, guys, I'm just keeping the dialogue open all year, man, and I've enjoyed doing this. I had a great year meeting all you guys, and it's been phenomenal, man. This is truly one of my favorite Knicks years in a long time. I mean, literally, as me being a little kid growing up watching the Knicks, to be at where I'm at in my life and stage in my life and what I'm doing and settle down, but still being able to be engaged because I'm not in New York City, I'm in North Carolina now, so it ain't like I run to see a Knicks fan every day. That don't even happen.
Right.
To be able to come on here and engage with people from all over, I think it's been really been a blessing for me, man. I can't be more happy with myself. And the Knicks gave us a good year. They gave us a good year, man. They got us believing in ourselves again. And I think sky's the limit for these guys. I was telling CT and them, I like, listen, next year, hey, we go to the second or third round. By 23, I think we're going to be contenders. I think hopefully next year we get to go in the second round and battle, or maybe the third. You never know. You can go away to the final for it. I know, but I'm willing to take that 19, 21, 22 to get to that next level. Then I'm willing to take the 22 and 23 to put us over to get us to that. Because I think we're in a good place from an organization standpoint with the capital and everything that we got. If they utilize everything right, and I think we're good, man. I think the Knicks is in a good spot because it's gonna get tougher. Now we got targets on our backs now. You know what I mean? Going into the next season, we got targets on our back. Oh, we know how y'all get down. We know y'all need to laugh out loud, Nick. So now people gonna be bringing that A game every night against us. So hopefully we upgrade and we stay focused and we get to that level, man.
Yep. And I think every player that experienced the playoffs actually has a reason to want to get better and have a chip on their shoulder. That's really important. That motivation heading into the off season to want to improve your game. And now they had a season under Tibbs and they got to experience, what's going to help and what's going to get them on the floor and get them into Tibbs' good books.
Right.
And I think.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. I'll just quickly say, in the exit interviews, I think they're going to be very transparent with each player and give them the exact areas where they want them to work on.
Right. No doubt.
Yeah.
And any team that's gone to the NBA Finals took their lumps in the playoffs. So the Knicks took their lump, and they're going to come back and build off of it and be better next time. RJ, there's no doubt in my mind Randall is going to be better. He's just that type of person, and I just hope he has some peace this summer because I know he's on fire with how he played, and I know he probably feels like he disappointed his team and the fan base and what have you. So hopefully he'll have some peace of mind this summer. It's going to take a little while though to kind of wear off, and he'll have some peace of mind so that he can get to work in peace. And come back. We appreciate him. I appreciate him.
Absolutely. Randall was the franchise carrier this year, right?
No doubt, no doubt. And listen, it happens to the best of them. Harden also struggled in the playoffs, versus his regular season. So he's not the first one. He's not going to be the last. But it's about figuring it out. Figuring it out. And
he's still a young man too. That's a good thing about it. 26 years old.
Yeah,
he's still a young man. He got time, but I think he will. I agree with you, Steph, 100%. I think the next best thing to Julius Randle is going to happen next year because his whole career been like that. It's different when you see a player always elevating every year. He's never declining. He's inclining. Ever since, and that's like when we brought up the Terry Rozier thing, where people don't understand. That boy had been elevating his game every year since he's been in the NBA. Against Boston's rookie year, 4 or 5 points. Then he went to 7-9. Then he went to 11-13. They played him. He put up 18. Now he's going. He's ascending, and that's what I think Julius Randle is. He's an ascending type of ball player. And I think Julius Randle will find other ways to score going into the regular season. He know what he's up against, man, and he know what he's playing for. Julius Randle playing for a max contract. So he knows he's gonna have to step the game up, and I think he will. I think he will too. Mm-hmm.
Well, guys, it's been a pleasure.
Yes,
CT,
indeed.
it's been a pleasure sharing the panel with you for the first time. I appreciate your insights. And Devon, my brother from another mother, I appreciate you.
Absolutely. Oh, my goodness, absolutely.
Listen, I think Sim gonna make the an announcement. He already made the announcement. There's gonna be a draft. I know you guys. Are you out of state as well, CT?
Yeah.
Okay. They're going to Atlantic City for the draft party. Gonna throw a draft party at Atlantic City, and in September there's gonna be a MBK family reunion. So he's setting setting the place up and whatever. So I guess he'll give us more specifics, but just wanted to let you guys.
Well, I'll reach out to him too, you know what I mean, and make sure whatever you need me to do to help him out, you know what I mean, and get it down. I know we had talked about that, me and him and Tony Crow talked about that reunion in New York in Hempstead. We were going to rent a park out there, do all that good stuff and everything like that. So I hit him up, and I'm I'm got the support. He know I'm gonna be there. You know what I mean? I'm still a MBK member. You know what I mean? It's all good here.
No doubt. Brother, did you know I had the guys over for one of the games?
Was that your place
game?
Yeah, so I was able to meet Sam and Tony Crow and Eru. Yeah, it was nice. It was nice.
Yeah, I thought that was. I was like, and that's when I asked you what you down in Atlanta, because that's what I thought that was. So you was at your house.
No. Yeah, I was at my house.
That was all. I was in there that night. Yeah. I see that night. Yeah, man. It's been a blessing and an honor to be amongst all you great minds, man. I mean, I truly mean that sincerely, man. No hyperbole. I'm like, man, to be able to listen to some of the most wisest people talk Knicks. You know, we don't get it from us. We get it from ESPN, or we getting it from it.
Right.
You know, it ain't the same. You know what I mean? It's not sincere. It's not from the heart.
Therapy.
It's not from the gut. You know what I mean?
It's therapy. You're right. Sometimes I be so tired, and we lost. I'm like, all right, let me go on the show, because it's therapy for me. It's therapy for the chat. Yep. So let me go.
Absolutely. Because that lost, I think you did it after game 3. Right?
Yeah.
I was so frustrated. I just felt sad, and and I just hearing you guys talk about it was good. Just experiencing the same frustrations, you know.
Right. Right. Exactly.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure this year. Yeah, sharing the panel with you, Stephanie, for the first time. And Divine, and it's been a pleasure seeing how many people have branched and created their own platform, like you have here with Knicks Real Talk.
Yeah.
And I love supporting all of them and listening to all of them. And it just shows how dedicated our fan base is, you know.
Absolutely.
To this team.
Right. That there's enough content. There's enough Knicks content. I didn't even turn on ESPN. I didn't turn on any. First of all, when we lose like that, I don't need to hear the negativity. I can't handle it. You know. So I just stayed with us, you know, talking about it here.
We're gonna bring it from like the truth. We just speak truth to power. We frustrated. You know, it's one thing to lose and you frustrated about the loss, but at least we frustrated, but we doing it for the love. We know we get on the Knicks because we love them. Them cats be getting on the Knicks because they just haters. You know, it's a whole different balance. You know what I mean? It's like, I get on because I haters. We get on them because we love them. You know, we get on Julius Randle because we want to see him do better. We get on Alpha Payton because we know where he can be. You know, and that's what we do. We get on our play because we want him to be better. These fools be getting on and just be trying to clown them and getting ratings. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to listen to y'all. I can't even turn on Max Kellerman anymore. And Max Kellerman is a good guy when it comes to the Knicks, he gets no respect from me. I cannot deal with that dude because you know why? I don't like nobody just to make it all about. Let's stick to basketball. We don't even got to bring up James Dolan. James Dolan did not play in that game last night. So why you gotta do that and just bringing up all that? I understand the Charles Oakley situation. I understand that, but that ain't got nothing to do with that ball that's being bounced on that court.
Correct.
And and I'm like, oh man, these guys is crazy, man. I'm like, but what can you do? You know, that's why we come on here and we go on MBK and we go on Legion and we go on Die Hard and we go on for the love of the game. We go on the streets buzzing. That's why we go on these joints. Because we ain't trying to hear all that crazy shit down there. I can't do it. I couldn't even turn on TNT when they lost the other night. I was like, mouth.
I was so happy the game was on MSG. I could not have taken it if I was forced to watch TNT.
Yeah, I had to blacked out in my area.
That's all you had was TNT?
Yep. Yeah, my MSG get blacked out. Yep. Crazy.
Oh no.
Yeah. Didn't get to hit no Clyde, no Green, almost the whole playoffs. Unless I would have went on my fire stick, but I was like, by then time me out and did all that, I was like, I didn't get to hit Clyde or Green the whole playoffs just about. because it was all TNT and ESPN because they blacked out in North Carolina because maybe where I'm at, but
Right.
yeah, that's it. The TNT stuff. I think my man did a good job though. Real quick, I got to give my man Spiridito. He used to do.
And how did
yeah.
Marv do?
Marv was good the other day. He was good. He he probably throw a little shot here and there, but he stayed in the content of the game. What he did do, he was talking about the maturation of all the players. He was talking about they was on point. Him and Reggie was on point. I was even surprised. Reggie was they didn't negative down play the Knicks that day by no means. Other than Reggie Miller had a joke about Spike Lee leaving early. So
Right.
it was kind of funny, but I think Spike Lee left with 3 minutes to go in the game. I think he came back and Reggie Miller didn't know. Right. Then he was messing with Spike Lee about that, but other than that, they were pretty good though. They showed that they gave a lot of kudos to what the Knicks did this year, and I got to give them credit. And Reggie Miller, they was on point about everything. That was amazing. I'm like, wow, y'all must really study this stuff because y'all know what season this guy was having. You knew this,
right.
So I'm like, wow, they put their homework in, so it was good to see. It was good to see. But I miss Clyde.
And that's what's frustrating. Like when you watch these national broadcasts and they talking about storylines from last year or early in the season, I'm like, that's so old. We onto something else, and they not up on it. That's so frustrating.
It's so frustrating.
Yeah,
and it is. But thank God we got people like us out here. You know what I mean?
I was saying to Divine and BX that we're like one of the highest valued sporting teams in the world.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
And we haven't even been winning, and we have enough content to create a Knicks network channel.
Where?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I believe that, and I believe they in the next 10 years. I probably wouldn't doubt you see it because that brand is strong, man. The Knicks brand is real strong. I mean, and that's why I see why they call it the Mecca. They wouldn't call it the Mecca because who playing on a basketball court. They call it the Mecca because where they at. Because that's 16,000 fans up in that building that night. We were there, Steph, for 15,000. That's why they call it the Mecca. Not because
if they did like reruns of the 70s teams, Patrick Ewing, Spreewell games, Linsanity. If they just had a network showing those games on repeat, people would tune in.
Sim used to do that. What happened with that? Remember he had a 24-hour channel?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, a 24-hour channel where you could pop in at any time and it was showing either an MBK podcast, a Nick game, or something, something Nick related. I'm gonna ask him what happened to that.
Mm-hmm. Going into the next season, that's what I'm looking to do. I'm gonna spend the whole off season, man, expanding my production, expanding my, getting more people involved, build a real big community, man, and because I think this is just like you say, therapy for us, man, and just to be able to. It could be a lot of things in the world you could be talking about, craziness, you know what I mean, and politics and just the nonsense, you know what I mean. But we here talk about just basketball, and I think sports is, to me, without sports, the world would be screwed. I believe that anyway. Without sports, the world would be screwed. It'd be messed up.
Oh.
So I think sports brings people together. And that's why the Knick fan base is so strong, man, because we can get it here and no need to go arguing about each other about this. None of these, let y'all make it. Knicks don't pay my bills. I ain't gonna get on here and argue debate with you about somebody who don't even pay my bills. Yeah, but the good thing about it, we can have open dialogue and know that it's just about that without getting it personal, without defending nobody, without calling our names. Well, we don't want to get to that level, but it's good that we can sit in here and have these agree to disagree and all this open. It's a beautiful thing that all this open dialogue stuff. And like I said, man, meeting you and Chris and and all these people, man, it's been truly a blessing. And I'm good with this for the next 10, 15 years of my life. I don't know.
Yeah, no doubt. That's how I feel too.
Yep, I'm good. I'm good for the next.
I'm gonna do some recruiting too, Devon. This off season, because I figure if I could just get 4. If it's just 4 of us, sometimes we be having like 10. But if I could just get like 4, that's fine. 3, 4 people on on the panel. So that dialogue, like the last 2 times I had to do the show myself. That's a lot of work.
That's a lot of work.
That's a lot of work because you don't have anybody to play off of. So Chris will be there tomorrow, but I'm gonna do some recruiting also. So for next season, to see if just expand like you're talking about.
Yeah, it makes sense because, like I said, the BX, when I brought him on, that was just such a relief. That I'm like, man, I can't do Nick's Real Talk by myself for 4 hours, an hour, even an hour, man. When I started with the morning show, be me by myself, you got to constantly figure out the way to get the stuff out there. And it's like, man, I might say the same thing 50 times. You never know. But but then when you got a co-host, it takes the lesser burden off you. And then
you just got to keep shouting out the chat and.
That's what I
asking
do.
questions to the chat and then talking about their response and
that's what got me over the hump.
That's what got me over the hump
chat,
too.
man. I love the chat. I think the chat, to me, I think them guys in there, the guys and ladies in there, man, whenever they on it, they make these shows. I mean, we talking to
and
people
they so
out there,
knowledgeable though.
Yes. We can talk to all the people on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, over there. They stream and watching the show. But it's nothing like with the interaction with these people, man. Because they got a lot of love in there, man. That's why I try to give these guys love back. Cause they appreciate us and we appreciate them, man. That's what makes this thing so great. And this year could have been more better for me to start a platform this year when the Knicks was winning. That's why I salute people like Sim and them guys who went through it when they wasn't winning. All these guys down there who been on this grind when the Knicks was doing bad. And that's why, I love to see them guys get rewarded. I love to see Sim and them doing this thing. I love to see that 15,000 subscribers. He earned every bit of that. You know what I mean?
No doubt.
Them cats earned it. They gave us, when I first came on NBK a year ago, I wouldn't miss a show. You could catch me on a panel all day, every day, because I really believe that's what it was about. And it is. Then when I started my show, I had to tell back because now I can't spend my whole life on everybody, because I'm a 59-year-old married man, got a life, got a business, so I can't be like a lot of young guys who are on these things every day, all day, 24/7. I can't do that. So and that's why when I started my show, I was like, well, let me just get focused on that, pop in and show love here and there. But I always make sure that I plug them, show the love that it's still there, and I'm still a member. I still get my money taken out every month because that's the love. You know what I mean? But when you're trying to produce your own show, you got one now yourself. And it takes time to get this content together, man. And
it really does. Matter of fact, I was listening to you guys while I was doing stuff for the show. I was just listening, doing stuff for the show, and then I hopped on, later. But you're right, and even like Sim, that's 12 shows a week. Because you figure if the Knicks play 3 or 4 times, you got the pregame, you got the postgame, you got the shoot around, and if they play in 3 games, that's 9. 9 shows. So I used to do all of them. Now, my schedule is such like if I see clients in the morning, then I got a break, and then I see clients. I used to in my break come on the show, and then I was like, nah, I gotta eat, I gotta do, But I was just so hyped, to be on there. So now I put it in my schedule. These are the shows I can make. I can't make all of them because I gotta exercise, I gotta eat, I gotta do my notes, I gotta, it was just like shows you on, get on the show, and so now it's like I gotta, bring it back a little bit. Like I was on last night, but I didn't go on today. Like that.
Yeah, you have to balance it because even before we started doing this, we had a life before this. You know what I mean? And sometime I would come in. Normally, I would come in. Me and my wife, we sit down, shoot a breeze, we eat early dinners, whatever. But I've been prior to that, I'm like, after that, I'm like running downstairs. Like I come in, what's up? I got a stream. Boom, I'm gone.
Right.
Yeah, you like, hun, I'll holler at you later. Next thing you know, at 5:30, she ain't seen me since 2:30. It was I had to balance it, like make sure that I'm not forgetting that my business. I got a real estate business where I got properties all over. So and I was like on streams all day. I was on NBK every time Sim had a show. I wasn't missing it. And I was like, I got to step back because I don't want to. I got to make sure business before pleasure. You know what I mean? That's basically what it is. And but it brought me a long way, Steph. It gave me the confidence to be out here. And be able to speak my mind and feel free about it without no repercussions, from nobody, because they don't like what you're doing. If you don't like it, that's fine. Different stroke for different folks. But it definitely gave me a chance to be able to use my voice. You know what I mean? And I'm glad of that. Because if you got something to say, it's good to say it. But I'm a good listener as well. But I enjoy it for the most part. I just enjoy it.
Yeah, definitely. I enjoy it. Yeah, I found myself lately. I think because the Knicks was losing those games, I was getting real chippy in the chat. So the last the last show, I didn't even interact with the chat. I was tight. I said, because we had a lot of Hawk fans coming in there trolling, and I said, you know what? I'm not going to even interact with the chat right now. Let me just stay focused on us, because you're right. It does help you learn, get that experience of being around different opinions. I mean, we always around different opinions, but around different opinions on a topic that you're passionate about, right? And just being able to just be cool about it and just realize that I disagree, but that's how that person, that's how that person feels about it, So that has definitely helped, and I've learned a lot too, helping me see things in ways that I was like, wow, I never thought about it that way. So it's been a great experience.
You might go into a broadcasting career.
Say that again.
You might head into a broadcasting career.
I doubt it.
She got it. She got it like that.
Nah, I'm enjoying this semi-retired life right here. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, but yeah, man, it's been fun, man. I really said, man, it's been a blast. I'm good, and I'm looking forward to really just like spanning the thing, man, and bringing in new content, new production, new everything.
Right.
I mean, I had a phone line going this year. I didn't have time to really get into it. Open up the phones. Just having guys in the chat win shirts, T-shirts, and blah blah blah, and and also get some sponsors out there so I can help out some communities and things of that nature. I'm really looking to try to implement my business idea that I have in life and just incorporate it with my Knicks Real Talk show, and just do it just like I do my real estate business, man. Just be there for the people, give them a place to enjoy themselves, and at the same time, and give myself something to do. You know what I mean? But I love it what I'm doing, man, and I'm excited about it, and I'm excied about the next production, the next progress and the maturation in this Knicks Real Talk thing. But I think next season it's gonna be awesome. I hope to have a different way to bring the panel on, and panel members can just be free to, I'm looking to get guys in here who want to do their own thing, just like Sim did with you. And sometimes I might be in the forefront of, well, you know what, this is hypothetically CT's blah 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 show on, whatever, because I think this is going to benefit everybody. You know what I mean? And it's one big universe here. It's enough food for everybody. You know what I mean? So
no doubt about it.
Yeah,
all right, fellas,
doing a great job. It's been a pleasure.
Likewise.
And,
likewise.
I'm sure we'll be chatting very soon before we know it again.
Yes.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yep. So take care, and look forward to it.
Yeah,
yep.
Definitely.
I see you. See me in the chat tomorrow, Queen.
Oh, appreciate it. Yeah, appreciate it.
Yep. Y'all have a good night, man. Salute.
Yep. All righty.
Salute. Take care.
Bye-bye. Salute.
Salute.